A few moments later.
And welcome back to Coding with Brian. So today we are going to be building a fintech application using only React for the front end and Node for the back end, and our database of choice is going to be Neon. So the aim of this application is to allow someone to invest and save their money, but in this whole tutorial we're going to only be focusing on the part of this is the part 2 of the building a fintech SaaS banking application. And I just want to put this disclaimer when you begin. So like you're not covering like very complex things, like they're just almost they're beginner friendly and a little bit of intermediate. Like there's no complex things that we are covering. Also at the same time is that I'm not going to, like when I was showing you guys the project, like at the beginning I showed you like almost the full project, or almost the full project. But here, like we're not going to make all the pages or all the files for this project, because for all these files, because like they really do take time. And I'm going to only focus on the part of the admin, then the part of the borrower, only the part of the whole of admin, and then some few parts of the borrower, because in terms of lender and the borrower, like they have almost the same thing, but borrower has some unique things that I'm going to show you how you can be able to code that. Yeah, so I wanted to tell you that. And also at the same time, like if you get stuck in any of our coding projects that you have been doing here in Coding with Brian, I've included a Discord link in the description. Make sure please to join so that you can be able to be assisted as effectively as possible. The thing that you're going to realize that while making this application, first of all, let's start with the part 1, and now this part 2. You're going to realize that like I'm just coding, like I've not like add any fancy effect, and I'm just coding like the normal way I usually code. That's why like they are so long. And at the same time, like you're going to realize like that I've added some parts where I'm getting errors. So because I want to show you how, like when I get an error, how I usually solve it. Okay, yeah. So like if you look at my part 1 and then this part 2, you're going to realize that I've added some parts, or like I've left those parts where I was getting errors, and I was showing you like how I was approaching that problem and how I was solving it. Okay, yeah, I've added those, or I've left those parts there intentionally, because if I wanted to remove those parts and just show you the only clean way or the fancy way, then I would have done it. But I think like being a programmer, being a software developer, like I believe like it's more about solving problem and being able to make a mistake, and also like to correct your mistake. Okay, because like you cannot build an application without even making one simple error. Like that's impossible. Okay, so I've added those parts just to show you how I've been able to go about in solving them. Yeah, and I hope like you're going to learn something from those errors. And yeah, so one thing also I wanted to tell you guys, thank you so much guys for subscribing. I really do appreciate so much, and thank you so much for watching my stuff. And yeah, so if you have any feedback, remember you can leave it in the comment section, and I'm going to try to correct on any feedback any bad feedback or any feedback that I have. And yeah, just give me any feedback that you have, and then I'll be able to correct it or do it, or I'm going to try to improve on it. And yeah, so thank you so much guys for subscribing, thank you for watching my videos, and thank you even for sharing. I appreciate you guys, and thank you. And also if you have any question, like don't forget to reach out to us. And yeah, so just continue coding. Then thanks so much. So let's begin this second part of this tutorial.
Few inches later.
Okay, so what you are supposed to do is, like if you come to a notification controller, let me show you. There's this place, yeah, this part at the part of order. So here what I did was that I changed it to, and then I replaced, like those two brackets, like I replaced them with the square, with the two square brackets. Yeah, with those two square brackets. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, now we don't have that error. Yeah, so that's what I did there. And yeah, so now let's move to the index.js. Now in the index.js, you're going to import all our backend, and then we're going to try to run our backend on the server so that you can see if it's going to run okay. So what you can do is this. Okay, so let's see. Let's now start importing them. Okay, we have the .env, we have the config, we have the user, we have the support, we have the settings. Then in the part of review loans, okay, let's put this first of all. Let's import, that is the review loan router. The review loans router. So the review loans router is coming from, so it's going to come, that is it slash router slash, that will be the review loans router. Yes. Okay. Also, let's import. So we have the review loans router, and then do you have the repayment router for repayment? So let's import, that will be the repayment. That will be the repayment router. Which is coming from /router slash repayment router.js. Yeah, like that. Also, let's, okay, here there's an issue. So when you use those two question, not question mark, what are they called? Let me first get this. Yeah, when you are using those two quotes, like remember, like if you want to use a single quote or those double quotes, like you need to be sure like with what you want. Like if you're going to use those single quotes, then use them throughout, and if you're going to use them double quotes, then use them throughout, but don't go in mixing like I did there. So also, do you have the part of notification? So we're going to import that, the part we're going to import notification. So let's do it here. So import notification, import notification router. Notification router, and this notification router is coming from the slash routers slash notification router.js. Also, we're going to import, that is after notification router, do you have the loan router? Yeah, we have the loan router. And what about the loan report router? Yes, we've imported it. And then let's look at the, so also let's import the part of the investment router. So that will be import, that will be the investment router, and the investment router is coming from, that will be the slash routers slash, that will be the investment router.js, like that. Also, another thing you're going to do import of, after having included the investment router, now let's look at the borrower repayment router, because here, I don't know if you can see, we have this part of the borrower repayment router. Yeah, so yeah, this one. So let's import this, the borrower repayment router. So we're going to say import borrower, that will be borrower, then repayment, then router. and it's coming from the slash routers slash, that will be borrower payment router, like that. Okay, so from that point also, let's import now the last one. Do you have the part of the borrower loan router? We don't have, so let's import. That will be the borrower loan router, and it's coming from the slash routers slash borrower loan router. Okay, like that. Borrower loan router, like that. I don't know, I'm making this mistake, so this is supposed to be one minute. Let me just try to clear this mess that I've done. Yep. Then lastly this one. So now what we can do here is I want us to divide this part, and then we're going to try to, let's move down until the part where there is face down, to this point. Now here in this point, now we're going to declare, now we're going to include now those specific path. So we can just copy this like that, and then let's move here below. You can paste it a couple of times. Like that. So the first one here is the loan router. So what you can do is you can come here, then you can just copy this. Then you can replace it here. Like that. Also, you're going to change now the specific path from support. Since it's the review, loan router, what you can do is you can just add, let's say maybe review loan, that review loans router, and add the review loan like that. Also what you can do is, let's come and then copy this part here, and then can replace it here. That. And then what you can do is, let's change now in this part of the repayment. What you can do is, let's change this part here, this to be repayments. To be repayments like that. Then we have this notification router here. It like that, and then it's going to change to notifications. So notifications, yeah, notifications like that. Then we have, after having included that notification, you have the investment router. So that will be control copy, and then you have this investment router. So let's replace it here again. Now in the part of the investment router, you can also change this to be just investment like that. Then borrower repayment router. Then you can replace here. Remove this. Then here we can have, that is the borrower repayment. Yeah, like that. Then lastly, last but not least, you have the borrower loan router here. So can do that. Now in this borrower loan router, I'm going to change it here to be just like this. Let me show you. Just going to change it to be just borrower loan, yeah, like that. But I don't know if you realized we have two issues. I don't know. Okay, let me first do this. Let me close this. It's on one of them. If you look closely, you're going to realize that this part of repayments and the review loan, they have different colors as from the others. That means these ones are not imported correctly. So what you can do is, let us go to now to those routers and see how we have named them, or if they exist, because if they don't, then we're going to have a problem. So let's look at the review loans router. Maybe we have not exported it. That's really okay. So this part of the review loans router, you can see like you don't have anything else. First of all, okay, let's leave that. We don't have anything else. First of all, there, and then we have this part of repayment router. Where is it? Repayment router. Okay, also repayment router, we don't have anything else. So can you look at the, first of all, you have the repayment. Okay, the repayment. First of all, this is the review loans model. Okay. And the repayment controller. Okay, so we are facing that issue, but don't worry, like we're going to come to it later. So but in the meantime, what you can do is let's do this. You can just, let's do this. We can comment this out in the meantime. Yeah, let it just be like that. Yeah, so also you can try to save them so that you can see if maybe we'll get any problem or any errors.
Let me try to start the backend server again. So what you can do is you can do cd, and then let's move into it. Okay, so here you can do cd, that will be front end. Then you can do here npm run dev again. npm search. Okay. Okay, so I don't know if you can see you're having an issue here. So you can see you're having this issue. Cannot find module. Again, borrow repayment, put from borrow repayment router. Borrow repayment controller. So the issue is that you cannot find the let's see, cannot find module. Okay, so if you come to this borrower repayment router, oh yeah, I forgot to add that .js, the JS also, the JS. Let's just check all of them if they have it. Just save it. And then let's look at the backend and see if maybe we have another issue. Okay, also in the part of notification, model imported from controllers. Okay, let's look at the notification controller. Okay, so just like that. Okay, another one is borrow alone model. Borrow alone model from controllers. Controller. Borrow alone controller. Like, I don't know if you can see, like, don't forget to include this .js extension. It's very important. So let's save it again and also see. Repayment router from, okay, so you have an issue in the repayment router. where is the payment router? Okay. Product slash repayment router. Okay, so just let's move to the index.js. Here I want us to comment this, the review loan and the repayment. Or is it? Yeah, these two. And just comment them, press Ctrl and then the backslash. Then save it and see how it is. I think everything now should be running perfectly, so let's just wait a second. So from here, what you can do is, because of time, like this tutorial is going to be so long, like I'm not going to, yeah, you can see everything is running okay. So I'm not going to show you how you can be able to test all of this router, because I'm sure like they all work. So yeah, you can just test them on your own on your Postman. But from here now, let's move to the front end, and then we're going to be, now from this point we're going to move to the front end, and then we're going to be to finish first of all those front end main components, or the main things in the front end. After being through with the main things in the front end, then we'll be moving back, like backend forth from backend to front end, that when connecting, and then when doing some changes in the backend, also in the front end, like that. Yeah, okay. But right now I just want us to finish the main things, both in the front end and the back end. So we are through with the main things in the back end. Now let's finish now the main things in the front end. Okay, so here in the front end, first of all, remember, if you come to the package.json, you're going to realize that these are all the dependencies that I told you guys to include. But if you didn't install these dependencies, what you can do is you can go to the GitHub repository on the link that is in the description, and from there you can be able to move to the front end, to the front end folder, and you can see all these dependencies in there. So yeah, you can see all these dependencies. I think I told you like the usefulness of, or the importance of these dependencies. But if you are going to have any issues, remember, like right now you can use ChatGPT. You can just paste this dependencies in there, and then you can ask it to explain to you like what these dependencies do. Okay, because I don't have that time right now, because yeah, we're running out of time. Yeah, but yeah, that's how it is. But now I don't know if you can see here, we are going to be using Tailwind for our styling. And since you're going to be using Tailwind, I want us to first of all do this. I want us to first of all set our front end to be able to is not passive, but to be able to accept changes, to be able to accept the particular changes, or to be able to behave accordingly as per the Tailwind there, as per the Tailwind. Okay, so what you're going to do is, first of all, I want us to move to this part. So if you come here, first of all, you're going to realize that on this folder of the front end, we're going to create another file. This file, I'm going to name it, let me show you. Yeah, I'm going to name it Tailwind config.js. Tailwind.config.js, like that. Tailwind.config.js. Now you might be wondering, like, hey, what will this contain? Now this Tailwind config.js is going to contain this code. So we're going to type here, a type is going to be import. So we're going to be import, we're going to use their import, and we're going to say here that will be Tailwind CSS. but this Tailwind CSS is going to be in quotes like that. Okay, so after being in quotes, we're going to do a .config. We're going to do a .config like that. Yeah, .config like that. But what we're going to do is this part, you can make it to be, let me show you. You can leave it to be like that first of all, but you can just leave it to be a comment like that first of all. And here we're going to do our module.export, and then we're going to be doing our content here on the part of the content. Going to do content. Now in this content, we're going now to add, that will be the /. First of all, it will be the index.html like that. And then what you're going to do is you're also going to add, that will be the /, the src / then the /, like that, and then /* dot, going to add here, that will be, first thing will be the JS, then JS like that, and then the TS, and then the JS, okay, not dot, comma, and then the GSX, then the TSX. Yeah, so JS, just JavaScript, TypeScript, JSON, the JSX for the React, then the TSX for the TypeScript and React. Yeah, so yeah, TypeScript and React, so like that. Yeah, then here below we're going now to come and now include the particular theme. So we're going to say the theme is going to be extend, like that. After having included that, we're going to come here below and we're going to now include the plugins. We're going now to include the plugins. Yeah, plugins like that. So from this point, what you can do is you can also uncomment this. This was supposed to be at, not just type like that. Yeah, at type that import. Yeah, it was supposed to be like that, but what you can do is so as to avoid issues, you can just try to put it into comments and show you. You can put it like in a comment like that. You can just include it, yeah, just put it like that. So you just include it like a comment like that. And here again, what we're going to realize is we're going to need now another part of the file known as the postcss.config. Yeah, so what you can come here, then what you can do is you can come, then you can just add that postcss.config directly to the JS. Now this postcss okay, there's an issue here. This postcss is supposed to be inside the front end, like that. Now this postcss is going to contain like some CSS. So what we're going to do is we're going to say export default default, and the particular defaults will be the plugins. So we're going to say the plugins default, export default the plugins, and these plugins are, first of all, you have the Tailwind, you have the Tailwind CSS, you have the, first of all, the Tailwind CSS, and also we have the auto prefixer, that would be the auto prefixer, that auto prefixer like that. Yeah, so from this point, after having included now the Tailwind and the auto prefixer, I want us first of all also to move to the index. Here I want us to also to create to move now to, let me show you. If you move to the SRC, here you realize that you have now the particular index.css. Okay, I want you to do this, like here in the index.css, you're going to remove like all the sites that are there, all those sites that are there. You can just do Control All, and then you can remove it. And then you're going now to include this. You're going to do this. You're going to include at Tailwind. Going to include this at Tailwind, then base. Also, you're going to include, that is, let's just copy this Tailwind because it's going to be very common here. So Control copy. So it's going to be again at Tailwind, and then you're going to include now the components like that. Also another thing will be that at Tailwind, and then will be utilities like that. Yeah, okay, here it was just supposed to be component. I don't know where this one came from. It's just supposed to be components. Sorry, let's switch. Components, yeah, components like that. And here, okay, and here, yeah, here you can remain like there as Tailwind, and then you have the utilities like that. Yeah, so we have just added that in that manner. Also, still, if you come here, you're going to see like we have this this CSS here, but you're going to clear that style later, because okay, or we can just do it right now because like we won't need it. Also, another thing is that if you come here, you're going to find like you have this app.css, and also here in the pages, let's come here. Here in the SRC, first of all, let's create some folders here. First, let me show you. We're going to first of all create a folder known as the, let's call it auth. Let's call it auth because we already have the one folder for the assets. So assets is going to contain all those images that you're going to be using in our project, and then auth is going to contain like the things, okay, the particular login or registering authentication. But remember, like when you're making a project, right, like right now currently in this day and age, like you don't need to code the particular register or login by yourself because that will take a lot of time. What you can do is you can do like those that party tools, like example the OAuth, or even they can use even the Clerk. Like they're going to be much faster in helping you, but the problem is that they have limits. Like example, I think Clerk has a maximum of 500 users to register, as maximum of that, and then from that you're going to be paying without paying. And yeah, so that's how Clerk works. But if you want to build the application much faster, you can use them so as to avoid any issues. Now here in the part of here, we're going to also to create another folder. You can create it and then name it pages. This pages. Now this pages is the part that's going to contain the first thing is going to contain the borrower's details, so we're going to name here the borrowers, going to contain the borrowers, and then here still we're going now to create another file, and this folder, sorry, is going to be we're going to name it, let's say, the lenders. Lenders is going to contain things dealing with the lenders, and now in this page still we're going to create now another folder. We can call it landing page. So this is going to contain our landing page. Okay, we're going to contain our landing page. You can even just name it as loans, depending on what you want. Okay, also what I want us to do is, what we're going to do is we're also going to create here we're going to create also another folder. This folder we're going to name it as styles. We're just going to give it as like a small, this styles is going to just have a very small style, a global style for everything in our project. Yeah, very small of it, but majorly our styles are going to use them. They're going to be coming from the Tailwind that we're going to make on our own. Yeah, so that's how it is. Now in these styles we're going to add a folder here. This folder you're going to name it, let's name it the globals.css. so this are just global styles that's going to be applied everywhere. And here these styles, what we're going to do is we are going to do this. Let me show you. We're just going to try to hide a sidebar on small screens, because like remember on small screens like screens like that, because like remember on small screens like sidebar does not need to appear, like the sidebar does not need to appear, so we are going to try to hide it. Okay, now okay, so it seems like having an issue, so let's see. So yeah, we're going to try to hide it on small screen. So we're going to say at media, is going to be at media, whereby you're going to say we're going to say the maximum width of 768 pixels, 768 pixels, and then the sidebar. Okay, so of 768 pixels, so the sidebar is going to display none, like that. Also we have here at media, that will be minimum width of, that will be 768 pixels. So the sidebar will have this style which will be, so this is what will happen, display will be in block, yeah, like that. So that means that here on a maximum width of 768 in the sidebar will not display here, but also said in a minimum width of 768 we want the sidebar also to, it's going to be displayed, like it's going to be displayed on it, it's going to be shown or displayed in terms of block, being a block. Yeah, so yeah, like that. So from that point I think we are through with the main parts, but what I want us to do is I want us now to add the all the necessary files in our project. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. First of all, we're going to come to these pages. here. Now in these pages, we're first of all going to go to the, okay, we forgot even to add the part of the admin. Okay, because admin are going to have, let's add here part of the admin. Yeah, like that. So admin, now this admin is going to have some files, and some of these files are going to be like this, but we're going to be maybe adding or removing some as we progress with this tutorial. So the first thing is we're going to have is the admin dashboard, the admin dashboard.jsx. Okay, so another one is the admin navbar.jsx, the admin navbar.jsx, and then we will have the admin sidebar, the admin sidebar.jsx. And then we're going to have, that is the loan management.jsx, the loan management.jsx. And then we have the platform settings.jsx. Then that will be the report.jsx, and then lastly have the support, that will be the support management.jsx. That, okay, not JS, supposed to be JSX because it's not pure JavaScript, but it's React. So let's see, JSX like that. Also, okay, also I think we can add the part of the user management, because remember, like an admin should be able to see all the users. So to be user management .jsx, like that. So let me just explain to you in, okay, see this, the admin dashboard will contain the dashboard of the admin, the navbar will contain the navigation bar of the admin, the sidebar will contain the sidebars of the admin, the loan management is where the admin will be able to reject or approve a loan, the platform setting is where the admin will be able to set the specific maybe interest rate, etc., etc. The report is whereby the admin will be able to see the particular reports, the amount of loans that have been lent out, the ones that are due, and etc. Then support management is whereby if the borrower or the lender has an issue, they'll be able to raise their question to the admin. Then part of the user management is where an admin can approve or maybe deactivate or activate a user, etc. Now let's move now to the next part, which is going to be the borrower section, or the borrower part. Now this borrower part is going to contain also some files here. So here let's start with this file, which is going to be, first of all, is the borrower sidebar, .jsx. Also, after having included the borrower sidebar.jsx, we are going to include now the borrower user profile. That would be the borrower user profile, yeah, .jsx, like that. And then after having included the borrower user profile, we're going now to include the dashboard. You can just name it as dashboard or the borrower dashboard. Okay, so let me just name it as dashboard.jsx. Dashboard, yeah, like that. And then we're going to have the loan list, .jsx. Also we're going to have the part of the loan request form, the loan request form .jsx. and then part of the notification .jsx, and then you have the part of the payment page. So let me tell you, in the part of payment page, and we can add that part of payment page when the borrower wants to repay, but let's not add it right now. You can add it so that when borrower wants to repay, like he or she can move to that page. Okay, so instead of adding that payment page, let's just add this part, which is going to be repayment management. Let's name it as repayment management. Repayment management, like that. Also, I'm going to add now here, let's say I wanted us to include also a part of a guest mode, whereby if you are a guest, you can just come into the system, then you can even register inside the system. If maybe you're a guest, this button is supposed to show on your side. Okay, so I'm going to also include the register user.jsx, like that. And then after we include the register user.jsx, we're going to include now the part of the support, so that they can be able to ask any particular support when they have an issue. So we name it support request .jsx. And then lastly, here we can also add the part of the user management. But personally, like, I wanted to add this part of user management, but I don't know, I don't think the borrower should be able to see the users. Yeah, I don't think, but you can just add it, but maybe we'll remove it later. But user management .jsx, because I didn't want like borrower to be able to see like the users. I wanted to leave that only for the admin. Now let's move now to the landing page. This landing page is the one that is going to contain our it's going to be like, like our homepage and everything, something like that. So we're going now to include now the about section. We're going to include the about section .jsx. This about section, we're also going, after the about section, we're also going to include now the features section. The features section .jsx, features section .jsx, and then we're going to include the footer.jsx, and then we're going to also include now the hero, that will be the hero section .jsx. That then lastly, you can include the part of the home.jsx. Part of the home is the part where it's going to combine like all these components into one. Also, you can include the navbar.jsx, like that. Okay, so that's it for the landing page. Now let's move to the lender. Then from there we'll just start immediately with the landing page. So let's move to the lender here. Now in this part of the lender, I want us to include almost the same thing that we have been doing. First of all is the dashboard.jsx. Also here in the dashboard, also here we're going also to include now the investment. That will be the investment, or let's say investing loan, not investment loan, investing loan. I think that sounds better. Investing loan.jsx, like that. And then let's also include the part of the lender notifications. So that will be lender notifications, lender notification.jsx, like that. Yeah, lender notifications.jsx. Also, you have the part of the lender profile, so that will be lender profile.jsx. Also, you're going to have the lender sidebar, so that will be the lender sidebar.jsx. then let's add also the part of the loan list.jsx. And then we have the repayment management .jsx. So into the repayment management.jsx is where they'll be able to see like all those payments that the particular borrower did. Also you'll have the support.jsx. Yeah, like that. Now we are through with that part. Okay, so as to make our work simple, what I want us to do is, before we can start, like, let's do this, because remember, when we make any changes here on our codes, like, we are going to, first of all, we're going to be required to come to this app.jsx. Let me show you. You're going to be required to come to this app.jsx and to make sure that you are importing them appropriately. Okay, so here what we can do, let me show you here, is okay, yeah, I can do this. You can just remove the whole of this here, because I don't think we'll need this, so we can just come and then can remove this. And also, well, let's just do this. Just do Control All, and then you can just delete the whole of it. You can remove the whole of it, and then do RAFCE like that. Yeah, so yeah, also still, because you're going to, okay, so usually like required when you're making any changes in those other codes, you're going to be required to import them here. So what you're going to do is you're going to do RAFCE and include all those skeleton codes in all our files that you have made, and then we're going to make sure that you have imported them in our app.jsx. Okay, and then after we are going to, after being sure that you have imported them in our app.jsx, what you're going to do is we're now going to move from one file to another and make now the necessary changes that we need to make them. Okay, so what I want us now just to do is make sure that everything is working perfectly and they are being imported correctly. Okay, now let's do now those specific things. So that will be RAFCE. Let's just do in all of them RAFCE. Okay, yeah. If you can't, like, if you do this and then it's not appearing on your screen, what you can do is you can come to this part of extensions here on the VS Code, and then you can install that extension. I think it's called ES6 something, ES6 and then React, something like that. Yeah, you can just write it ES6 and then React. I think that extension will appear, then you can install it in your application, yeah, in your VS Code. So let's just do it first. Let's be quick. Okay, so lastly, let's move to this. So we are through with that admin. Let's also do the same for this borrower part. Okay. Then this part of notification. Okay, let's be through first of all with this support and then the user management. Okay. Okay, this is the last in the border. That. Okay, so let's also do it for the landing page also. Yeah, also here in the landing page. Okay. But if you know like this part, you can also skip. Yeah, you can skip it. Like it's not a must for you to do all this, but I just want to. I usually like to do this so that I can be able to be sure that my codes are being imported. Okay. Yeah, I like to do this so that I can just be sure like, hey, my codes are being imported perfectly. So that I can just be through first of all with the part of the App.jsx and concentrate only on the things that matter. Because I don't want like to be moving you guys from one part to another. Like that's going to it's going to make some of you to be confused, and that's not something that I want. Yeah. So let's finish with this last one, which is part of the lenders. Then notification. Okay, so let's finally be through with this part of the support. Yeah, let me show you. Yeah. Okay, like that. Now, after being through that, now let's move to the App.jsx. I know there's nothing you've done. Those are just skeleton codes. Now here in the App.jsx, now we're going to try to import all of them. And then from there now, we'll not start concentrating on the important parts. Okay, the most important parts of making out the application. So here, okay, in current React, like it's not a must for you to include this import React. You can just remove it, or even you can leave it if you want. But also want us to import also here. Going to also to import also use state. That will be the use state, which is also going to be coming from React also. Also, what I want us to do here is also going to import some of the things here and all some of the components which are going to be coming from the React router DOM. Okay, so what you can do is this. So they're going to be coming from that will be the React router DOM, like that. So what are the things that you're going to be importing? So the first thing that you're going to be importing is will be the browser router, the browser router, this here, and then this browser router, like we're going to import them as this. Let me show you. We're going to import this browser router as first of all router. We're going to put it as router, and then as route, and also as routes, and then also you have the use location, like that. Use location. So what you're doing is we're importing this browser router as router, like that. Okay, so we're just going to, instead of saying browser router, we'll just be saying router. Also, another thing that you're importing is the routes. Another thing is the routes, and the last part is the user location. Not user location, use location. Okay. Also here, we're going to first of all start by importing now all of those files that you have created on our front-end file. So the first one is going to be, first of all, import the home. Import home. Home is coming from, that will be /pages. Okay. From that will be /pages / and then you'll have, that will be the landing page. Then it's going to be, that will be the / that will be the home. But remember, in the front end, since you're using React, like, it's not a must for you to include the .jsx. No, it's not a must. You can just leave it as home, and yeah, you're not going to be penalized or nothing will happen. Okay, yeah, yes, you can just leave it like that. Also, still we're going also to import that is the part of the register, and register is coming from, okay, let me show you here in the part of the auth. We have forgotten to include this, so let's include the register, the JSX, where people are going to be registering. Also, let's also include the login, or we can just call it the sign in, where individuals are going to be signing in, and give it a .jsx. Now, so here what you can do is you can just do even still the RAFCE, still no problem. Also, you can come to, so that is the RAFCE. Right. So you can come to this part of the register and do the same. Yeah, like that. So from this point, after having included the register and the sign in, so where are we? We're in this App.jsx. Yeah. So the part of the auth here. So this one is for the landing page. This one is for the landing page. Also, now let's include import for the part of the auth authentication. So we're going to first of all import register. So register is coming from /pages / that will be auth pages, and then not pages really, because not really pages /auth. Yeah, /auth register, like that. Also, what you're going to do, also let's import login or sign in. So you're going to import, that will be the sign in. So sign in is going to come from ./auth /sign in, like that. Yeah. Now, so what you have done is you have included the path for. Okay, we have imported the part of the register and the sign in. Now let's move to the part of the admin, based on the admin's files. Here they are. So let's do this. So we're going to do this. Let's see. Also, this is the part of the admin. Now in this admin we're going to import that will be the admin dashboard coming from that path. Okay. Also, we're going to import, we can say the admin navbar, that will be the admin navbar coming from that path. Also, let's import, that will be the loan management. That will be the this loan management from that path. Also let's import, that will be the platform settings. And then we're going to import now the report. Import the report from that path. Then also we're going to try to import the support management. So that will be import support management. And then we're going to have the import the user management. User management from that part. Okay, now that we are through with the part of the admin, let's move to the part of the borrower. Okay, so let me show you here. Now in this part of the borrower, we're going to first of all start with import that will be the borrower dashboard. You can import the borrower dashboard, but I think in the part of the borrower dashboard I just named it as dashboard. So here you can import dashboard. You can import the dashboard. The first one, because the first one is the one for the borrower, and then another one, the next one is the part of the loan management. So we can just do an import of the, okay, here the initial, let's do this. Let's not import this navbar here. I don't think we'll need it. Let's not import this navbar here. Don't think we'll need it here, because we're going to import that specific navbar in the particular dashboard. So but we won't need it here. I can just comment it. So where were we? So we were here. Okay, so this laptop, 1 minute for it to stop freezing. Okay, everything is okay. So like that. So where are we? So we are here importing dashboard. Also, let's import the loan management. The loan management. Yeah. So the okay. Let's look at this part. The borrower user. Okay. Loan requests. Repayment management. Okay, no, loan management was for the admin, not the borrower. So let's remove this. Sorry. Okay, so the next thing we're going to import, that will be the user profile. We're going to import the user profile, and the user profile. We have the user profile here. Borrower user profile. Borrower user, yeah, so it's going to be the borrower user profile. So it'll be the import the borrower user profile. This one. Also, we're going to be importing, after the borrower user profile, we're going to import now the loan list. Okay, so that will be the loan lists. Yeah, that. Then here we're going to be importing now the loan request form. I don't know if you can see it on that sidebar. The borrower loan request form. The loan request form. Yeah, that. And then another one will be the importing of the, after the loan request form, you have the part of the notification. Yeah, so import that to be notification. First one for the borrower. Then here also I'm going to be importing, that will be the register user for the guests. That will be register user. That. Also, what I want us to do is we're going to be importing, for the register user, you're going to have the repayment management. The repayment management. Okay. And then here we're going to do an import of the, after the repayment management, we have the part of the support requests. Support requests. Also, we have the part of importing the borrower. After support request, you have the part of importing the borrower user, borrower user management. Let's say here. So since it's only user management, let's just name it as the user management. User management. User management. Yeah, this first one. Also, you have the part of importing. So after being through with the user management, yeah, so I think we are through with that. Now let's move to the next part, which is the part of the lender. Okay. Now, in this lender, we're going to start over by, first of all, obviously, let's look at it so that you can know what you are doing. So we're going to start like this. We're going to start first of all by importing the dashboard. So dashboard is going to be coming from this second one, which is the lender part. Also, we have importing of the, that will be investing loan. Yeah, importing of the investing loan, like that. Also, we have the part of importing, that will be the lender notification. Yeah, lender notification. Lender notification. and then we have the importing of the after. Okay, so here there's an issue here. Okay, I'll tell you why, but we're going to fix that later. So here we're going to, after the lender notification, we're going to now import the part of the lender profile. Okay, that will be the lender profile. After being through with the lender profile, also we'll need to import, that will be the lender loan list. The lender, okay, so we don't have the lender loan list, but just the loan list. I need to name them as lender loan lists. Okay. As the loan list. Also here it's going to give us a problem. I'll tell you why, but let's continue here. So let's now import also the part of the repayment. Import repayment. This one for the lender. So this one will give us an issue, but don't worry. And then lastly, you have the part of the support. So we're going to import, that will be support. This one for this one for the lender. Okay, so here I was telling you, like, here we're going to get an issue because I don't know if you can see. So we have first of all this dashboard, and we have this other dashboard here. Okay, that dashboard, and this other dashboard here. Okay, also you have this part of repayment, and also you have this part of repayment. Okay, yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to be required to change the name. You can change this to be lender dashboard, and then you can change this maybe to be lender loan list, and this maybe to be the repayment management, the lender repayment management. So in terms of doing this, we can do this. You can just change this to here. Let's start with this. You can just add that lender, that, and what you can do is let's just copy it. Control copy. Then you can move to the repayment management here. Then you can add it there. Add it there. Then yeah, that. Also you can come to the next one over there. Yeah, the dashboard here. So you can add it like that. Also here. And then next one is the loan. Yeah, this loan list. And then finally like that. But don't worry, like when we're through, we're going to have done maybe some tweaking here and there, and yeah, we'll have fewer files when you're through. So yeah, so that was App.jsx, this one. So after having done that, let's also add this in the loan list, then finally in the dashboard like that. So you can see like everything right now is fixed. Okay, everything has been solved. Okay, so we don't have any problem now. Also, let's divide this. So what we're going to do is this can just remain, just remain like that, and here we're going to come to this part. So what you're going to do is you're going to add now here, we're going to remove this, and we're going to add now the router. So we're going to add the router. Going to add the router. After having added the router, you're going to now add the div, those specific divs. Okay, so what you're going to do is this div sorry, this div, you can give it a class name. You can give it a class name. The class name is going to be, let's give it a flex. Give it the class name flex, like that. So after having given it the class name flex, also you can add here another div. that is like that. Now also you can give this class name. You can give this class name to this div to have a class name, and give it to have a class name of, let's say, maybe something like flex 1. Then padding we can just give it to be 0 as for now. Also, after having done that, now we can now put the specific routes. That will be the routes. That in this inside like these routes we're going to not contain those. We're going to have like those specific paths. So now in these routes you're going to have inside them the route. Okay, so let's make now the route. That will be the route, and yeah. But remember, like, these routes are going to be self-closing. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change it like this, because they are self-closing like that. Okay, so from this point what you're going to do is can move now to this route, and then the first part we are going to give it a path, and this path is going to have the slash. That will be just its path, and that path is going to be, that will be the localhost 5173 for React. Yeah, for React. Then we're going to put here now an element. This element is going to have that specific component, which is the home. So we're going to put that home inside here. We're going to have that home inside here like that. Okay, so I don't know why this one is this, but yeah, like that. Yeah, so like that. So also what you can do is you can just take this and then you can copy it a couple of times here, and control copy it. So after having done that, we can now come this point. We can copy now this part of the register. Then you can paste it like this. Okay. Now in this register, we can give it the path to be a register. Register like that. And now this also, you have the sign in. So that. So here will be the sign in. Sign in like that. Yep. So also now here, let's now describe here some of the components that will be for the borrower. Okay, so it seems like, okay, for the borrower here, we can now describe all of them. So the first one is going to have, let's say, since the first one is this, the dashboard, you can just copy this and just paste it like this. Yeah, like that. So also you can give the path, you can say to be something like borrower, then slash dashboard. borrower and then slash dashboard, like that. Now from this point, what you can do is let me show you. You can copy it, that, and to copy. We're going to paste it a couple of times. Just leave it to there. From that point, let's move to the next one. So that was the loan. This one is the loan management. Oh, sorry, there is an issue. We are at the part of the borrower, not admin. Okay, yeah, so this one is just supposed to be the dashboard. Sorry, like there's an issue here. Yeah, so yeah, so this was just supposed to be the dashboard. Yeah, so not admin dashboard. It's supposed to be just the dashboard like this. Yeah, like that. Also, we have the next part, which is this, the part of the profile. You just copy, and then let's just paste all of them. Then you have this loan list. Then you have this part of the form, the loan request form. I just copy all of them for the part of the borrower. And then we have the register user. Okay. That's so. Let's copy this action here. Okay, so the last one is this part of the user management, which I don't think should be there, but let's just include it, because also the borrower should be able to see those people, the people who are in the system, but not all of them, only the lenders, so that you can know like who has loaned him or her the particular amount. Okay, now let's change those paths. So the first one was the dashboard. Now this second one, you can just name it as profile, because it's dealing with the profile. You just come here and then change it to profile. Yeah, that would be profile. Then from this point, let's see. Now, from profile, we have now the loan lists. That. And then from the loan lists, now we have the part of the loan request form, loan requests, the loan requests form. Also, that one is for notifications, so you can just name it as notifications. Notifications like that. And then this one is for the register user. We just name it as register. Yeah, register user. Then this one we have for the repayment. And then we have part of the support, so this will just be support requests. Yeah, so lastly we have the user management. User management like that. Yep. Yeah. So from there, let's see here. Okay. So from here, I was supposed also to add. Here the part of the lender. Yeah, I was supposed to also add here the part of the lender, so that the lender. So that also the lender can, know like which are the components for the lender. So like that. From this point, let's just copy this. Let's copy this. Paste it a couple of times. Or okay, instead of doing that, I just paste it once, and then from there, having pasted it once, let's change this to be the lender dashboard. Like that, and then so here, the path here will be, let's say, the lender slash dashboard, lender/dashboard, like that. Also, what you can do is you can just copy now this, and now let's paste it a couple of times. I think that's okay. Now the next one, after having being the lender dashboard, now is the investing loan. That, and then we have the part of the lender notifications. Let's finish it with the loan lists. so let's finish this first of all with the repayment and the support. So lastly will be this part of the support. So yeah, like that. So from this point now, let's change the specific path, the specific path. So this one was for the investing, so just remove this and can name it to be investing, maybe loan, investing loan, like that. Also, after having included that investing loan, just include it let's just make it investing, not investings. Like investings doesn't sound good, just investing loan, like that. After having included that investing loan, you're going now to include notifications. Notifications, because this one is for the notification. Let me show you. You can see the notification there. Also, after having included the notification, I'm going to include now the profile. This is the profile. Then from the profile, now this is the loan list. So this will just be the loan list. Then from the loan list, we have this one is for the repayment, so it's going to be just repayment. Then lastly, we have the part of the support, like that. Now what you can do also, remember, like with this part of the lender and the borrower, like everything is, you have like you've imported and then you've added them in the specific path. Also you can see like how the colors are when you compare to this part of the admin. Okay, now what you can do here, I want us to come here above. I want us to include now the part of the admin here, and the admin to be here, so I just add here the admin. Then let's comment it so as to not confuse it with other ones. So yeah, so you can copy this. Okay, and then you can just paste it once. After having pasted it, let's now try to do this. So let's see. That so from this point also, you can include the path to be something like, let's say, admin then slash, that's just be the dashboard, admin then slash the dashboard. Now from this point, I want us to do this. I want us to push this like this to create space, and let's copy this. Copy it, and then I'm going to paste it a couple of times. I think once, then you have that. Okay, so that. Think like that. So okay, that. So from this point also, we have, so we have added that is the admin dashboard. Now let's move to this loan management. I know we're moving very slowly, but I want like this, like I've prepared this like thinking also about the beginner. So yeah, But if I'm moving very slowly, then you can try to exped the, there's a way you can exped how I'm talking in the YouTube settings part. Yeah, you can just try to exped it, and yeah, so yeah, so report here, so let's include it. And then lastly is the user management. Yeah, like that. So let's remove this one here. This one. Yeah, so from there, let's now change those specific path. So this one second is for the loan management, so this one is going to be just loan management like that. Also this one is the platform settings, so let's change it to the platform setting. I just add it as the platform, and then add that specific settings, platform settings. Then after the platform settings, also you can add that is the reports, yeah, report like that. So you have this one is the support management, so let's add it. That would be support management, and then after that support management, lastly is for the user management. So what you can say is user management like that. So I think everything is through, and so I think everything is, I think we are through with everything. Yeah, let's check it out. Oh, so there's an issue here. So this one, let's look at this. So in the admin, there is a management here. Okay, I don't know why it has not like it's not reading properly. So that would be the App.jsx. Yeah, this is a management here. I don't know. Let's copy it and let's see. User management. Oh yeah, like I remember something. Let's do this. let's do this. Let's rename this from this user management and rename it to let's rename it to let's see, to admin user management, like that. Now here in the admin user management, you can just clear that and do RFCE. Like that. So let's move to that will be the App.jsx. Now here, instead of now importing the user management, you're going to import that will be the admin user management. That will be the admin user management, and then this admin user management, you're going to copy it right now. Then with that part, this it is going to do this. Admin user management. So yeah, you can see everything now works. Okay, if you look like on all of them, everything seems to work. Okay, so I can just save all of it because there are so many that here it changes. So let's look at here. Also, let's see. That was the App.jsx. Now, if you come to the App.jsx, and let's first of all look to let's look at our localhost. So that will be the localhost 5.1.7.3. So let's go. We're not supposed to be seeing anything because even if you come to, let me show you here. If you come to this place, you're going to realize that you can see like there's nothing that we are passing here. So, yeah, so we are through with that. So now let us now move to the most important part. Now we're going to start with the landing page. Okay, so let's start first of all with the landing page. So we're going to first start with this navbar of the landing page. Okay, continue with this navbar. So what you're going to do is, okay, before that, like I told you, I don't know if you can remember, I told you that this home file is the one that's going to have all of these files. We are going to import them into this home file. Okay, I don't know if you can remember that. Okay, but here so that we may not like start importing them one by one, what we can do is let's just import all of them in this home. So what you can do is, first of all, you're going to import that is the hero section. So you're going to do that is import the hero. Oh, and before that, let me show you something that I did here. Here in the vit.config, yeah, like you need to make sure here in the vit.config, like your code is like this, because previously my code was like this. Okay, here in the vit.config, okay, just make sure that your code is like this. Yeah, just make sure like it's like the way like I've done it here, so that the CSS can be able to see the CSS. Okay, very important that. Okay, so let's move to where are we now. We were in this home. Now in this home, what we did was that now we were importing the hero section. So the hero section is coming from, that will be / hero section. Also, we're going to import, that will be going to be importing the features section. So that will be import the features section.
the features section. The features section is coming from / that will be features section, like that. Also we have the about section, so we have the part of import, that will be the about section, and the about section is coming from / that will be about section, like that. Also we have the part of import the footer, which is coming from / footer. And then we have the part of, which is the last part, import of the navbar, and the navbar is coming from / that will be navbar, like that. Yeah. So from this point also, like when we are going to now include them into this div. So but this div we are going to give it a class name. So the particular class name will be, let's give it just a font, the font to be sans, like that. Then here below we're going now to include now the navbar, like that. And also we're going to include below it, we're going to include now the hero section, and then we're going to include also the features section, and also that will be also the about section. And then lastly we're going to include the footer, yeah, like that. Yeah, the footer, like that. Yeah, so from that point now let's move to our navbar, so that you can add those necessary things in the navbar. Now here in the navbar, this navbar is the one that's going to contain all the navigations, but I told you, I don't know if you can remember, I told you that this part of importing React is not a must, but you can remove it if you want, but you can also leave it like that. So okay, so we're going to import first of all link. We're going to import link, and link is going to be coming from the React router DOM, like that. Also here inside this div we're going now to add some, we're going now first of all to change this from div, and we're going to change it to nav, because like it's going to be like a navigation, so I think that will be just appropriate. So change it to nav, like that. Now this nav we're going to give it a class name. Can give it a class name. The class name is going to be, can give it a class name. So first of all you're going to do a background color is going to be blue, and then 600. Also you're going to say that the text inside is going to be, that's going to be white. Also the padding x is going to be, that is 8. Then padding y is going to be, that will be 6. Then we give it a shadow, so we're going to say shadow md. Shadow is going to be in medium, and then we're going to give it a fixed, so it's going to be fixed. And also we're going to give it the width, it's going to be full, and then that is going to be, that is 10, like that. Now below the nav we are going to also include now here another div. Now this div is also going to have particular styles on it. So this div is going to have first of all a class name. I'm going to give it a class name. Now the particular class name, the particular styles that we're going to give it, first of all we're going to give it a flex. So flex is going to be, we're going to give it a flex, and then we're going to give it a justify between, and also we're going to give it an item to be center, so it's going to be center in that div. Also items is going to be center, and also we're going to say the max width is going to be The maximum width we can give it to be, let's say, 6 XL, and also you're going to give it a maximum to be auto, the MX to be auto, and then here below this div you're going to also give it now another div. So this div is going to contain the part of the logo. Okay, it's going to contain our logo, a particular logo. So it's going to be like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah, and also we're going to include now there a link. Now this link, you're going to say this, we're going to put it to, and then the path will just be like that. Path will just be like that. So we're going to give it a class name. So the particular class name here is going to be, let's see here, that, and then particular class name of this link, we're going to give it a hover. First of all, you're going to give it a hover, and then the text is going to be gray. The text will be gray, then 300, like that. Now below here, what you're going to do is you're going now to add an img tag. So remember, an img tag is a self-closing tag. So this img tag is going to point to, so its source is going to be slash src slash assets slash logo dot png, like that. Also you're going to give it an alt tag. So this alt is going to is going to just be the word logo, in case if the logo fails to show up, to just be that name, logo. Also we're going to give it a class name. So the particular class name that we're going to give is going to have, the width is going to be 24, and the height is going to be 20, like that. Now below this div, also we're going to now include another div, like that. Now this another div is going to have a class name. So this particular class name is going to have now the first div that okay, let me show you here so that you can try to understand it. So this div is going to contain now the logo. Okay, now this other div that you're making is now going to contain those navigation, like the home page, the services, the about, etc. Okay, yeah, I want you to understand that. So this one is the class name we're going to give it going to have a space x, and then 6, and then here below also we are going to include a link. So the particular link, this particular link first of all is going to have a, let me show you here, going to have a 2, it will be just like just that slash, and then I'm going to have a class name. So the particular class name here is going to be, let's wait. So the particular class name here in the link is going to still remain as, that will be the hover, and then it will just be text, and then that will be gray 300, like that. Now here we can give it the first navigation, which is going to be the home part. Okay, the home part. So what you can do is you can come here, then you can copy this link, you can control C, control copy, then you can paste it a couple of times, like that. So let me show you here. So we have this part which is the home. also you have another part here, which is going to be, first of all, the home is like that, and then this is the part of the services, so you change here the path to be services. Okay, let's see. Or for now what you can do is you can just can just change it to services, or you can just leave it as that, and you can just put it as services here. So that will be services. Then also here, this one is going to be containing the about. Just leave it like that, and here it's going to be the about. So that will be the about, like that. Yeah. So from this point, let's move to this another section here. So this one is going to contain the contact. So it's going to be contact. Is that automatically contact? Yeah, like that. Yeah. From that point also, yeah, can be like that. From this point, we can just save it, and can do Control S and just save the whole of it. Then now let's look at our okay, this is what we are getting. So let's look at it, and then let's try to see what the problem is. Okay. Let's look at this part, which is the, let's look at this Navbar, so that you can see if maybe you have made any errors here. Oh yeah, there's an error here. It's not supposed to be, yeah, that, I think that is the error, but let's save it and see if everything's okay. Okay. Yeah, everything's okay. You can see like the error that was had made was that here it says instead of just putting the dash, I had put like an equal sign. Okay, yeah, that was the error that I had. You can see like everything now is okay. Yeah, this is how it looks. Okay, but I don't like this logo. I don't know why, but let's change this logo. I don't like this logo. What we can do is let's bring another logo here. Okay, let's do this. If you can see, like I've changed the logo. It's not that great, but maybe I'll change it at the end, but let's just use it for now. So let me show you the assets that I've brought into the system. So these assets, so in these assets here, first of all you have the about us .jpx jpg, sorry. Also you have the auth.png, and also you have this group saving.png. .png. Also we have the hero image.png, and then we have the investing.jpg, then the logo copy.png, but I don't think we'll need this. You can just delete this. Then we have the logo, and then you have these this one. Have this previous logo. You can just delete it because I won't need it. Then we have now this part of saving.png. Yeah, so those are all the assets that you're going to need in this project as currently. But yeah, so that's how it is. So where are we? So we were at this yes, I think we are through with the navigation. Yeah, we are through with the navigation. So what we can just do is now let's create now the hero section here. Let's create now the hero section. What you can do is you can press Ctrl and then press W to close all the tabs that are open, like that. Like that. Press Ctrl and then W, so as to close all the tabs that have been opened. So from this point, the next section, which you're going to look at, is the hero section. So the hero section is going to contain, like, not necessarily the important part, but the main thing of what our website is about. Okay, so let's now move to the hero section. Okay, so where is it? Yeah, here it is. Now here in the hero section, the first thing that you're going to do is, like, remember, like I told you, you can either remove this part of the React or not if you want, but let's just dive in. Okay, 1 minute. This, yeah. So let's first of all import that will be, I'm going to be importing link, and yeah, link. So link is coming from that is React router DOM, that, yeah, like that. So at this part of the hero section, first thing you're going to do is let's remove this. We're going to remove now the div, and we're going to include a more customized div, which is going to be called as section. So we're going to include now section. This section like that. This section we're going to give it some particular class name. So let me show you here. So it's going to have a class name, and the particular class name that's going to have is, first of all, it's going to have a background. So they're still almost the same. So it's going to have a background color. Okay, let's come to the navigation and let's copy the whole of this style. This one here. You can copy the whole of it. That. And you can come to the hero section. Then you can just paste that style there, like that. So what's happening here is it's going to have a background color is going to be blue, then the text is going to be white. And then the difference is that what I want from here, don't think here from this point, I don't think it's going to be useful to me, so you can just remove this up to there, because width I want it to be full. I want the width to be full. You can just leave that width to be full, like that. So another thing that you're going to need after having included the width to be full, you're going to say the height is going to be screen, like that, screen like that. Also we're going now to add a flex. So the flex is going to be flex, and also we're going to also add a flex which is to the column, flex the column, and then the MD, that means in medium devices this style is supposed to appear on them, so it's going to have a flex, going to be row, that is on the medium devices. So let's arrange that perfectly. Going to be row. Also going to give it a justify, that will be justify to be center. Justify is going to be center like that, and then the items, the item will be center like that. So going to give it the PT is going to, the PT is going to be 20. Also the MD or the medium is going to be, so we're going to give it the PT 0 like that. So from that point, I think that's we are through that point. Also now we're going now to include another div inside this, because like I don't know if you can remember, the hero section has two parts here, the left part and the right part. Okay, now what we are going to make here is the left part. Okay, let me show you how. Okay, I'm going to show you practically. So before that, let's so add here a div like that. Now, this div we're going to give it a class name. This div is going to have a class name, and then this div is going to have this class name. So the particular class name or the particular styles is going to first of all have a flex, then the flex is going to be also on column. Also we are going to have a justify, we're going to have a justify to be center, and then the items going to be set. Items going to be set. Also we're going to have a space which is y and also 4 like that, and then the px going to be, the px is going to be 4 like that. And in medium devices, what you want is for each to have, that is width with 1, width is going to be, that is half, not 1, is going to be a half like that. Yeah, that means because that means on the width is going to cover like a half of the width, or a half of that, the whole width, something like that. Okay, also here below, now we're going to now add the particular height, so that will be height 1. Now this height that we're going to add, we're going to have this, you can add something like, let's say, invest and save for brighter future. Invest and maybe save for brighter future. You can just even include lorem ipsum text if you want. Okay, invest and save for brighter future like that. Okay, now what you're going to do is also going to apply some styles on this this height. Now the particular styles that you're going to apply on this height is, first of all, we're going to apply these styles. So the first thing we're going to apply which is text form. Okay, it's supposed to be in small letter, not will be text or L like that, and then MD, medium devices, that will be text, and then 6 Excel like that. Also you're going to have the font is going to be bold. Yeah, font is going to be bold like that. Yeah, so also we're going to now include here that is the paragraph. So this paragraph obviously is going to have this style. It's going to be text like that, and then the MD is the text to Excel. Yeah, that. And then now the particular paragraph that is going to be in there, you can just include a paragraph, but let's just say something like this, maybe secure your future personalized investment and savings plans. Yep. Secure future with personalized investments and savings plan, something like that. So so yeah, we're through at that point. Let's just try and save and see if maybe we're going to get any error. So in case of any error, we try to solve it. Yeah, everything looks okay. Okay, so let's return to it. Okay, from this point also, now below this paragraph, we're going now to add another div. Now this div going to add now this another div. This div is going to first of all have a class name. Going to have a class name. So the particular class name of this div is going to be, let's say this that is the size is going to be space, is going to be x4, and then that is x4, and then empty is going to be 4, like that. Also, I'm going to now add a link here. I'm going to add a link here. So this link is going to contain a button. Okay, so this link is going to contain a button, and the button inside it is going to have the text or the name, which is get started. Going to have the text of the name get started, like that. The class name is get started, and now this link is going to direct, that is to, and then it's going to have, when you press that get started, you're going to be directed to the path register, like that. Okay, and this button are going to be inside this on the left side, and what you're going to do is yeah, it's going to have that path register. Okay, but before doing that, let's include it, let's put it like inside a button. Okay, let's put this text inside a button. So let's include here a button. Let's include a button here. Now this button is going now to contain this particular text here. Let's let me push it like that. Like that. So and now this button is going to have the class name. So the class name, so we're going to first of all say the BG. The background is going to be green. Also the background is going to be, the background is going to be green, and also it's going to be green, and then that will be 500. Also we're going to give it a hover. So the hover BG is going to be green, then the 600. Also we're going to give it a text. So the text is going to be white. So the text is going to be white, and we're going to give it a px. So so the px padding x here is going to be, let's say 6, and we're going to give it also a padding y. The padding y is going to be, that is 3, and we're going to give it some rounded corners. So we're going to say rounded, that will be the LG, and then lastly we're going to give it a text to be still LG. still LG like that. Also, another thing you can add, but this is not important, we can add a transition. You can add a transition. And lastly, having added the transition, you can also add the particular duration. Duration, you can just add it maybe to be 300. That. Okay. So from that point, you can add now another button. This another button is going to contain now the sign in button. So what you can do is you can just copy this button. You can copy this button and paste it, but instead of just copying that button and pasting it, let's instead copy the whole of this link like this. Okay, so the text inside, we're going to change it from get started, and we're going to change it to sign in. So we're going to change it to sign in like that. Yeah, sign in. And the path is going to be we're going to change it from that register. That's going to be sign in like that. Yeah. So here the class name will be, let's say, you can give it the same class name, but what I want us to do is, like, let's make some differentiation on it. Okay, so what you can do is you can just remove the whole of it. Let's just remove the whole of it, and yeah. Let's remove up to this point. Okay, here there's an issue that I did. Okay, like that. So let's remove it from this point here, starting with the background. So the background is going to be, first of all, it's going to be transparent, like that, transparent, and we're going to give it a border. So want it to have a border. So the particular border is going to be 2. Then I'm going to give it now that is a border. Now that border want it to have a particular color, so I'm going to say border white like that. Also I'm going to try to give it a hovering effect, so I'm going to say here hover, and then the BG, that's the background, that will be white. Hover, that will be BG, will be white. And also you can give it another hover, so that will be hover. Now we're going to give that the text will be blue. Text will be blue, and 600 there, like that. Also, what you want to do is you want the text to also remain white. Want to continue giving, want the padding X to be 6, the padding Y to remain being 3. Want it also to just remain rounded like that. And let's see here the text to, okay, so but this one we won't need it. The part of the duration I don't think very important to us right now. This part of the duration I don't think is very important, but yeah, let's just leave the whole of it the way it is. And let's now see how it is. Okay. Yeah, this is how it looks. Doesn't look that great. Okay, but let's continue. Now after having done that, what you can do is you can now do this. Let me show you. We are going now to add an image on the right side. So let me just put here, let me show you here. Now this part, this was the left content, the left contents, and now this left contents, what you can do is you can just do that, and yeah, like that. Also, what you can do is you can just come to you can come below, that will be below this second div here. Below the second div here, and this is going to contain the right contents, going to contain the right contents, or the contents in the right, that. So from this point, okay, not like that, so from this point we're now going to add now a particular image here. So we can add now a particular div. We can add this div. Now this div, still give it a class name. So that will be, the class name is going to be, so first of all it's going to have the empty is going to be 8, and then and the MD is going to have that will be empty 0, and then the MD is going to be, that will be the W is a wing, which is a half of it, like that. Also, if you go into it, so we're going to have an IMG like that, yeah, so an IMG like that, and this IMG is going to have a source. So this particular source, so the particular image that you're going to use is coming from src/assets/ the hero image .png, hero image.png, and then we're going to give it an alt. So the alt will be, okay, so the alt is going to be, let's say you can say just something like hero image. In case it fails, also give it a class name. So class name, so the class name will have this styles. So to have a full width is going to be full, and the maximum width, that will be LG. Then we're going to have rounded LG, and then lastly we're going to have a shadow. So we're going to have a shadow LG like that. Yep, like that. So I think from there I can just try to save and see if everything is going to turn out okay. Yep. Okay, we're having here an issue because okay, so let's look at this and try to solve this part. Okay, let's try to add maybe padding on top. Let's add something like I don't know, let me try to add 40 and see how it will behave. Okay, let's look at the Navbar. The Navbar, here it is. Yeah, I think this yeah, it looks beautiful like this. So you can add something, let's show you here. Let's get rid of that. Let's move to the hero section here. Okay, so okay, like I don't want to waste your time. There's an issue here. I think is with the we can just maybe add some margin on top or some padding, so that on this let's do this. Let's add it on this image, so the image can move a little bit down. So let's come to this image. Okay, yeah, let's move it a little bit down. So yeah. Let's give it maybe 9. Nope, 9 is not right. Let's give it some, I think 12 to be okay. So let's see. Still 12 is not right. Okay. Let's give it 18. This one must be okay. Must be right. The right one. Okay, 18 is not right. So let's move with the 15. Okay, 15 is not right. 14. Yeah, I just leave it to this 14. I know it's not perfect, but yeah, can do it later. So let's now move to the next part, which is the features section. Okay, because of time, so let's move to the next part, which is the feature section. As for now, we can just remove this two. Now let's move to the feature here. Okay, so this feature section, what you're going to start of all by doing is, remember, like this feature is the one that is going to contain like the features that you have in the system. Okay, so what you're going to do is, let's remove this div, and we're going to add a more customized div. Not like that. Okay, terms of only the divs, not with the return. Great. Okay. Sorry guys. Yeah, like that. So now let's add the part of the section like that. This section, first of all, let's give it as the class name. So it's going to also have the class name, and this class name is going to first of all have padding wise going to give it 16, and it's going to have a background color. So the particular background color is going to be gray, and it's going to be there 100 like that. Also, you're going to have a div here like that. So this div is going to have first of all a class name. Okay, so it's going to have a class name. Going to have a class name, and then this class name is going to first of all have a the maximum width is going to be, that is 6XL. Then the MX is going to be auto, and then you're going to have, obviously, that is the PX. You're going to set it to 4 like that. Yeah. Now we're going also to add a height 2. So this height 2 is going to have the text. And say the text may be our services. Our services. Yeah, our services like that. And now we're going to give it now the relevant styles. That'll be class name, and it's going to be texts 3XL. Then on medium devices, we're going to add that will be text, then before XL. Then you're going to add the font bold, and then the text will be center. Text will be center, and then here the text is going to be gray, 800. Then I'm going to add an MB to be 8. That so yeah. Here below this text, you can also add another div here. Now this div is the one that is going to contain the necessary images and the necessary details of what we offer in our website. So let's create that div. Okay, so this div is going to have almost the same styles, but here, so that will be the class name. So class name is going to be, first of all, we're going to add the grid. Then on medium devices, that will be grid. That will be columns to be 3. And also you're going to do this. You're going to now add a gap. You can just say maybe it's 8. I think 8 will be okay. Gap will be okay. 8 will be okay. From that point, we can now add here another div. This div is going to also have a particular class name. We're going to have this class name of, that will be BG of white, and then the padding will be 6. The shadow is going to be LG, shadow of LG, and then it's going to be rounded, and then that will be a rounded LG, and then you're going to give it a transform. Yeah, transform. Then you're going to give it a hover. It's going to be hover. It's going to be a scale of 105. Yeah. Then a transition. Yeah, like that. It's duration is going to be cell 300. So yeah, I think from there we can now add the particular image. So the particular image that we are going to start by adding, this image is first of all coming from the source. First of all coming, let me show you here. It's first of all coming from this source /src/assets /investing.jpg. Yeah, I would have changed it to PNG, but yeah, when JPG, I've just left it in intentionally, because maybe someone might be thinking that if you're a beginner, maybe you might be thinking that it's only PNG, but also you can also use a JPG or any format that you want. Yeah, but the one that you really accept. But the best one is JPG, PNG, and JPEG, something like that. JPEG, something like that, because those are the ones that are supported mostly by all the browsers, mostly all. Yeah, so we have that that path of investing.jpg. Also, we are going to give it an alt tag. So, in case of any missing image, so we're going to have the text investing. Then let's give it a class name. So it's going to have a class name. So the particular class name we're going to say is width is going to be full, and then MB is going to be 4, and then rounded is going to be, that is going to be LG. Yeah, like that. And that is going to be LG, like that. So below this IMG, we're going to now include also another H3. Now this H3 is going to have a class name. Okay, we're going to have a class name. So this particular class name is going to have these styles, which is text, that will be Excel, and then the font that's going to be there is going to be bold, and then MB is going to be 2, like that. Yeah, so what you can, the particular text that can be there, you can just put that text to be, let's say maybe personalized investment. Yeah, personalized investment. Okay. And then so as to try to clean this code, you can do this. Yeah, you can just put it like that. Okay. Okay, so here below you can have a paragraph. So this paragraph can have this text. Let's say maybe I just say anything, or even if I just say Laura Ipsum, you can just say anything. Like that. And let's give this paragraph some styling. So first of all, I'm going to give it this style. So the first one is going to be, the text is going to be gray, and then 600, like that. So like that. So also what you can do is, we can try to do this. Let me show you. You can try to do this. We can copy the whole of this from this point and copy to this point here. Okay. Control copy, and you can paste it like twice. You can paste it once, so twice, like that. Now in this part of personalized, so the first one here was personalized loan. Now this next one here, okay, it has to be sure that everything is working. Let's save and try to see it on our end if everything is okay. Yeah, you can see everything is working okay. Yeah. Also, let's do this. So the first one was personalized loan, personalized investment. So this one you can change it to, let's say, smart savings. That's going to be smart savings. Yeah, smart savings, like that. Yeah. So with this smart savings, what we're going to do is you can just also add some random text here, or we can just leave, yeah, let's just leave the same text so as not to waste time. And from this point, let's change this the image from this, and we're going to add here from the investment. So we're going to add here the savings.png. And then now in this last one, this one was the smart saving. This one you can say maybe group savings plan. Group savings plan. So this is group savings plan. Group saving plans, like that. So let's change the particular image. Okay, so this is going to be group saving.png, like that. You can save it and let's see how it's going to look. Okay, so oh, this was not supposed to be savings, it was about to be saving. Yeah, like that. So you can see like everything now, everything looks okay. Also you have that transition, it looks beautiful. Okay, this I need to change this from our service to our services because it's not one. So our services. Yeah. So we are through with the features section. So the next part that you're going to be looking at is the about section. Let's go to the about section. Yeah, here is the about section. Now here in the about section, you're going just to do the same thing of removing this, and then going to add now a customized one. So it is going to be section, like that. So in this section, it's going to first of all have a class name. The particular class name going to have a, that is a padding y. So the padding y is going to be 16. Then the bg is going to be white. Like that. And we're going to now have a div here. Now, this div is going to have a class name. This div is going to have a class name, so I can give it these styles. That will be max width, and then I'm going to say that will be 0xl. That 0xl, like that. Also, what you can do is let's wait here. Yeah, okay, just let's not, yeah, let's not mind that. Okay, so max width to be 0xl, also the mx is going to be outer, and then the px is going to be, that is going to be 4. Then I'm going to say the text is going to be center. Yeah, text is going to be center, like that. Now we're going also to add here the particular height 2. This height 2 is going to have a class name. It's going to have a class name, so the particular class name is going to be, first of all, that will be text 3xl. Also, we're going to have medium to be, that is text, medium devices text, and then have 4xl. You can give it a font, let's say font bold, to be bold, and you can say the text is going to be gray. You can give it 800. Then medium devices MB can be 6, like that. So this can contain this particular text, which is why I choose us, like that. Also here we can have that is a paragraph. This paragraph can contain, here you can have your paragraph. You can just include or omit some text, but for me I'm going to include these texts. Yeah, you can just leave it to that, or you can just include or remove some text. So sorry for missing a time there. Let's save it and see how it will look. Okay, yeah, we have no styling, so let's give it some style so that you can have a nice appearance. So this paragraph, what you can do is I'll show you. You can give it a class name. So this class name is going to have, first of all, a text, and that will be text LG. Okay, texts, that will be text LG. Also, we're going to give it that will be a medium, that will be text XL. Then I'm going to say text gray, then 600, text gray, then 600. MB is going to be 8, like that. Yeah, you can just save it and see. Yeah, you can see, like, yeah, so we have that styling on our paragraph here. Yeah, it looks quite okay, but want also to have a particular image. So what you can do is, let's come to here below this paragraph here. So let's add now this image, that is going to be img, like that. Still self-closing, and so we're going to now add the particular source. It's going to be /src. slash src slash assets slash about us dot jpg. Yeah, like that. And we're going to give it an alt, which is going to have the text, let's say about us. Then the particular class name is going to be class name is going to be mx auto rounded, mx auto and then rounded lg, shadow to be lg, like that. Yeah, so let's save it and see. Yeah, you can see how it looks. It looks nice, not bad. Yeah. Now the next thing that you can do is now let's move now to the part of the footer. Then after including now the footer, we'll move now to the part of the register and the part of sign in and finish with that part of authentication. Yep, so let's move to the footer. So here in the footer, you're going first of all to import link. So you're going to import, that will be link, and link is coming from, okay, going to import link. Link is coming from that will be React Rotterdam. Also, still you're going to remove this div and you're going to make it more customized. So I'm going to give it a footer, that, and so that will be footer. Okay. That's going to be a footer like that. Okay. Now this footer going to give it a class name. You can give it a class name. Okay. It's supposed to be inside here. Okay. Like that. So class name is that. And also going to give it that's going to be a background. PG is going to be blue 600. PG is going to be blue 600, and we're going to give it a text. It's going to be white. Padding white is going to be 8, like that. Yeah. It's also going to add here a div. Going to be, first of all, we're going to add the class name. So this class name is going to first of all have max width, which is going to be 6XL, like that, and then mx is going to be auto, then the padding x is going to be here for, like that. Also going to say here the text is going to be center. Text is going to be center, like that. And we're going to give it a h3. So the particular h3, so what you can do is can add here text. Let's say maybe join us in making a difference. Making a difference, that. So this h3 we can give it now this particular class name. Can have this particular class name. So we're going to have this class name. You can just give it let's say you can give it you can make the text text to be Excel, and then you can give it the font to be, make the text to be bold, also MB to be 2. Yeah, like that. Now below this H3 we want to add a paragraph. Okay, we want to add a paragraph. Now the particular paragraph that you can add is, you can just add anything, but let's say maybe secure your secure your financial be future with our trusted banking solution. Yeah, with our trusted banking solution, like that. Also, this what can happen, you can give now this padding, this to have a class name, so it's going to have the class name. So the class name is going to be MB is going to be 6, so but you can just give it 0 for a moment, like that. Let's try to save it and see how it is. Yeah, it looks pretty much okay. So let's see here, it looks pretty much okay. But also what you want to do is that okay, I don't know if you realize that when someone is on your website, they can come up to this point, and then they may forget that if they may want to use a product, and then they may forget, they may want like maybe to close the tab then without registering. Okay, but you can include here register and a sign in button just for efficiency, and also to remind the person, hey, can you register? Yeah, so you can add that. So let's move to the hero section and us to copy something. We're going to copy the whole of these 2 links, so from this point, or we can just copy the whole of this div. Yeah, you can copy the whole of this div, control copy, like that. Then we're going to add that in the footer. Now below this paragraph, we're going to add it there, like that. But you can remove this. Yeah. So I think the styling can just remain the same. The background, this hover, that will be BG green. Oh, so there was a problem here with the green. That's why like it wasn't working perfectly. So it was supposed to be green. Then you have the 600. Then the text will be white. Let me just look at it. So text will be white, and then the PX. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of issues with this. So PX is supposed to be 6, like that. Then the padding Y3. Then you have the rounded LG. Then the text that will be LG. Then this was supposed to be okay. So at this point, let's remove this. Yeah. Okay, like that. And don't know why you're getting here some errors with this, but let's look at it. Okay, let's look at this. So this div is not supposed to be here. I think so. Is it supposed to be here? Not really. I don't think that was supposed to be there. Because this div points this, and then this other div pointing to this one. Yeah, I think it's like that. Yeah, so let's look at this and see maybe if there's some changes that we made. So BG will be transparent. Then we need to have border. So border is supposed to have R. Then 2, that will be here, border to be white. Then we don't need any hovering on this part, so you can remove this hover. This point, you can remove this hover. Yeah. Like that. And then the text, I think the text can just remain the way it was. Text can just remain the way it was. And then this px is supposed to be like that. Padding y 3, rounded LG. Then the part of the text LG. So we won't need this transition and the duration. Like that. But I don't know why you're getting this error. Or let's remove it and then I'll try to check like what the hell is the problem. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think here there's an issue here. Okay, so let's maybe link to that. Personally don't know like what is wrong with this. Let me do this. Let me commit it. Then let me take their styles first of all. Then let's move first of all to the hero. So that will be border white. Rounded Excel transition and duration 300 like that. so this is supposed to be green, then that's let's save it and see how it looks. Yeah, you can see now, like right now button looks pretty much okay, pretty much okay. Okay, now let's try to add these buttons here. You can come here and then you can copy the whole of this div. Oh yeah, there's an issue here, so let's do this, not the whole of it. Yeah, this part is the one that is important. You can copy the whole of this. So if you come to the footer, you can just add this here. Okay, let's save it and see if maybe we're going to get any errors, but as for now I don't see any errors, so save it. Yeah, you can see everything now looks okay. You can just leave it like that. Yeah, so everything is okay. Okay, so let's begin with the sidebar, or with this register part. So with this register, what we're going to do is let's also import here. We're going to also, okay, so here we're importing React and also use state. So we're going to import that is use state, and we come here below, we're going to import that will be the use navigate. So we're going to import that will be use navigate, and it's coming from use navigate is coming from React Router DOM. That, and also going to import Axios just for making sure that the frontend can speak with the backend. So let's also import Axios, which is coming from just Axios, like that. And also we're going to import that will be React.jsx. Going to import here the toast container, and this toast container is coming from, so we're going to import which is coming from, that will be React.jsx, like that. But also we'll be importing a toast container and toasts, just like that. That is just for the Toastify part. And then we'll need to import here, that will be the React Toastify /gst/ that will be React Toastify.css, that. Yeah, now in this part of the register, what you're going to do first of all is what you can do is first of all define here. First of all, going to define here First of all, we're passing here the name, then that will be set name. Set name will be that will have a use state there. So our use state, and also we have here const email. Then here will be set email, and then const email. So that will be use state. So they set there. So another thing is that will be const password. Then that will be set password. Use it like that. So we have the part of the role. So we're going to say here that will be const role. That will be set role. And then we're going to be use state. So by default, the role of the particular person will be set to borrower. Yeah, that is just by default if you fail to include the part of the role. And then you have the part of the console, const navigate. We use navigate. Use navigate, that. Yeah. Now, what you're going to do first of all is in this part of the return, first of all, you're going to customize. We're going to try to add necessary styles for this class name. So you're going to add the particular style, the particular styles that will be class name. Then the particular styles is going to be, first of all, it's going to have a flex, and then height of the screen, that. And then we're going now to give it another div. Now this div also is going to have its own styles. So the particular style is going to, we're going to say here, so the width is going to cover half of the screen, and then the background color is going to be gray, then 100, like that. Then we're going to add here now an image, so that's going to be img. That's going to be img there. Now this img is going to have a source. Going to have a source. So the particular source of the img can be, let's say, src /assets /auth.png, and here you can have an alternative which will have the word register, that. Then the particular style can be class name, which can be here, can include maybe here an object to cover, then width going to be full, and the height is going to be full. Yeah, like that. Width full and the height will be full. From that point, we're going now to create now another div. Yeah. In creating now this div, we're going now to give it its appropriate style. So it's going to be class name of this div. The class name we're going to give it still. So it's going to have that's going to be, width is going still to be half going to cover half, and then going to say the flex, and then that one will be flex column, and then justify center. Then the px will be, that's going to be 16. Then the bg is going to be white. That bg is going to be white. Then the high h2, this h2 is going to have the particular text, which is create an account, which will be create an account like that. So this h2 is going to have that text, and this h2 is going to have a class name. This h2 is going to have a class name, so the class name is going to be text to be 3XL, and then the font to be bold, the MB is going to be 6, yeah, like that. So we have this part of create account like that, and yeah. So below this one here, you're going to have to create the particular form for someone to fill when they want to register. Okay, so we're going to create that form here below. Now this form is going to first of all have an on submit, so that when it's pressed, it's going to submit the content, its content. So this on submit is going to have this handle register, the handle register here. Then this handle register, I'm going to create it later above, but before that, let's include the contents of the form. Now this form, first thing is we're going to now create a div here inside it. This div is going to have a class name of here will be MB form, and then below the class name we're going to have a label. So this label, we're going to have this label. So this label is going to have the text full name, and this label is going to have the text full name, and going to have a class. So the class name, the particular class name is going to be block. Then we're going to have text, that will be text to be gray 700. So here again, text on small devices, then the font to be bold, then going to be 2. That's now below this input, we're going to include below this label we're going to include now an input. Okay, so we're going to include now an input. So remember, an input is self-closing. So yeah, it's going to be like that. An input is self-closing. So this input is going to have a type. So the type is going to be text, and then it's going to have a value. So the particular value, you can just say it is name. Particular value is name, and then I'm going to give it an on change. This on change, what's going to happen is that that means that in case of an event, then this is what's supposed to happen. So it will be set, that will be set name, that's set name. Then we're going to pass now the particular target, that will be e dot the target. It's supposed to be in small letter. Okay, so that will be e dot target dot value. e.target.value, like that. Okay, so after having included that, we're now going to include now the particular styling for this input. So this input is going to have a class name. Okay, it's not class name. It's going to have a class name. So this class name is going to have this stars. So width is going to be full, then px is going to be 3, then py is going to be 2, then the border, then you have the border, then you have the part of the rounded to be LG. Rounded will be LG. Then the focus will be the outline. Outline is going to be none. Then the focus, which will be ring 2. Then also the focus. After having the focus being ring 2, also we're going to say that the focus here will be, let's say, you can just add indigo 600. Yeah, 600, like that. Indigo 600. Now below this this div here, we're also going to do almost the same thing. Below this div here, we're also going to do almost the same thing. So what you can do is you can just copy the whole of this here. This one is for the full name. Yeah, for the full name. Now let's copy the one for the email. You can paste it, and then that will be for the email, and that one will be for the password. Okay, so we can come here, and then we can change this from full name, change it to email. Yeah, email, like that. So the class name can still remain those styles. Yeah, so the type will be text. The value will change it to email here. So there will be email, and then the onChange set, so event.target.value. Okay, the class name okay, that will be w4. Okay, okay, 600. And then here what you can do is I forgot to include the placeholder. So here what you can do is below it you can now include the placeholder. Placeholder is not going to really to be, it's just going to direct the particular user to know what they can fill. Okay, example, you can add here John Doe, like that, and then you can come to this point here. You can also add a placeholder. This placeholder can have, you can say maybe example at mail.com. So this is an email, and I'm going to take okay. Now this so this one is the email full name, and then you have the email. Now this one, last one, is supposed to be the password. Yeah, password, like that. So the class name like that, and then so okay, so here the type is supposed to be password. Type is supposed to be password there. Password, like that. And then the value is supposed to be also password. Password, like that. And then onChange. Okay, so yeah, so there's an issue here. So this is supposed to be set email, and then this is supposed to be set so this is supposed to be set email because it's in the email part. set email like that. Then here is going to be set password. Set password like that. So also you can just include a placeholder. So the particular placeholder here, what you can just do is you can just include some star like that. Yeah, you can just include the stars like that for the placeholder. Okay, so if you look closely, you're going to realize that here we're getting errors here. Don't know why you're getting this, but let's see. You can just comment them for now. Okay, like that. Yeah, so we can try to save them and see how they look, but before that I want us also to add the particular part of the role, okay? Because remember, like, also someone needs to choose their own role, like what role have they chosen, okay? So what you can do is also you can just copy this one more okay, I think it's from this div here, then you can copy there, Control C, and then yeah, paste it like that. So the class name remains the same as this, but this one will be the role. So this one will be role, and then so that one will be a role. And then here, instead of using input, because the part of choosing role is not going to contain input, so we are going to say select. Okay, yeah. So what you can do is you can do this. You can change this from input, and you can just add a select here. Yeah. Select like that. So in this part of select, so the type is not going to have type, so let's remove this. Okay, and in terms of value, so the value is going to be role, like that. Also, so value is role, and then in terms of on change, that will be e.set. Even though we have commented this part of set role, but this part of on change, but we can just add that part of the role, because we're going to uncomment it later. So that will be set role like that. So this class name can remain the same, but now we're going now to remove this part of the placeholder because it won't be required, like that. Also, there's an issue here, because remember, in terms of select usually, okay, let me show you here, and delete that. Then what we're going to do is this. So I'm going to copy this, copy it like that, and then see that will be copy it like that, then drop it there like that. But also what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to move this one, because I just move this to be here below, for it to be there below. And also in terms of role, I don't know if you can remember, but in terms of role you are supposed to select from different options. So so the options that you can select are just two, but I don't know if you can remember, in the backend we also had the part of selecting if you are an admin, okay? but in the front end we're just going to include only the part of selecting if you are a borrower or if you're a lender. Only those parts. You can't give people the opportunity to become admins because they're going to misuse it. Okay, so this is going to be borrower, and then this one is going to be lender. Lender, like that. Now, here in the borrower, what you're going to do is you're going to give it a value. You're going to give it a value. So this value that you're going to give it is going to have the text that will be borrower. Okay, and here in the lender also is going to have a value. So the particular value is going to have the text lender, like that. Like that. Also, we're going to move now below this div, and below here we're going to create now a button. This button is the one that when the person presses, then they will be able to register. Okay, so this button is going to have this style. So it's going to have a class name of width is going to be full. The BG background is going to be indigo. Okay, so okay. So the BG will be indigo, and then but indigo, and then the contrast that will be 600. Then the text is going to be white. Text will be white, and then padding Y is going to be 2. Then lastly, I'm going to give it a rounded look. So rounded will be LG, and then the hover will be LG. Hover will be, since hover is for the background, hover will be BG, and it will be changing to indigo with a contrast of 700. Then you're going to give it a transition. So we're going to give it a transition. Yeah, and the transition is going to be of duration 200, like that. Duration 200. So this button is going to have particular text inside, and this text that can be inside, you can just include let's say register text inside. Okay, a register text inside. Then here you can add another div. So in case if you already have an account, then we are going to ask you, maybe here, already have an account. If you already have an account, then you can do what? You can log in. Okay. So what we're going to do is going to now include a link. So this div is going to have this link which points to this path. Which is to sign in, like that. Yeah, so from there let's save and see how it appears. So if you move to part of register, okay, we're getting here an error, so okay, we have to continue. Do you have really Recaptcha in our system? I think we have it. You can look in the package.json. Let's see it. Yeah, I think you have Recaptcha, so I don't know why I'm getting that error.
let me look at it. So I'm putting toast container, then toast from, that will be React Toastify. I don't know why I'm getting that error, but what you can do is let's do this. Let's can comment it out. Let's prevent any issues. Oh, yeah, like that. But before commenting out, you're going to get errors because let me tell you why. First of all, do remember this form has an on submit. Okay, let me show you. It has this handle register part, so we need to make sure that that part has been added. Okay, so we can just add it here. Sorry, we can just add it here above it. So what you can do is you can do a const. So you can do that will be const handle register. So this const handle register is still an async function. So passing the event. And then after having done that, so it will be e dot, let's say, e dot prevent default, like that. So there's the usefulness or the importance of why we're adding this part is for us to make sure, like, when you're sending your data, if it's sent successfully, then it's going to disappear from our form. Okay, now here we're going also to include now a try cache, like as we were doing in the backend. I don't know if you can remember, but this time let's start with this try. Sorry. Now in this try, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a const. So we're going to do a const response, which will be await. Const response will be await, and then it will be await. That is, we're going to try to connect this front end with the backend. Okay, it will be access.post. Now here inside you're going now to include that path for the backend. Don't know if I remember. Like, if you come to backend here, you see that the server is running on which port? Port 5000. Okay, so the server is running on port 5000. So since the server is running on port 5000, what you're going to do is you're going to, okay, here it is. So here in the post you're going to do this. We're going to also add that will be http / that will be local host 5000, because I don't know if you can remember, like, how we were testing it also on our Postman. Okay, so that will be post 5000 / API / users / register. That was the path that we used to test it in our backend. Like, if you can't remember that part, you can just use the description, and then you can move to that part when we are making the register and the login backend codes. Okay, and when we are testing it on Postman, you can just move backwards, and then you can just try to see that part, or you can see the way I did it, and then you can move forward, then come to this position that we are in right now. Okay, so here we're passing the name. Also, other than the name, we'll be passing the email again. That will be also the password, passing the password, and then we're passing the role. That is when someone is registering. Okay, like that. So those are the things that we require, or that will be passing when a person is trying to register. Now here also we're going now to include a conditional statement. So we're going to include an if else, but before including this if else statement,
So what you're going to do is okay, let's first of all encode it. You can say response data token. Okay, response data token. This is supposed to happen. That will be const token to be, that is response const token to be, that is response data token, like that. Also, I'm going to try to include toastify here. So we're going to say toast in case of success. In case of successful registering, then you need to get this message, which you can just include. Let's say maybe registration successfully. Yeah, registration is successful. Like that. Okay, here is an issue. It was not transformed. It was not supposed to be transformed. It was supposed to be, that is toasts. Yeah, toast.success. Yeah, in case of toast.success, then that's what you're supposed to be getting. Also, so the position, yeah, okay, so the position will be, that will be toasts dot position dot top, and the line that will be right. That is the position of where the toastify is supposed to show itself. Okay. Also, we're going to include here a place whereby you'll be directed to the you'll be redirected based on your role. Okay, the particular dashboard where you're supposed to be redirected, meaning that if you try to sign in or to log in, like, you're going to be directed to a particular dashboard based on your role. Okay, so here we're going to do here this let me just add this comment, directed based on role. Okay, yeah, from that point what you can do is you're going to include now here also an if else statement. So I'm going to say here if your role, because remember, like, the part of the role, they are gotten also from the token. They are gotten from the token. Okay, if if your role is lender, then I want this to happen. If your role is lender, then I want you to be navigated to, that will be the lender / dashboard. That will be the lender / dashboard. Yeah, lender / dashboard, like that. So that is if. So else if let's say your role, okay, let's use 3 here so that it can be more strict. Else if your role is okay, let's set, yeah, that is for the lender. Else if your role is admin, you're supposed to be redirected to this path. Supposed to be redirected, that is to admin. Okay. That's going to be admin / dashboard. admin/dashboard. Yeah, like that. Now using the else, so we're going to say else navigate to, that will be borrower / dashboard. Else navigate to the borrower / dashboard. Okay. Now in terms of the catch, in case of any error, we want this to happen in case of any error. So in case of any error, we just want to console.error, a particular error. So here in terms of error, we're going to console.error. So we're going to say here registration failed. Registration failed. Yeah, then now pass the particular error like that. Yeah, so I think from there we are through with that this part. So let's try to save it and see how it will respond. But first of all, since we are using Toastify, we'll need to uncomment this part. Let's uncomment it like that. So now let's save it. Okay, let's see. React Toastify. We're still getting an error with this React Toastify thing. Okay, let's remove everything that is associated with this React Toastify, because I don't know why. Because I think we okay, let's look at it. React. Don't know why you're getting this error. Okay, so seems like React Toastify is not recognized. So what you can do is let's disable it for now, and then remove everything that is associated with it. Maybe we'll try to install it later. So why is React? So you also had the Toastify. So at this point, what you can do is do this. Let me try to like that. And anywhere else with the React Toastify? Nope. Let's wait and see. Okay, so everything looks cool. Let's slow move to get started. Yeah, everything looks okay. So in this part, let's try to include now the name. Let's try to say maybe Krishna Abdul. Am I not able to text? Oh yeah, I remember where the problem is. Yeah, I remember the problem is I'm not able to text it, so to add any text inside. It was because of this. Yeah. Yeah, that also. Okay, yeah, this one is for the email. Okay, lastly, let's finish this. Yeah, like that. So let's try to save it and see how it looks. Yeah, you can see right now we are able to add content to it. So you can say maybe Krishna Abdul, then that would be Abdul at test.com. Then the password, let's say 12345678990. I'm gonna leave it as borrow. If we try to send it, is there anything happening? If I don't know if something is happening, we're going to see it on the backend. Let's look at the backend. Yeah, you can see there's something happening. And I want you to see, like, after having included that, here we are redirected to the yeah, like that. But okay, let me try to register again. Let me say which name can I use? Let me just use James test. I don't know, something like that. James test. Then James test. We're going to do this tests at james.com. I can include any number of password. Let's change the from borrower to lender. I want you to notice something. You can see now, after having registered successfully, you are being redirected that is the register / register. No, it's supposed to be just lender / dashboard. Okay, I don't know why it's like that, but I'm going to change it later. Okay, so but everything seems to work okay, because even if you look at in our backend, you can see from this point that our data is being passed. Okay, you can see here the tests at james.com. Yeah, you can just see everything, also the role and everything. Yeah, so yeah, so the register seems to work okay. Now let's now create the part of the login, so as to make sure that also the login is able to work perfectly, or the sign in. Okay, now let's create our sign in page. Let's move to the sign in section. So what you can do is let me show you. You can do this. You can just come here and you can do this. You can just copy the whole of let's just copy the whole of this router. Just be okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's copy the whole of this router. You can copy it like that, and then you can move to the sign in. You can press it like that. Now this one is supposed to be here. Then here in the register also, what you can do is you can come here and us to, what is it? Here, and us to copy the whole of this up to that point. Okay. Now let's move to the sign in and just paste that. Also, what you can do is also, let's go to the register and copy those imports. Yeah, like that. Now here in the sign in, the things that you're going to do are very simple. So let's start. First of all, you're going to need this. I think the whole of this imports. Axios. Then yeah, we're going to need the whole of that import. If we come to this part, we're not going to need this part of the name, because here you are logging in, and when you're logging in, you just want your email and your password. So let's remove that name. So we're going to need only the email and the password. The role, not really, because the role is in your token. Okay, and when you're registering, like, you choose their own role. So yeah, like that. Also, use navigate can just remain like that. Also, this one you can change it to handle sign in. Handle sign in, yeah, like that. Handle sign in like that. Yeah. So, and then the sync that just be like that, and then it axios.posts localhost. But this one is going to be I don't know if you can remember here the path as per the backend. It was login. You can move to, you can, like, if you want to know, you can move to the backend and then you can check it out. Yeah. So, but here you also won't need the name. You can remove the name. You just need the email and the password only. So let's remove this role. I'm not going to need it there. After doing that, now we're going to also use this if response.data.token, that will be const token is equal to response.data.token. Also here, we're going to know to include also the part of the user role. So we're going to copy that, paste it. So here we're going to say const. Instead of const token, we're going to say here, we're going to say const user role. Const user role is equals to, that is response.data.role, because the role is gotten from the token, so like that, the role. Also, what you can do is you can also remove this part, because we won't need it, but you can leave this part of Tosify if you want, but let's just remove it, or just let us leave it like that. Also, you can come here we are saying that if the user role, in terms of, we are saying here, if the user role is equals to lender, then you're supposed to be directed to that part. Else here, if the user role role is equals to admin, you're supposed to be redirected to that path. and also here, yeah, like that. So I know where the issue was, so we are supposed to include also like that, like a slash like that. So yeah, slash like that, yeah, so that we can just be redirected to that path without the register part. Yeah, so I don't know if you can remember or can understand. So let's also do that for this register, because that was a mistake that we did. Okay, that I did. So come here, slash, yeah, like that. Okay, so we were there, we were here. So so in terms of error signing in, so we're going to say in terms of error, we can tell you like maybe sign in failed. So let's remove this registration. We can just say sign in failed, like that. Then you're passing out the particular error. Okay. Also here we have the part of flex H screen. Yeah, okay. Then the same image. We're going to remove this part of full name because we are not going to need it. So remove the word of this div here. Okay, we'll just remain with email and the password. Also, we won't need this part of the role, so we're going to remove the whole of this div here. Like that. So from this point, I think everything is true, everything is okay. But here below, what you can do is you can add this part of register. So if maybe, let's show you here, register, that is you don't have an account, then you can have here be register. Like that. Yep. So yeah, from that point the part that we need to change is this part of handle sign in. We need to include it in our form. I can just control copy and then come to this part and just replace it there. Yeah. From there you can just save it. You can just save it. So let's look at it. Yeah. These are our sign-in looks. So if you want to see how the sign-in looks, let me try to sign in with credentials that already exist, and I call that as gmail.com. Let's look if it's reaching to the backend, and so that you can know if everything is okay. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, you can see like even after having signed in, I'm being redirected. That is the borrower dashboard. Okay. Now let's also do this. Let's now move to the register. I want us to check if this register, if it's going to redirect someone to the right particular page based on their role. So what we're going to do is I'm going now to register someone and say maybe GM Jean Kamau. Then here you can add tests at project.com. Then the password, you can just add anything. Then the role, let's choose the role to be lender. Okay, so if the lender works, then the borrower will work. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it here. You're being redirected perfectly. Also, if we look at, let's see if you can see the token on our console. Come to the console. Okay, no route matching that path. Was it register or register? Let's move to the App.jsx. Yeah, from this point I think we are through with I think here we are through with this, so yeah. Okay, so let's continue with our admin dashboard. So what we're going to do is, let's come first of all to the landing page here. I want us to move to, is it the about? Okay, let's do this. Instead of moving to the about section, not really about, I want us to move to this section. Not this, let's move to the auth folder. Yeah, here in the auth folder, I want us to copy some things. I want us to move to the sign in, and then we're going to try to copy some of these codes from the sign in, and we're going to customize it appropriately as per the dashboard that we have. Okay, so here what you can do, let's copy the whole of this from this point to up to, let's just copy the whole of it like that, and then you can come to the, okay, let's come to the dashboard. Now in this dashboard I'm going to come to this point and I'm going to paste all of this inside there. Okay, so let's first of all change the name from to admin dashboard, because that one was for the sign in. So we're going to change this name, so we just copy it, then we're going to change it from here above this one. So we'll change it to, yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. So admin dashboard like that. So here also we're going to be importing React from React. Also we'll be passing the use state, and also let's also include the use effect. So that will be the use effect. Use state and the use effect also, they're all coming from React. Also going to, so you have this part of access, okay, but won't need this part of the use navigate. Can just remove it, and then this part of the testify, we won't need it.
Also you can remove this. Okay, since you won't need this part of the Toastify, you can just select the whole of it and remove it like that. Also, we're going to import. Okay, let's wait. We're going to import, that will be the admin. That will be the admin Navbar. That will be the admin Navbar. So the admin Navbar is coming from the path dot slash admin Navbar. Also, another thing that we're going to be importing is the sidebar. We're going to import the sidebar. Okay, not really sidebar, so we're going to say that be the admin sidebar. So admin sidebar is coming from dot slash admin sidebar, like that. Yeah, so here what you can do is you can now create a function for maybe like for the particular admin dashboard. Okay, so what you can do is you can just leave it like that with the part. We can just leave it like that, then that will be admin dashboard, and then here inside you can remove the whole of these consts because you won't need these consts. So from this point you can just come this point and then remove the whole of these consts here. You won't need it, so just remove it. And then here you can do our consts. Then this here inside this const you're going to be passing. The first thing that you're going to be passing is the dashboard data. So that will be dashboard data, and then that will be set dashboard okay, not date, dashboard data. So it's supposed to be dashboard data. So passing the dashboard data and then set dashboard data like that. Yeah. So we are setting it to use state. Yeah, like that. So here inside, here on the admin dashboard, we're going to be showing two main things. So we're going to be showing here. First of all is the total loans. Total loans here we're going to say it is 0. Also for now you can say here the active loans here you can say are 0. Also here what you can do is active loans you have seen there are 0, and here you can say the total users are 0. Then you can say here the new users are going to be 0. Yep, like that. So you have the okay, so here it's supposed to be active loans are supposed to be 0, and then total users 0, the total users 0. Also it's supposed not to have any space, like that, active loans like that. Yeah. Also here we're going to now create a use effect, let's say for getting those particular data. Okay, because remember, for us to be able to get, let's say, the total loans, the active loans, and what like this part, like you're going to need to get them. Okay, but here let's just create an empty use effect, but you're going to add it later. So here you can say use effect. Here you can add now the use effect. And then like that.
So from this point, what you can do is you can just leave it like that for it to be empty, and then inside it you're going to add the specific route for fetching those dashboard data. Okay, so now here inside this part, what you're going to do is, first of all, you can remove the whole of this because I don't think we'll need all of it. Let's come here. You can just remove the whole of it and then remain with this only one div. Yeah, let's just remain with this one div only. Like that. So this div will have, or will remain having this flex, and you're going to add obviously minimum height to be the script to be in the screen. So here in this part, what you can add is you can add a minimum, that will be minimum height that will be in the screen. Yeah. Also, what you can do is now we are going to do this is we're going to add here a sidebar. Okay, so here what you're going to say is we're going to add here this part of the, we can add here, like let's say the part of the sidebar. So in this sidebar, that means that for it to appear, then we need first of all to check the user role, and the specific user role for this part, since we are making this part is for the admin, the specific user is supposed to, the role is supposed to be of the admin. Okay, but here instead of just passing sidebar, I don't know if you can remember, like, yeah, it's supposed to be admin sidebar because that's what we imported. Can you see it? Yeah, there, because that's what we imported. Yeah, so after having included that part, after having included that admin sidebar, what you're going to need to do, we're going to also add another div here. We're going to add another div here. This div also will have a class name. We'll have a class name, so a specific class name. So we're going to also give it a flex, and then we're going to, that will be the flex of 1, and also the background color will be gray, 100, like that, and then that will be the padding to be 4. Padding to be 4, like that. Okay, and then here below we're going now to include now the particular that will be the particular admin navbar. So here we're going to say the admin navbar. Yeah, so we're going to include it there. Okay, yeah, and then we're going now to include now another div, and then this div, we're going to give it a class name. This div, we're going to give it a class name. So admin navbar, this div, we're going to give it a class name, and it will have max width to be 7 XL, and then maximum is going to be auto. Maximum is going to be auto. Then height of 1 is going to be, you can just give it you can say here it can be the admin dashboard. Admin dashboard, you can just have that text of admin dashboard, like that. So this this h1, you can give it this styles, that will be that class name, and then it's going to be text, then here is going to be 3 XL, then the font will be bold, then the text will be gray, then 800. then MB will be, can give it 8, or but let's give it 6. Okay, and then from this point you can save it and then try to see how it will look. Yeah. But do you remember, like here, okay, like the changes that you have been making was in the admin side. So what you can do is you can come to this path and then change it to admin, change it from that borrower. Okay, right now you are able to access it during, like, by changing this URL like this, but in the future, like, we are going to put that as in terms of being protected route. Okay, that means someone will not be able to access it like that. Okay, so let's try to inspect and see what's the oh yeah, so there's a problem here. Okay, you have seen where the issue is. Good. Okay, so okay. Use that and then costs. Yeah, I think everything is okay right now. I don't know why this I don't know why is it like it's persisting every time, because I think I've made the change. Yeah, I can see like I've made the change. So you have the maximum, okay. Yeah, so this div is not supposed to be here. What is supposed to be here? Let's see. So this div, yeah, it's supposed to be there. Yeah, like I don't know why this change constantly defined. Well, let's just do this. Or what you can do is, let's come to this point. Don't know. Let's do this. Instead of putting it as consts, what you can do is, let's change it to function. and change it to function like that. And since I changed it to function, then we're going to not remove this like that. Also, we're going to remove this that. Okay, so let's save it and see how it's gonna be. Yeah. So let's save it and see. Oh yeah, also there's an issue here. Yeah, it's supposed to be const. Yeah, like that. Yeah, now everything seems to work okay. Okay, so we can return. Okay, so yeah, now yeah, everything now seems to work okay. Now from this point, what you can do is having included that part of the admin dashboard, so and then giving it these styles, you can now create now another div below here. So let me show you what you can do. Below this, you can now create another div. Okay, so after having created that part of the admin, that part of the div, we're also going to do this. We're going to give it these styles. So it's going to have this this part is going to have this style. So the first style is going to be, first of all, we're going to give it a grid. Okay, it's going to be in a grid, so big grid. And then we're going to give it so first will be grid, then I'm going to give it a grid, then to be calls column 1, yeah, like that. Also MD going to be grid column, that will be column 2, like that. Then we have the IG going to be, IG is going to be, that is going to be the grid, then calls form. So here I'm going to put a gap 6 like that. Yep. Now below this, we're going now to include now. Let me show you here. Below this, you can include now the part for calculating maybe the total loans. The part for calculating, sorry for that, the part for calculating the total loans. Yeah. Okay, so the part for calculating total loans like that. But what you want to do is this is going to be a comment. Just be that. Okay. This part here below is going to be calculating now the total loans that have been borrowed, or that someone has gotten from in our system. Okay, so we're going to create now another div here for doing that, and then this div we'll give it a class name. We'll have a class name, and the class name in the styles are going to be, first of all, we're going to have a BG going to be white, the background is going to be white, and we're going to also give it a shadow. So we're going to say shadow going to be MD, then we'll say rounded,
rounded, yeah, so rounded will be, that will be RG, then padding will be 6, yeah, like that. Below that also we're going to include our H2. This H2 is going to have the part of the total loans, okay, the total loans that are in the system. Then we're going to give it these styles. So we're going to give it, going to say here text is going to be XL, then the font is going to be bold, or let's just say font, let's say it's semi-bold. Then after having given it a semi-bold, we're going to also give it a text of gray of 700. Yeah, that's also, we're going to also to include now a particular paragraph here below. Now this paragraph is going to contain the total loans that are in the system. Okay, so here we're going to say our class name. So the class name, so this class name for the particular paragraph, so we're going to have text is going to be 2XL, that, then the font is going to be bold, then the text is going to be, font is going to be, the text is going to be gray 900, like that. Okay, like that. So here we're going to also say dashboard. So here we're going to pass now the dashboard data dot total loans, like that. Now this one is going to calculate all the loans that have been or that are in the system. Okay, now here below we're going now to create a place whereby this part is going out to do like maybe checking the active loans that people have borrowed in the system. Okay, yeah, active loans that the borrower have taken. So for that, now here what we're going to do is it's going to have almost the same styles as this, so you can just do this, copy, then paste it like that. Okay, so from this point what you can do is, so the BG is white, the background color, the rounded, that will be IG, and then pixel 6 text. Okay, so but what you can change is this, you can change this from total loans, and then you can just change it to active loans. Just to active loans. Yeah, so like that. Yeah, active loans like that. Also, there is a part whereby we're going to be able to see the total users that are in the system. Okay, whereby we should be able to see like all the total users. I can just do this. I can just copy this, and here below. Also, there's something I forgot to tell you. So here you're going to change this from total loans. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say active loans, like that. Yeah, so this part, okay, so this one you can say, you can give it let's say maybe total users, for checking the total users.
for total users, checking the total users in the system. Yeah, like that. So from this point, I can have stay the same styles, but you can change here the heading from active loans. You can say here to be total users. Yeah, so that will be total users. Also at this point you can change it from these total loans to total users. Like that. Yeah, so from that point I think we are through with the part of users. Also there's another part whereby we should be able to see like the new users that have been registered in our system. Okay, we need like to be able to see who are the users that have been recently registered in with us or in our system. So you can just control copy. Okay, and just paste it like that. Now this one we should be able to see the new users in the system. New users, we should be able to see now the new users in the system. So it's going to have still the same styles, but here you can change it to new users. New users like that. Also change this to new users. Okay. Yeah, so from that point I think we should be through. Yeah, but currently it's just going to be displaying this static data here, but as we move on with the tutorial I'm going to show you how we can make it to be dynamic. Okay, yeah, so we can just save it and yeah, let's see how it's going to be. It looks beautiful, it looks okay. Now let's move to the next section, which is the admin navbar, the navigation bar of the admin. What you can do is you can just do the same thing that you've been doing, but from this point let's just put this on. Then let's input it in the admin navbar. Like that. So yeah, first of all, I don't know, I've imported this access because we won't need access in the navbar. Also here in the navbar we won't need the use effect. Yeah, so what you can just do is you can remove that like that, and then let's just remove the use state. Also another thing is we're going to be importing, that is first of all is the FA ball, bell, that is for FA. That will be capital FA bell, but just to be sure, let's first of all include now the let's first of all include that particular just to be sure that we're importing the right thing. Let's include that particular path. So we're going to be importing it from, first of all, that will be the React icons, slash FA. Yeah, that. So the thing we're going to be importing is the, let me remove this just to be sure that I'm importing. So that will be the FA. Yeah, FA bell. Yeah, this one here. Also we are going to be importing the FA search. This one here, the bell and the search. Also from this point, what you can do is we're going to also import the BS sun and also the BS moon. Yeah, the BS moon. And these ones, they are coming from, let it be React icons, and then /bs. Yeah, like that. Yeah. So from that point, what you're going to do is we're now going to move to this particular return, and then you're going to start by first of all removing this, so that we can include the necessary styles and the necessary components for the necessary things for this navbar. Okay, so we're going to say class name. For the class name, we'll have first of all a flex. Then you're going to say here the items will be center. Items will be center, and then to have a justify between. Then you have a padding of 4. Then the background will be white. Then you have a shadow. Shadow is going to be medium. Then you're going to say here a dark background, which is going to be gray in color. And then the contrast will be 800, like that. Yeah. So from that point, also you're going to now add another div. Okay. After adding this div, you're going now to also add another height one. This height one, this h1 is going to contain text. So this text is going to be dashboard, like that. And what we're going to do is this div is going to have this class name. So we're going to have a class name, and this class name is going to have the same style as this, at least for this beginning one. Like that. Then after the center, I'm going to say here the space will be X and then 4, like that. Now here in the dashboard, in the dashboard here, we're going to also give this h1 style, so that will be class name. That will be class name, which is going to be text XL, and then the font to be semi bold. Yeah, the font will be semi bold, like that. Also, we're going to give the text, which is going to be gray, and then 700. Text is going to be gray 700, and then the dark text is going to be here, the dark text, and then the contrast here will be 200, like that. Yeah. Also, we're going to add a span below the h1. I'm going to add a span here below the h1. Now this span is going to have this style. So the first one is going to be text TextXL, and then the next one is going to text is going to be TextXL, but here you can just say, let's say maybe text is going to be, just give it a text gray, and also oh, it seems like gray has an A, but I've been using as an A, but I've been using E. Sorry guys, so gray has an A, so it's gray, and then going to be contract is going to be 500. Like I've been using E for a while. Oh, I don't know. So let's come to this point here. Also on this one here. Yeah, like that. So it's supposed to be with an A. So after this span, we're going out to add now another h2. This h2 is going to contain the name. So we're going to say here the name. And then this h2 is going to have this particular styles. So the first style that is going to have is that will be the texts, TextLG, and then we're going to say here the font is going to be medium, TextLG, and then font is going to be medium, text to be gray 600, then the dark will be, that is texts, and then gray 300, like that. Okay, so also we're going to add here another div. So this div on it. Okay. I'm going to add that div, and this div is going to have a class name, so we're going to give it a class name. So it's going to have the class name, let's say flex, then items to be center, flex items to be center, then the space, maybe that is x, then form, like that, x and then form. Now below here we're going now to add also another div. Yeah, I'm going to now another div. So this div is going to also have this style, which will be class name. Okay, it's supposed to be there. So okay, like that. That will be class name, and then we're going to now add a relative on it. It is going to have a relative. Yeah, relative, like that. Also what you can do is you can add now an input. Remember, input is a self-closing. Input is self-closing. Okay, now here in the input, what you're going to do is first of all, it's going to have a type. So the type is going to be possible. It's going to be, let me show you. Yeah. It's going to have a type. So the type is going to be text, and then the placeholder. So the placeholder there, you can just say maybe something like search, and you can include maybe some dots like that, just show someone that hey, they can search in there. Also, what you can do is you're going to now include a class name like that. So you're going to include that class name, and that class name is going to be have a PL, which is going to be 10. Then the PR is going to be 4. Then the border is going to have a border, and also we're going to do a border of gray, contrast of 300. Okay, gray, and then contrast of 300. That also we can give it rounded. We can make it to be rounded. We give it a rounded edge, so you can say rounded LG, that will be LG, and then the text is going to be gray 700. Then adding the dark PG gray 700. Yeah, like that. And then you can add last, which is just dark, like that. Yeah. Now from this point, after having added that on the search, also what you can do next is now you can include now the particular icon. So what you can do is you can include that the FA search, this FA search, and remember FA search is going to be self-closing. So it's going to be self-closing, and this FA search, we're going to give it these styles. So it will have, the first thing it's going to have is absolute, and then that will be left 3, then top 2, can give it or 0.5, and then here will be text to be gray 500. Also you can give it a, that will be dark text gray 400. That, yeah. Yeah, so also you can include now here another input, but before including that input, what you can do is you can copy the whole of this input from this point with the particular icon. You can copy it like that, and then you can come here and then paste it like that. Now from this point, let me show you here what I'm talking about. So from this point, now we're going to have this input which is going to contain date. So the type is going to change from text to date, and then the placeholder, like it's not like must wait first to include it because it's date. So yeah, that's not important. And then in terms of the style, first of all, this one is going to be an FA bell from FA search. This is going to be FA bell, like that. Then in terms of the class, it's going to be class name, and then here we can give it so we can just leave it to have most of these styles, but let's remove it from this point here. Okay, so from this point, what you can do is you can give it a px to be 4. Also you can give it a py going to be 2. Also you can give it a border, also border to be gray, but contrast of 300, and then making it rounded, so it's going to be rounded, yeah, like that. So rounded will be LG, and then from this point we're going also to give that particular text. So we're going to say text to be gray 700. Yep, gray 700, like that. Then this one can remain as dark. Okay, let me show you here. Okay, so here this can remain as dark, like that. So this will be dark, and then let's say here the border to be gray, so you can change this to be border, so that will be border to be gray, and it's going to have a contrast of 600. 600. Also, we're going to make it to have a dark. We're going to also make the text to be dark. So dark, that will be the text. Dark, that will be the text, and that will be gray. And this guy is going to have going to be 300, like that. Yeah, I think from that we are through. We are through at that point. So what we're going to also to create now a button below here. We are now going to now create here a button. Okay, you're going to create here a button. This button is going to, first of all, it's going to have an on click, which you're going to make it later. So it's going to have an on click. Yeah, it's going to have that on click, and this on click is going to be toggle. That will be toggle dark mode. Okay, for toggling the dark mode. Also, the class name will be this. So the class name is going to be, first of all, you have the text to be gray, then 500. Also that will be the dark. Dark is going to be text there. So that will be, dark is going to be the text, and gray of 400. Now inside this button, I'm going to give it this. So we're going to say the dark mode. If it's not dark mode, then want it to change the particular icon, change it from BS, sun, change it from BS sun, suppose change it from BS sun, and it will change it to, that will be BS moon. Yeah, like that. Yeah, to change it to BS moon, like that. So from that point, let's try to save and see our changes, if they are successful. Okay, so we're getting an error because if you come to this part, let me show you. Yeah, this part of the toggle button. Okay, like we had not defined it, so like it needs first of all to be defined for the error to go away. So what you can do is you can come here above here inside the admin navbar. Now let's add that toggle button. So what we're going to say is we're going to do our const. Okay. So here you're going to do that will be a const. Then this const is going to have first of all a dark mode. It's going to have a dark mode. Then this dark mode, you're going to say here set dark mode. Yeah, dark mode, set dark mode to the use state, like that. And you're going to first of all give it a false, like that. Now let's now try to define it. Yeah, so what you can do is now we're going to do a const. So I'm going to say const toggle dark mode. This const toggle button is going to contain first of all the set dark mode. So it's going to have the set dark mode, and this set dark, if this set dark mode, if first of all there is no dark mode, like want it to do this, so we're going to include here an if else statement, a conditional statement. Okay. Okay, so there's an issue here that I've done. Let's take the whole of this. Okay, there's a problem that I've done here. Yeah, like that. So let's just paste it like that. Yeah. So we are saying like here in the conditional statement, so what will happen is that what you're going to say, if maybe first of all here we're checking, like here we're saying like, hey, in the set dark mode there is no dark mode. Okay, so here you're saying like, if there is a dark mode, if there's dark mode, then it needs to do this, it needs to do that is a document, that will be a document document element click class list remove. Remove, like that. Then here in the remove, we're going to pass now the dark, like that. Then you're going to now do an else. Now here in the else, we're going to, okay, having a lot of error here. Now here in the else, you're going to now do a document element class list add. Then also we are going to be passing, that is the dark, like that. Yeah, so from that point you can just save it, and let's look at our code. Let's look at our, yeah, you can see like how it looks. It looks not that great, but it's a little bit okay. Yeah, it's a little bit okay. You can see, I don't know if you can see how the dark and the light button is changing, but it's not working. But it's just it's like the icons are changing set. Yeah, the icons are changing set. So the next thing you're going to do is, now let's include now here sidebar, the admin sidebar. So now let's move now to the admin sidebar. Here in the admin sidebar, what you can do, you can just let's move to the Navbar, and here in the Navbar you can just come and then you can copy this, copy, and then let's move to this sidebar. Okay, like that. So the first part, okay, so since we won't have use state here, just remove all of this because we won't need it. Also, yeah, I don't think we'll have any of this here, so I've just wasted my time putting them, but no worries. So let's just remove that. So the first thing I'm going to be importing is the link. Yeah, so link which is coming from the React router DOM, which is coming from the React router DOM. like that. Also, let's import those icons for the sidebar. So we're going to be importing icons from the sidebar, but these icons are going to be coming from, that will be first of all react icons slash fa, react icons slash fa, that. Okay, so those particular icons that you're going to be importing, so we're going to first of all start with the fa home. Also we're going to also importing, that will be the fa task, and then we'll have the fa user. Okay, also you have the fa chat bar, like that. And then lastly, we're going to have the fa cog. Also, there's another thing you can add for the part of the support. You can have an fa headsets. Like that. So those are the icons that you're going to be using here. Also here in terms of the first div, so this first div is going to have these styles. So the first thing I'm going to be doing is going to give it a background color of gray. So I'm going to do a background color is going to be gray, and then that will be 800, and then the text will be white with 64. The minimum height will be screen, then I give it a flex, that will also will be flex column, like that. Yeah, that is in the first div. Also you can now have here another div. This div is going to have these styles, that will be the class name, also you can, so it's going to have this flex, and then you can have here the items be center, and then justify. Okay, supposed to be inside here. Just to justify be center, and then the height going to be 16. The background is going to be gray, 900, and then going to give it a shadow medium, like that. Okay, yeah, so that is what's going to be there. And then in terms of the height, one is the text that is going to be contained on all the dashboard. So here what you can do is you can include either our logo or a text. Okay, so but for now let's say let's just include this, let's say just app name, just for now, but we're going to change it to either putting a logo or maybe the particular name. So like that. So from this point what you can do is also the class name is going to be text, and then to Excel, then the font will be bold. Yeah, font will be bold, like that. Also here we're going now to include also a navigation. here this navigation is going to have a class name. So here we're going to say for the admin, and okay, so let's do this first of all. So this is going, okay, sorry. So this is going to have the class name, and this class name is going to have a class name, and then this class name is going to have flex of 1, and then empty is going to be 6. Right. So this snap is going to also have an ordered list. Yeah, I'm going to have this unordered list. Now here in the unordered list, we're going to also include the part of the user role. So we're going to say here, if the user role is equals to admin, because we want only the admin to be able to see this dashboard. If user role is equals to admin, then want this to happen, we're going to say under so here I'm going now to include here we'll include now the list, the ly, and then also include the link. Yeah, those particular link. That's now this link. First of all, you're going to put a specific route to where it's supposed to lead us to. So it's going to say to that will be admin slash dashboard. Okay, before that, let's add this. That will be admin slash dashboard. Admin slash dashboard. Yeah, like that. Also, we're going to give it a particular class name. So you can just look here below. You can say the class name is going to be, give it this class name. So it's going to be flex. Then the items are going to be centered. Then the padding will be form. Then the hover BG will be gray of 700. Then the transition colors, transition colors. The duration of it is going to be 200, like that. Yep. So also you can include here the FA home, another specific icon. You can include here the FA home. Remember these icons are self-closing. You can give it this style. Give it this style, that which is margin right is going to be 3. Then the text BLG, yeah, like that. Then here you can include now that dashboard like that. Yeah. So let's move here below this part here. Now below here we're you can copy the whole of this li, because I think they're going to be the same. Okay, let's just copy this. Then you can paste it like that. So we can change it here from dashboard. You can add it, that will be the user management. User management like that. Yeah. So still you can still have the same styles. Yeah, but now the part of the FA home, and change it to be, let's say, FA user. Yeah, like that. And then here we can add the users. Yeah, like users like that. Also, another thing that you can do is you can just copy this again. Then paste it. So this, after having included the user management, here we can now include the loan management. Yeah, the loan management. So here we're going to change it from FA user, and then we're going to include this part. So it's going to be from FA user to FA task. FA task, like that. Also, what you can do is you can come here and then paste it again. Here, after having included the, here you can include the part of reports. Let's just come here. So here is going to have the reports. Yeah, reports. So after including now those reports, we're going to change it from, let's see, let me look from this point here. So reports going to be this, can include this the chat bar. Yeah, so it will be FA chat bar. Okay, and then you can name this to be reports. Reports, like that. So let's copy this again. Okay, here's the whole of this. And then you can paste it like that. Then this one is going to contain now the part of the settings. So it's going to, let me show you here. Yeah, so it's going to contain the settings, that is the settings for the system. And yeah, so the name is going to change from reports. Here we're going to just give it settings. Settings. Like that. Also, now this part of settings is going to contain also that will be the FA cog. That will be the, yeah, this FA cog. Yeah, like that. And then you're going to add also another part for the support. I just come and then copy it. Right. So the specific name here is going to be from, that's going to be support, like that. So here is going to be support management. That is going to be support management. management. That, yeah. So I think we are through with that, but let me tell you, for you to be sure if all of these are perfectly, or all these routes are perfectly, you can compare them with those the ones that we had included in this App.jsx. You can just compare them. Okay, so you can just save them, and then let's look at our code and see how it is. Okay, getting an error. Let's see. Or the part of refreshing the user role. Also, like we have not defined like what is the user role. Yeah. Okay, yeah, forgotten. Like we need to pass the user role as a parameter. So this function, let me show you. So we pass it here side. So here we'll have the user role. Yeah. So you can just save it, and let's look at it. Okay. Yeah. It's not very responsive on small devices, but yeah, we'll just do with it later. Yeah, of course it looks okay, not the best, but okay. Also you can see like yeah. Now let's now move to the, okay, this part. I know like this, I know like they don't look that great. This now this navigation bar, no, it doesn't look that great. Yeah, also like I don't like it so much, but we're going to change it later. Right now, because of time, let's now move to the users. Okay, this user section. So let's move to the users part. So that is going to be in this part of the users. So let's look at it. Okay, so before that, let's look at loan management, because the part of users we need to like import them. Okay, let's look at this loan management. In this loan management, there are a couple of things we're going to do. The first thing is we're going to first of all need to import that will be import the use state. We're going to import the use state and the use effect, and they're all coming from React, like that. And then also we're going to need to import Axios coming from Axios for connecting. Okay, also we're going to need to import, that will be the admin navbar. Yeah, we'll import that admin navbar. And then another thing we can do is for the admin navbar. Then another thing is we're going to import the sidebar. Okay. For the admin sidebar, like that. Okay. So from this point, also, what we can do is we can now set the part of the use state in terms of the loan, because yeah. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to say here const loans, and then it's going to be set loans, const loans, and then it's going to be set loans, and then using the use state. So we're going to say use state, something like that, and then you're going to use the use effect, particular use effect. So in this use effect, you can just leave it like that, but here is where we're going to try to fetch the particular loans. Okay, yeah. So but for now, let's just leave it like that. You can leave it like that. So let's now move to our what matters, which is in terms of, let's come to this this part here. Here we're going to try to do this. First of all, this return going to have this class name. So the class name is going to be, first of all, flex, and then the minimum height, what you can do is minimum height, you can give it to screen, yeah, like that. Now here below is where now we can include now our sidebar. Either you can include now the admin sidebar, like that, and then here you can see now the user role. The user role is admin. The role is supposed to be admin. Okay. Also here below, we're going to include now the particular div. So this first div here is going to have a class name. It's going to have a type class name. So this class name will have container. We have container, and then the maximum width is going to be, the maximum is going to be auto. Maximum is going to be auto, and then the padding is going to be padding. Let's give it to 6 is okay. Now here below you can include now the particular admin Navbar. You can include now that admin Navbar. Also here you can now create another div, but before that let's create h1. This h1 is going to contain the part of, let's say, loan management. Going to contain that text loan management, and this loan management is going to have let me show you here. We're going to have a class name. Okay, there. Yeah, so it's going to have a class name. Or first of all, it's going to have so the minimum height, can set it to full, and then the background. So the background, you can give it like this styles. Background, you can just give it to be, is it gray? Yeah, background can be gray. Also, what you can do is after having created that in the background, after having given that let's say background can be that, and then you can give it a border. Yeah, give it a border. But instead of including the background to be white or to be gray, let's just include it to be white. Yeah, yeah, background to be white like that. So okay, another thing that will be below this one, this part, we can add a t head. Okay, so what you can add is another t head. Yeah, going to add this t head. Then this t head is going to first of all have what is known as a tr. That is, tr is for the table row. So So what you're trying to do is you are trying to add a table here. Okay, so that is the t head is just first the table head, like that. The th, that's just for the table head. Also, what we'll include here after they having created the table row, we'll include now the table height, or the column. So that will be th, like that. So let's start. So this first one is going to have a class name with these types, which is going to be py is going to be 2, then the px is going to be form, like that, and then the border is going to be border. You can just give it a 6, just leave it like that, border like that. So the first part is going to contain the word, let's say borrower, going to contain this the word borrower. So you can just copy the whole of it. Like that. So it's going to contain the word borrower, and then this next one is going to contain amount. This one here is going to contain the term, then this one is going to contain the interest rate. And then here we're going to have the status of the loan, which is either paid or not. Lastly, we're going to have the part of the repayment status. The repayment status. Yeah. Also here we're going to not include the actions. Like that. Yeah, so from this point what you can do is after including the t head, you can now include now the t body. Yeah, just include it somewhere here. T body. Okay, like that. So this tape body is the part which is going to be, we're going to try to be fetching those particular loans. Okay, we're going to be trying to fetch those particular loans using the T body. So we're going to use a map here. But before that, like I don't want us to try to fetch it because we're going to get some errors because like we didn't add that part. But yeah. Let me show you, but let me show you how we can do it. So what you can do it, this is how you can do it. So that will be loans.map. Okay, so before that, let's do this. Let's try to save and see how our codes appear, so that if in case of any error, you try to solve it before we continue the map. So this is the supposed to be in the it was supposed to be in the loan management. Yeah, not user management. So okay. I included this loan management there. don't see that part. Yeah, like I've not included this part of loan management. Yeah, like I haven't included it in the admin. So what you can do is let's try to include it. Let's come to the admin sidebar, because like I can't see it. So let's come to this sidebar. But you can include. Let's do this. We can do this. We can include it here. Let's include loan management. Include it like here before. Yeah, like between reports and settings. Also in the support, like I didn't change the. So this is not supposed to be COG. So this is supposed to be headsets, not run. Yeah, that's supposed to be headsets. Now here, let's include that part of the loan management, because is it here? Oh yeah, can you see it? Yeah, we have it here in the loan management in this part of users. So what you can do is, let's do this. Let's move to the App.jsx. This App.jsx, here it is. You can just copy this path so as to make sure that they are the same path. You can copy it, and then you can come to this sidebar, and then let's just paste it there. Yeah, like that. So let's save it and see if maybe like it's supposed to work. So is it? Yeah, this users. Oh yeah, it seems like it's working, but I don't know this part. Okay, let me do this. Let me remove this part. Or is it the loan management? Here it is. So what you can do here, let me see. Oh yeah, there's an issue. I don't know if you can see. We have this Navbar, and also we have Navbar here. So this is supposed to be sidebar, admin sidebar. That's where the issue was. It's supposed to be admin sidebar. Okay, not like that. Admin sidebar. Yeah, like that. Good. So you can save it, and now let's see how it's gonna be. Where's my cursor? You can see it. Okay, so from this point, if we save it, then come to here. I don't know what we're saying, but we save it, and then you come to this part of the users. Okay, let's see. The first one was the let me compare it with this dashboard. Okay, the first one was the sidebar, and then the second one was the Navbar. Okay, so I did the opposite. So this one, control copy, then this one can just do this, take it there, this here. I think that's what I did here. So let me, so the sidebar is only the part of the user role, because the navbar then, let's go to this sidebar, the management here. So not the admin part, not the user navbar, so control copy, remove it, and so I can just save, and let's see how it turns. Everything looks a little bit okay, but now the issue is with this part, like it's not like it's limiting itself, like I don't like it like that, but we'll fix that later. So I don't like the way it's limiting itself, this navbar. Also in the end, I'm going to make sure that the sidebar and the navbar are like, okay, I want to tell you something. Like you can see when I press here, you can see how the navbar, this navbar is, and then how this sidebar is. But if I press these users, I see that this navbar is different as compared to the first one. I'm going to make sure, like maybe before we finish this tutorial, I'm going to make sure that we're going to be using the same navbar, so that we don't change state when moving from one sidebar to another. Okay, but as for now, let's continue and see where the issue is. Okay, so you can try, as I told you, you can try here to do a map. So what I can try to do a map of those particular loans, but we're going to get errors because we don't have any, like we don't have any data on the database regarding about the loans. So but let's continue, and then I'll show you how to solve it. So that will be a loan, and this loan. So the first thing is, first of all, including the TR, like that. So this TR is going to have a key. So the specific key is going to have the loan.id, like that. Then we're going to also include the TD. So this TD is going to also have the same styles as these ones here. So you can just do this. You can just copy the whole of these styles here. You can just copy the whole of it there. And what you can do is, so what you can do here, you can add now this. Here we can add now the loan.borrower, the loan.borrower ID. So here we're passing the borrower ID. Also, I just want to show you like how it will be, but we're not going to implement it fully. Just show you a skeleton of it. So here we're passing the borrower ID. Also, another thing we'll be passing, which is the amount. Like that. Also, we'll be passing the term. The term is going to be in months. So here you can just include that so as to be clear. So that will be in months. Also, I can just remove this last one. I won't edit here. Also, here we're going to be passing, apart from the term, we'll be passing. Let's remove this. apart from the term. Now we're going to be passing out the interest rate, the interest rate. Yeah. The interest rate is going to be as a percentage. Yep, going to be as a percentage. So that's what we'll be passing there. Yeah. Also, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to do like TD. This one is going to have a class name. It's going to have a class name. So this class name is going to have this style. So padding right be 2. Then we'll have the text to be 4. Then the border. The border to be big. That. Also, here what we're going to do is we're going to try to access now the loan dot status. The loan. Okay. We're going now to try to access here the loan dot status, the status of the loan. If the status of the loan is considered to be approved, if it's considered to be approved, then want this to happen. Want the text to be green with a contrast of for a contrast of 500, like that. Else if that is not true, then this is what you want it to happen. So else if that is not true, then this is what's supposed to happen. That is the loan dot status. The loan dot status. That means it be rejected. To be rejected. Okay, 1 minute first of all. So here we're supposed to include now the backticks. Yeah, I remember some. That's why you're getting these errors. See this. Let's include now the backticks here. I don't know why I'm getting that error. Okay, we're going to solve it later. Let's continue here. So else, if that's not true, then this what's supposed to happen. That will be the text will turn to, the text is supposed to turn to red. Yeah, the text is supposed to turn to red, the contrast of 500. Or so the text will be, that will be text yellow, contrast of 500, like that. So let's do this. Yeah, everything now is solved. So from that point, what we're going to do is we're now going to try to, let me show you here below. We're now going to try to access the loan.status. The loan.status. We'll try to access it. Okay. Also, it's still the same when you're trying to access the repayment status. You can just do almost the same thing. So you can just copy this. We want to access the repayment status. So that will just be the same, but the content side is the one that's going to change. So this one will be loan.repayment status. So it will be repayment status. Yeah. Loan.repayment status. If it's approved, then it's supposed to turn like that. Let's just copy this. But if the loan.repayment status is not approved, if it's rejected, then it's supposed to turn that color. Also here we'll pass the loan.repayment status. Like that. Okay. Now here below, after having created the std, let's include here another one. So this one is going to also have a class name of, so the padding y is going to be 2, and then the px is going to be, I think the x-axis is going to be 4, then the border will be v, and then the flex, then space x and then 2, space x and then 2. Yeah, from that point, like that. Okay, so from this point, also we're going to now do this. We're going to now to do loan.status. If it's equals to pending, if loan.status is equals to pending, then I want this thing to each to behave in this way, which is if it's equals to pending, then we want first of all this button to have this text of approve, and then this button is going to have this class name, this style. It's going to have this style of, first of all, the BG is going to be green. Okay, but so BG is going to be green, and then for 500, then the text is going to be white, the px is going to be the 3, then the padding y is going to be 1, then rounded like that. Also going to add an on click there. That will be on click. So this on click is going to do this. So to be passing to the handle approve. So I've done here a mistake. Handle approve. That is in case if you're able to fetch those successfully. So that means when you press it, then to be approved. Okay, so here we're passing now the loan.id, that loan ID. Then the text there will be approved. Now if we go here below it, you can just make it to have the same text, so you can just copy it. I'm going now to create another button which is going to contain the part of rejecting a particular loan. Yeah, reject like that. Also, so it's going to have a class name to okay, 500, okay, 100, okay. Now let's look this part of handle reject. This one will be handling the reject. That then still you're going to be passing the loan.id inside it. Nice. Also, what you're going to do is can move here below this one here, this point here, and below this point now we're going to include now the loan.repayment status. The payment status, if it's equals to overdue, and so the particular button that's going to appear there can include this. Button, but we're going to change its content. So this button first of all is going to contain the text mark here. Let me show you here. Mark as paid. So mark as paid. So that means when you press it, then you're going to mark it as paid. Also here in terms of the particular function which is going to be handling it, so you can say it to be handle mark as paid. Yeah, mark as paid like that. So you can still have the same colors. Yeah, you can still remain like that. But also an issue that we're going to have is we're going to find out that we have not defined some of these functions, so we're going to bring like a lot of error. So we can come like maybe here above, then we can define like some of those functions. So like here you can now try to fetch it. You can try to do a const maybe fetch loans async going to be async. And then we're going to now try to use the try cache. So in case of any error in the cache, this is what's supposed to do. So you can just console log it. So you can just do a console.error, and then give out now the specific error. You can just say maybe error fetching loans. Okay, error fetching the loans, and then now pass the specific error like that on the console. Also now here in the try, what you can do is can now do a const response. can do here a const response. Const response will be pointing to a await. Then the person that is the axios dot get. Then include the necessary HTTP. If you look at the part of the loan, if you look in your backend, the loans can be accessed on this HTTP, on this path, that will be HTTP. Then we'll include now the local hosts, which you are using is 5000 /API /the loans. Yeah, that's where we're supposed to. If you do a get, that's where you're supposed to get your loans from. Okay. So now here below we are going to do a set loans, and then passing the particular response, that will be the response dot data, like that. Yeah. So also do you remember, like, we had some other functions for handling approve, for handling reject, etc, etc. Okay, so that means if in case we are able to fetch those data successfully, also what you can do is here you can add now that part for handling approve. You can come here, and what you can do is do a const handle approve. This const handle approve is going to still be an async function. Yeah, still going to be async. Then you're going to be passing the ID, and here you're going to now use a try cache, like that. So like that. So in case of any error, then I want it to give out this. So it will be console.error, then the specific error can say maybe error, in case of error in rejecting. So what you can do is this. Error. This is handling error approving loan. Yeah, approving loan. Error approving loan. Then we can give out now the specific error. So on the console. Okay. So from this point. Here in the try, after having included the handle approve, here in the try, what we're going to do is we're going to include an await. So we're going to say await, maybe that is axios dot, that's going to be post, not really post, let's say put, because initially, like, its state was pending, so you as the admin, now you will change it to approved. Like, that's not post really, that's like you're just changing or editing it. Yeah, so that will be put. And then it's going to have you can just come here, then you can copy the whole of this, okay, up to this API. Okay, so let's put it there. So we're going to paste it like that. So it will be localhost 5000 /API. Then it's going to have the loans / also we're going to now include the ID there inside. Then /approve, like that. But here instead of doing this, what you can do is this. Let's add the backticks instead. Yeah, like that. So from that point it's solved. Also, yeah, so from that point it's supposed to approve a loan based on their ID. So here you can also call the particular fetch loan, the particular fetch loans that. Yeah, so from that point, I think go through with the handle approve. Also, you can come and then try to copy this handle approve. After copying it, let's now try to do the same also for handle reject, so that the particular admin can also be able to reject a particular loan. So that would be handle reject. Yeah. So this one will be slash reject. Reject like that, and then yeah, so here you can say error rejecting loan. Error rejecting loan. So also there's the part of handling the part of has paid or has not paid. So what you can do is this. What you can do is you can now put this part of handle mark as paid. Should be the handle mark as paid, like that. So this handle mark as paid, so it's going to have also the same put. It's going to be the same as put, and also here, but here we're going to change it from approve to mark as paid. Mark as paid. Yeah, like that. Also here we're going to say error marking loan as paid. Error marking loan as paid. Error marking loan as paid. Yeah, so yeah, I think you're through with that point. But let me show you the reason why I told you. Okay, so before you save, I want you to send something. This is how it looks, but it's not that great. Like it is limiting itself, but this is how it looks. Okay. What you can do is this. Let's save it. Then we save the issue that is there. Now, yeah. Okay, let's see here. Okay, now let's move now to the part of the platform settings. So in this part, also we're going to, what we can do is, let's come to the loan management here. I'll just import some things here. You can import the whole of this part here. Put it into the platform settings. Like that. So let me see. Okay, so what like everything here, I think we read all of them. We're going to require all of them. So what you can do also here is this. Let's now add here a const. That will be settings. Const settings, and then set const settings, and then set settings. Set settings to use set settings and then set settings to use it. Yeah, like that. Also here, the things that you're going to be passing in the platform settings are, first of all, passing the interest rate, the interest rate, also the repayment, term, and then the fees. But all of them, when I'm passing them, they're going to be set to, we're not going to give them any value. Okay. That's so it's going to be like that. Also here, we can just come to loan management and us to get that use effect. You can get this use effect. This, you can just take the whole of this. And then at this point we're going to try now to fetch the settings. So what you can do is this, let me see. So in this part of the, what you can do is you can come here and then I want us to take the whole of this try. Take the whole of this try. We're going to put it inside here, this is effect, like that. Then you're going to remove this fetch loan. So here, so this is effect. So here we're going to try to, first of all, we're just going to pass that is the access.get without using the this const. We're just going to try to get the particular settings. So here we're going to do access.get and then the particular path, which is after API, is settings. Settings like that. And then here we're going to have a .then. So here that would be .then. .then. So the response if the response, then we need to pass that is the settings on the response data like that. Okay, but don't worry, like in terms of fetching, like we're going to, after being through with all the UIs of the admin, the borrower and the lender, we're going to lastly do, we're going now to come to the part of connecting, and then we're going to make sure that, like, all of them, they're able to fetch and then they're able to do all those CRUD operations. Yeah, so don't worry with that. So okay, so after having done that, what you can do is you can now move to this part here. In this case, the particular error that I want it to give is cancel error. Cancel here, error fetching settings. Yeah, error fetching settings like that. Also, you can include here because remember, in terms of, let's say maybe if you want to change the particular setting, then you can include here maybe a part of const handle handle change. And then this part of handling change, this function is going to help you in handling a particular change that you make in your application. Okay, yeah, I just include it like that. So okay, so it's going to be like this, handle change. Then set settings. Then here we're going to use the spread operator. Pass the settings. .target dot name. Yeah, like that. Dot target dot name. Or we can say that it be 0 dot target dot value. Yes, so I think like that will work. But here it's not meant like that, because I don't know why I'm getting that error. It's not meant like that. So what we're going to do here, we can add a class name. So this class name is going to have a flex. Minimum height will be off screen. I think this just looks the same. Let's move to the run management and then copy the whole of this. Copy the whole of this return. Okay, so that will be the platform settings. Just paste it like that. Then from this point, let's now start changing appropriate. So this can remain like that. Also, you have the part of admin sidebar, of the class name. So this part of the class name. Okay, let me see here. So here it seems like there was a typo. So this one's supposed to be container like that. So here instead of putting now the container, here what we're going to do is we're going now to add let me show you here. Instead of the container, we're going now to add the max width to be, that is for Excel, and then the maximum to be auto, then the P will be 6, then the page is going to be white. Then the shadow we are going to set it to the medium and to be rounded. 500, like that. Also here in this H1, you're going to name this from loan management, and then you're going to name it to platform settings. So let's name it to platform settings, like that. Okay, like that. So at this platform settings, it's also going to contain different styles. So let's change this. So it's going to have a text to Excel, then the font is going to be bold, and then the MB is going to be that 6. Okay, then yeah, like that. Also there's a problem or an issue here. Instead of including this, what you can do is, let's move to the I want us to get the part of the form. Yeah, I want us to get that form. So move to sign in. Now in this sign in, let's come to where there is the this form. I want us to copy the whole of this form to where it's sending to somewhere here. Okay, I just copy it, and then you can move to the platform settings. Now here, this part of platform setting, what you're going to do is you're going to, from this H1 up to where, okay, up to this point, let me show you, up to this point, let me check to be sure. So just how many divs? 1, 2. How many divs? 1, 2. Yeah, up to that point. So let's remove that. So from that point, you can just paste that form from the sign in. Then this form, we're going now to customize it based on our interests or based on what we want. Okay, so the first thing that you can do is this form. What you can do is, the first thing is going to have an on submit. Let me see. Okay, so this form is going to have an on submit, which will be, let's say, maybe 100 submits. Should be okay. I know, like, this code is not structured well, but don't worry, we're going to fix that later. The most important thing right now is to make sure that it works. Yeah, so I'm going to fix that later. So the form is going to have a handle submit. This handle submit, we're going to give it a class name. We'll give it a class name. This class name will be, let's say, maybe space y4, like that. And after having given it that space y4, what you can do is, so the div is class name, like that. Class name, the div is class name, that will be flex. Class name that is supposed to be flex, then flex SQL columns, and then from this point, so it's going to have this label. This label is going to contain this label is going to contain the word. This is going to be settings. And I'm going to have this style. It's going to have max. So the maximum width of this label is going to be So it's going to first of all have okay, let me try to see here, because I'm getting here some errors. I'm not understanding this, but okay, so this is the part which has the platform settings. So this is going to be part of, is going to contain now the interest rates, yeah, because in this platform setting now, this is going to contain the interest rate like that. And then after having included that interest rate, we're now going to, in this class name, in that class name, we're going now to add these tags. It's going to be text, so it's going to be gray 700. And then the font the font's going to be medium. So the font is going to be medium like that. Font is going to contain to be medium. Now this interest rate is going to be in percentage, so after having written that percent, we just put it in brackets so as to be sure to be in percentage like that. So the first input is going to contain a number, so the type is going to be number. So it's going to contain a number, and then the after type, then we're going to give it a name. So it's going to be, name is going to be ATV interest rates like that. And then the value is going to change from, that will be settings dot interest rate like that. And then the on change is going just to be passing only the handle change. But did we include the handle change? No, we didn't include it, so we're supposed to include it here. Okay, so what we'll just pass it here. So it's supposed just to pass the handle change. So suppose pass the handle change. Yes, like that. And then in the part of the class name, so you can just remove all of this and give it this style. Okay, so let's remove this. So we're going to give it first of all, it's going to be empty is going to be 1, then padding will be 2, then the border, then we give it a border to be gray 300, gray, and then gray 300, and then to be rounded, rounded. And then this part is going to say that it is required. So from this point, so we're going to say that is required like that. Now this next one is going to contain almost the same thing. So what you can do is, let's do this, let's take this and then just delete it. Can take this and then can paste it. Okay, so from this point, let's see, this next one is going to contain now the part of the repayment term. So that the first one was interest rate, so this is going to contain the repayment term. So here the repayment term is going to be in months, so here you're going to say months. This one is going to be the repayment term. repayment term, like that. So yeah, I think all those styles can remain the same, but this one here is going to change to payment term, like that. Then passing the handle change. Yeah, so yeah, all that can remain the same. Again, the last part that we're going to add is the part of the fees. Yes, the part of the fees. Now this part of the fees is going to still look almost the same, just going to look almost the same. So let me see here. Okay, so this one is going to contain now the part of the fees, and fees is in percentage. Fees is in percentage. So everything will remain the same, but let's change this from interest rate to fees. Yeah, like that. So also this one is supposed to change this name to be from interest rate, supposed to be payment term. So here we're going to change this from interest rate, it's going to be fees. Like that. Yeah, so from there I think we are through with that part. Okay, so this part, it has a button. So this button is going to contain the text save changes or save settings. Yeah, also we can do this, can remove all of this style here, and what we can do is let's remove the whole of that style. Can do now B background to be blue, then passing that is the 500, then the text to be white, padding of 2, then we have the rounded, then the hover BG to be blue 600, like that. Yeah, so that will be that. Now let's add a type so that this button can have a particular type. So the type is going to be submit, like that. Okay, so the codes are not arranged perfectly, but I'll change that later. But let's see. You can save and then try to see how it will look. Also, we are going to get an error because there's something that we forgot to add. So we forgot to add something which will be handling that particular form, which is called the handle form. So let me show you here. So we are supposed to add the const handle submit, like that. This const handle submit we'll be passing the event that prevent default So it's going to be Axios. So the path will be Axios dot put. Then you can copy this path from there, and can paste it here. Okay, so it's going to /settings. Yeah, but from this point also we are going now to pass the particular settings. Yeah, so I'm going to pass now the particular settings. So we're going to use a .10. So we're going to say .10 if the response so we're going to give an alert. Let's say if in case of successfully you send you change the particular settings, then want it to give you an alert. So that will be the part of response, and then we'll add here an alert. So this alert is going to contain this particular text, which you can add maybe settings updated successfully. Settings updated successfully. That also what you can do is this. You can add a .catch. Catch there. This .catch, what it's supposed to do is supposed to catch for any errors, that in case when you get an error, then it can be able to show us the particular error and where the problem is. So it's going to say console.error. That will be console.error. Passing the error, and then that will be console. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, we'll be passing. So it's like that. Console.error. Then I'll clearly know the particular error that we want it to display. Be that the error. Say error updating settings. Error updating settings. Then I'll pass in the particular error. So yeah, like that. I think this now looks okay. So that will be passing the error, console.error then that will be so the error, then passing the particular error, then that will be error updating settings. I don't know why there is an issue here. But let's do this. Let's copy the whole of this side, found that is inside. Okay, so let's paste it. Okay, don't know where the issue is, but let's do this. I think it was supposed to be like that, yeah, so we have added that. Also, let's try to uncomment this, so that will be handle change and then passing the event, not that. So that is supposed to be passing the event .target.name. So here passing the event .target.value. Yeah, so yeah, from there I think throw it everywhere. So yeah, so you can just save it, and then we'll move now to the next section, next part. Okay, so we're getting an error, don't know why, but let's see. So error is in terms of the of our path. So what you can do is, let's do this. Let's move to let's do this. Let's move to this section. Let's move, that is the sidebar, the admin sidebar. That means that this admin sidebar has the wrong path. So what you're going to do, let's move to the App.jsx and get the right path. So here in the admin we have a part for settings. Yeah, we have this part of platform settings. So you can copy that, platform settings. Then you can return to admin sidebar. Now you can paste that platform settings. So the error was in terms of the error of the path. So then save it. Okay, so if I haven't saved it, you can return to now. The next thing that we're going to be looking at is the support management. So yeah, but I wanted to tell you guys what we're going to be doing now in this second part. As I told you before, we're only going to be covering like this part of the admins, like these files, these admins files, and also in the borrower. Like you're not going to, like all these files, you're not going to be making all of them like in this video, because like it's going to be too long. Okay, so I just want to tell you again, like in this borrower we're only going to be doing, that is the borrower user profile, and also we're going also to be doing, other than the borrower user profile, also the part of the loan request form, because then the loan request form we have that part of that part of the CAPTCHA, the Google CAPTCHA. I'm going to be showing you how you're going to how you can use it, and also you're going to be also implementing the part of the payment page, because I want to show you how you can be able to integrate Paystack very easily in your own applications, either if it's a web app or maybe a mobile app, very easily. And now in the part of the render, you'll just be covering the part of the notification, because what I realized is that these other parts are just almost the same, and I believe like you guys can be able to do it, since like I've shown you how you can be able to do, like how you can be able to tackle these other files in the admin side. So I believe like in this part of the borrower and the part of the lender is not going to be very hard for you guys to handle. So yeah, so now in this part of the support, this is whereby the admin will be able to get the particular support request from the users of the application. Okay, so what you can do is, I just want us to come here. I want us to copy some things here. You can just do this. You can just copy this. Copy it up to that point. Okay. Okay, so we are going to be removing some of the things from that part of the support, that part like from the codes that you have imported right now. Yeah, we're going to be removing some things there, but before that there are things that you need to install. First of all, you're going to record. First of all, like we don't need React is being installed, you can remove this, but we're going to need to also install, that will be the use state, the Axios, and the sidebar. So instead of importing this the one by one, just come here and then let's import all of these imports. Yeah, let's just import the all of these ones here. Then paste it like that. Okay, so we need use state, also you need use effect here. Also we are going to need Axios to connect it with our backend, also Navbar, okay, and also the sidebar. Nice. Okay, so everything there looks okay. Now if you come here, we have that will be con support. Okay, so we need also to declare here this. So here you can say cons here you can see const, and here we are going to now set the support request in order for it like to be able to change states. Okay, yeah, so we're going to do this. So we're going to say here that will be support requests, and then here it will be set support request. Okay, so this is supposed to be a set support request. Like that. So yeah, so cons support requests, okay, set support requests. So it's going to contain that will be use state, so that we pass in there the use state. like that. Also, what you're going to need to do is we're going, first of all, because remember, like here we're going now to declare now, let's say a function or somewhere where when you are fetching now the part, we are going to be fetching now the support, because remember, like you're going to be doing a lot of not a lot of mapping, but you're going to be doing a mapping here. So we're going to now put a function here, or even a use effect here, which is going to be fetching now the particular supports based on the users. Okay, so but that one we're going to be doing it later. Now, but what you're going to be doing here is, now let me show you here. We're going to say here use effect, and here in the use effect, what you're going to be doing is you're now going to declare here, let's say const for fetching now the particular support. So we're going to say it's going to be const, let's say just const fetch support request. Fetch support and then request, like that. Okay, I'm having, I don't know, let's see, I don't know what's wrong with me today. Yeah, const fetch support request, like that. So const fetch support requests, like that. So const fetch support request, first of all, obviously is going to be an async function. So since it's an async function, now here inside we're still going to be using a try cache, yeah, for just checking if it has been able to fetch the particular details correctly. So let's come to this part of the cache. So here in the cache, in case of maybe a particular issue, like want it to give out a particular error on the, to give it a particular error so that you can be able to solve it. So we'll say console.error, because you're passing their error as the parameter. So that will be console.error. Here we're just going to be passing this message. You can say here maybe error fetching support request, something like that. Error fetching support request. But remember, like that's not enough. Like we need first to be able to fix it in case of particular error. Then like we need details of what the error is. Okay, like we need details of what the error is. So here we're going to be pass here the particular error, like that. Yeah, error like that. Yeah, so that's how it is. Yeah, so that's how it is. Now here we'll need now to call now the particular fetch support request. Yeah, you can call it just here. So what you can do, you can say fetch, maybe the fetch support request. That fetch support requests. Is it fetch support? Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah, so that's but let's see here. Okay, so yeah, there's an error there, but yeah, I've fixed it now. So now in case if it tries to fetch now the particular support, so we're going to do this. First of all, we're going to do the same old thing that we've been doing. So we're going to say that will be const token, and then here, since we want only the admin to be able to see these details, so then you're going to be doing the same thing that we've been doing. So we're going to say here local storage. That means our token is in the local storage. That means when you're logging in, like, the token is stored in the local storage. So that means, like, we're going to try to access the token in the local storage for you to be able to see the data that is in the support. That means, like, if you've been able to log in and you haven't used the particular details, then you're not going to be going to be able to see those particular data. Okay, like that. Now, so here we're doing, like, that will be const token, and here local storage dot get item. So the particular item that you're trying to get is the particular token that is in our local storage. So here we'll be passing, that will be the particular token. Okay, like that. So you're just trying to retrieve them. So also you're going to do here const response. This const response is going to contain an await. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to do await, and then, because you want to connect it to the backend. I don't know if you can remember the part of the support. Okay, so let me show you the support again, or you can just look at it like it's in here in our backend. Yeah, so let me show you because of time. So if you come to the index.js, okay, if you come to the index.js, here you'll find let's see, yeah, here you have the support router. So obviously we have the support. Is it? Yeah, you can see it here. Here you have this part of the support here, which extends here you have the API and then /support, API /support, like that. And if you come to the not models, to the routers here in the part of the support, let me show you this part of the support. Find we just have, in terms of getting the support, we just in terms of getting, just have a slash like that. Okay, also in terms of posting, just have a slash like that. Okay, yeah. So now let's turn to our support here. So because we want to connect it with our database, so with our backend, so we're going to do access, and remember to have access installed. So access.get, and now we're going to put now the particular URL, which is going to be here, http //localhost localhost, and then the localhost will be 5000 where the backend is running /API /support. I don't know if you can remember, like the one that we saw. Yeah, that support, that in the part that we saw it. So yeah, so support like that, the part that you saw in our index.js. So from that point, also what you're going to need to do is, now we're going to make sure, because if you just leave it like this, then you have not been able to implement this particular part of the token here. Okay, let me show you. Like, we have not been able to implement this part, because if you just leave it like this, then this one is not important. Okay, so we're going to be required now to implement, or to be able to use this part so that when a person tries to log in, then we need to ensure that for them to be able to see this data, then they need to be an admin and a specific admin. Okay, now here what you're going to do is, now we're going to come here, and here below we're going now to include headers like that. Now in these headers, 1 minute here. Yeah, now we're going to include now headers, and then after including the headers, now we're going now to try to include now the particular token. So here we're going now to include now the authorization. This authorization, remember here you're going out to, because remember, like, you're going to pass here the bar. Okay, we're going first of all to include here the backticks, and now you're going here to pass now the bearer, bearer, yeah, like that. Now in this bearer, also we're going now to pass inside, you're going to pass the token like that. Yeah, token like that. So what you're trying to do here is you're trying to let me first of all fix this. Okay. Yeah, so here what you're trying to do is you're trying to make sure, okay. Yeah. Okay, so what you're trying to do here, you're trying to make sure that for someone to be able to access now this part of the support, then they need to be able to have a particular token. That token like needs to relate with our admin token, okay, or with our admin, okay, like that. So that means if you're not an admin, or if you're not, even if you log in and you're not an admin and the token is not, because remember, like, these tokens have particular roles in them, like we've been able to embed like the particular roles into our tokens. Okay, if you want to know how we did it, like, we can just move back and then we can check how we did our how we did it when we were doing the login and the login and the register in our backend. Okay, yeah, so from that point we are through with the part of the fetching support. So that's how we can be able to fetch a particular support. Now let's say here what we want to do also is because remember, when a person asks for a particular support, then you need to be able to handle a status change. Okay, because remember, like, you can reply to a particular support or you can ignore it. Either you can respond or you can ignore it. Okay, because let me show you here. If you come to the support backend, to the support model, let me show you. Not this, to the model. If you come to this support model here, okay, come to this support, I want you to remember, like, in the part of the support we have three states of supports. So the first one is the pending. That means that your support is pending, and when you send your support, then it's going to be in pending mode. Okay, and then now we have this part of the in progress, and then you have the part of the resolved. Okay, that means when you send it, it's going to be in pending mode, and then when the admin receives your particular support request, then they can be able to change the state from pending to in progress. Okay, and after they fix now the particular support, then it's going to go to the state of being to have been resolved. Okay, that's why we need state into there. Okay, and for us to be able to handle this part, let us just add something here. Also, before that, let's just copy the whole of this fetch support. I just want us to add that part of handling states. So I can just copy it and paste it like that. So what we're going to do, let's just change the name first of all. So here we're going to say handle, maybe for handling status change. So you can just say handle, then that will be status change. I don't know what I've written here. Handle. Okay. Handle status change. Yep, like that. So handle status change. Yep, that's okay. Now in this handle status change, you're going to be passing the ID and the status. So you're going to be passing the ID and the status as the parameters. ID is the ID for a particular support, because remember, like, all supports have particular IDs, so as to be able to know which support it is and to identify them. Also here, this one will remain the same in terms of getting the token. Also in terms of here, we're going to say here, we're going to say, let's say const, maybe instead of saying, let's say here, it's going to be const token to be local storage. Okay, so here instead of putting this part of the const response, you can just remove it because we won't need this. You can just leave it to be await like that, So here you're going to say await access dot because it's not a get, it's a patch, it's a put or a patch, but here you can just add the patch like that. Now in terms of patching, so remember here, see, in terms of patching, if you come to the backend and then to the router, where is it? Yeah, we found that in terms of put or patching, we're going to be required to add now a particular ID. Okay, so what you can do is you can come here. Even instead of just adding it as a patch, let's just put it as put. Yeah, let's just put it as put like that. So yeah, put like that. So here we have the part of the support. Now after this support, now we are going to be required to now add a particular ID for that, for us to be able to change the state of a particular support. Okay, so from this point you're going to, first of all, what you're going to do is you're going to remove these we're going to remove these quotes, and you're now going to add the backticks. I'm going to add the backticks. Yeah, like that. So from this point, after having added the backticks, so we're going to also need to now add the particular ID of the particular ID. So here we're going to now put that particular ID like that. Yeah, like that. That means for when you want to get up, when you want to maybe change the state of a particular support, then it's going to get the particular ID of the particular support and it's going to change that state like that. Okay, also after having done this, what you're going to be required to do is, okay, what you can do is you can also pass here the particular status. You can pass here the particular status like that. Yeah, you can pass the particular status like that. Yeah, so in terms of checking the token, you can remain like that, no problem. Yeah, so yeah, but in terms of catching a particular error, now instead of putting now this console.error, in terms of catching a particular error, here you can change this let's say error, maybe updating the support status. Error, let's say here error, instead of fetching you can just say here updating error, updating support status, not request support status. Okay, so let's remove this. Okay. Yeah, error updating support status like that. So also there's another thing that we need to do here. Also what you can do is we're going now to also include, now we're going to say here sets, maybe for the part of setting support requests, we're going to say here set support requests, and now here you're going to pass that will be the particular support request, Okay, let's move here. Okay, so here there's an issue. It was supposed to be set support requests, not support requests, because you assume like the support requests, there are many. Yeah, support requests like that. Fetch support requests. Okay. Yeah, I think everything's okay now. Now come here, we're going to say now here, so here it's going to be, we're going just to add here the S. Also here in the part of support requests, you can just add just like that. So you're passing now the set support request, and here we're going now to try to be able to map through our support. So we're going to pass here the request. I'm going to pass there the particular request, and then you're going to do here the request.id. So we're going to do here request.id, and that is okay. Let me first of all remove this. Okay, here we are getting some errors, but don't mind that. We'll change it later. So yeah, we are doing like the request.id. Then here we are using the three equal sign. So that's like it's usually just not equal, like it's usually very strict. That means like if the request.id is equal to the particular ID, we usually use those three so as to make it to be more strict. If you use two equal sign, it will still work, but it won't be that strict. Okay, yeah. So here we are saying like if request.id request ID is equals to ID, and here here we are passing now the spread operator. Yep. Okay, you're passing here the spread operator, then passing the particular request, and also you are passing out the particular status, like that. Particular request and the particular status. Okay. So from this point, I don't think we'll need this. Yeah, right, like that. So yeah, so I think from there, this one handles status change, and then this one what it does is it tries to fetch support. It fetches the particular support. Okay. Now from that point, now let's try now to implement here inside. Let's try to implement it here inside. So here we're going to still do the same thing. The class name, let's flex name height, and then to be screen. Okay, that's okay. Here we're passing out the sidebar. Here the class name. Okay, so I don't like these styles, so what you can do is you can adjust it to this. Let's change these styles here. From this, let's add these styles here. Let's change it to, that will be flex 1, then the padding 6, then we can give it an overflow. So we can give it an overflow of y auto, an overflow of y auto. So the reason why you have done that is because you want it to be able to adjust to take the full width like that. Okay, yeah. So from this point also we can remove this navbar. Like, I don't think it's very important here. You can just remove it like that. Yeah. So also the part of the height, you can change this name from loan management, and let's change it to support requests. Yeah. Support request, and yeah, from there also let's change this class name. Let's change this class name. So the first thing you're going to do with this class name, first of all, you're going to say here. So the text is going to be it's going to be 2XL, and then you're going to give it a font which is of bold, and then MB will be 4, like that. Okay, yeah, like that is okay. Now here below here, we're going out to add also another. Here you can now add a particular table. you can add a particular table here below. The table is which is going to contain now all the requests. So here you can add now a particular table like that. Okay, let me do this. Let me try to differentiate this passcode, this one here. Okay, now here in the table that you have created, first of all, is going to contain a particular that will be the table row and the particular table heads. So what you can do is, instead of writing our own table row and heads, you can come and copy this one here. You can copy it, or maybe let's just cut it like that. Then you can come here below this table and you're going to paste it like that. Okay. Okay, so from this point, now, since remember, like in a table, you're always going to be required to include now the T head. Okay, yeah. What we can do is, let me show you here. Instead of just copying that, let's just copy the all of this. Because remember, like, first of all, in a table you're going to be required also to have the T head, the table row, and the table. Copy that, and the table columns like that. Okay, so from this point, we have the T head, you have the table row. So the first one, the first one with a class name of this one, with a class name like this. So you're going to change the class name. We're going to change the class name here, and yeah. So let's just remove this part of the border. You can just remove those B. I don't want it to have those B. You can just press Alt and then use your mouse to select the parts that you want to remove, like that. Then after having selected the parts you want to remove, you can just press the backspace like that, and it will be removed like that. Yeah, so like that. So from this point, the first part is going to be containing the name of the particular person, that sent the request, like that. Okay, and then this second part is going to contain the email, and then here this part is going to contain the status. Yeah, status. And then the last one is going to contain the actions. It's going to contain the actions. Yeah, actions like that. So we can just remove this part here up to where the action is. Yeah, like that. Also, what you're going to need to do is, let's do this. We can remove this part here because we won't need it. That also we're going to try to map through our support requests, okay, because we need to be able to map through them, through all those support requests. Yeah, so you can just uncomment this one here. Yep, like that. So that will be the T body, and then passing now here instead of passing out the loans, we're going to be passing out the specific support request, okay, in our map. So let's remove this part of the loans. Let's change it to the support request. Yeah, so here you're passing the support request and then doing a dot map, and then in terms of parameter, you're going to be passing, that will be the requests and the request and the index. Okay, so we can just move this, be passing out here the requests and also the index. Yeah, index like that. Okay, since now in the table row key, and then here we're passing out the index instead of loan.id. Can pass here let's just pass here the index. Can pass here the index like that. Yeah, also here, after now passing the index, this one in the table column, so that will be class name and then the borrower like that. Okay, so let's just change this one here. Yeah, like that. Okay, so this one will contain this class name, and here we'll be passing out, we're going to be passing out the first one, we're going to be passing out the request name and then the request email, and then yeah, the email and the name and the email. So what you're going to be doing here, let's say here, what you can do is let's remove this one here that is in here. Okay, so we'll be passing, that will be the request dot name, and that means if maybe the request dot name has an issue, what you need to do, if maybe it fails to fetch the request dot name, then we're going to do going to say this requests, the request dot name is going to be set to, we're going to now to put this specific text in there, which is going to be no name available, like that. Okay, yeah, so also these are that part of the class name like that. Okay, so here we'll be passing out the request.email. What you can just do is you can just copy the whole of this here from this point here, and I can just paste it like that. Okay, so here we are going to change it from name. From name we are going to change it to email. Okay, email like that. And in case if we won't find an email, then we need this specific text to be in there like that. Okay, so we're going to say here no email is available. Okay, so here no email is available. Yeah, no email available like that. So after having done that, what you can do is in terms of also including now the particular of the request.status. Also what you can do is let me show you. You can remove this month here, and then this part that is here inside, you can replace it with this. but let's remove this. So here you'll just be passing the request dot status. That will be the request dot status, like that. So we're passing now the particular status. Also in terms of that will be in terms of the particular status. Okay, yeah. So from that point I think we are through, because now let's remove this. So you can just remove the all of this. Yeah. Oh, we're getting that error. Okay, let's just leave it there. Also, what you can do is, now let's add here a particular button. So this button is going to be showing in case if we retrieve the particular support request, then this button will be able, like, it's going to show itself and we'll be able to mark it as resolved or not resolved. Okay, so this button is going to contain this text. So we're going to say here mark as resolved, mark as resolved, like that. So this button is going to contain a class name. So we're going to give it a class name with these characteristics. So still the same is going to have or we can just come here and then copy these styles here. Can just paste it like that, can paste the styles, those styles like that. And then now here below we are going to now add the button, and remember, like, this button is going to be self-closing, so we're going to add here a button like that. So this button is going to be on click, going to be an on-click button. And this is what we want to do is this one. Now we're going to be passing now here the part of handle status change. Now in terms of what we had done here above, this part of handle status change, we're going now to pass this function here. I think I just copy, and then we can just be passing it, pass it there, so as to be able to handle now the particular status change. And then here we're going now to pass the request ID. That will be the request dot the ID, the request ID. Now here in the request ID also, that means when you press it, also it's going to be marked as resolved, like that. When you press it, it's going to be marked as, or when the admin presses it, it's going to be marked as resolved. Also we can give it this particular styles. So we can give it a background color to be green, and then the opacity to be 500. Then you can give it a hovering effect. So what you can do is you can give it a hover effect, and this hover effect is going to, the background is going to be green and of 700, like that. And then you're going to give, well, now the particular text inside, you're going to make sure that the particular text is white. And in terms of the font is going to be bold. Font is going to be bold, and padding Y is going to be 2. Then the padding X is going to give it to, padding X is going to be, you can just give it to 4, like that. and you can give it some rounded corners like that. Okay, yeah, so from that point I think we are through. Yeah, from that point I think we are through with our part here. Yeah. I can just clean it a little bit. Okay. Also, there's an issue here. I don't know if you can remember. Here we are supposed to be logging in or to be signing in, and here the button is okay. The button name is registered, so the button name is supposed to be logging in or signing in. So let's do that change. It's here in the sign in. Yeah. Sign in like that. Yeah. So let me try to sign in using my credentials. Okay. Why am I being directed to the borrower, to the part of the borrower? Okay, so I don't know, but I think it functions. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I'm trying to sign in, but having here issues. Yeah, I'm having some issues, but yeah. No problem. Move now to the next part, in the part of the borrower. So, and remember, as I told you, now in the borrower I'm not going to be showing you like all those files. We're only going to be doing like 2 or 3 files that I think are really important in terms of you knowing how to integrate payments, specifically Paystack payment, and also like that's what you're going to be doing. And so you just press Ctrl W to remove all those open tabs. Let's remove all those tabs that are open. Okay, so from this point, let's come to the part of the dashboard. Now here in the dashboard, what you're going to do, but before in the dashboard, let's move to the sidebar. I want us to include like all the things for all the borrower sidebar things that are going to include here. I want us to include them here. So we can first of all come to the admin here, and then we also here in the admin sidebar, what you can do is we're going to copy. You can just copy everything, Control All, then copy it, then move now to the borrower sidebar like that. Then you can just paste the whole of it there. Okay, also let's make these changes. Like that. Okay, so let's okay, so obviously you're going to need the part of the link, And also the icons that you're going to be importing, they're all coming from, that will be React icons /fa. But let's do this. Let's change some of the icons here. Okay, we are going to need FA home, that's okay. FA task, that's okay. FA user, that's still okay. FA chat bar, no, we are not going to need this chat bar. Let me think. Okay, let's just leave it there for a while. Then we have the FA cog or cog. Nope, we won't need this. Just remove this one. Also, you have FA headsets. Okay, like we won't need this FA headset. We can just remove it. And I want us to include now this. We're going to include now the FA $sign. So that will be, move that. That will be FA $sign. FA $sign, like that. Okay. So from this point also, you have now the borrower sidebar. Okay. So here you're passing still the user role as a parameter, like that. Okay. So the class name, okay, you can still have all the, okay, all those sites can still remain the same. I don't think there is any offense remaining, the cells remaining the same. But now let's change now the particular content inside. Yeah, so, and also changing the particular path. So here in terms of the dashboard, you can change it to, let's say, path to the borrower. Yeah, like that. Borrower /dashboard, like that. Yeah. So this one will still remain as the dashboard, like that. Okay. So the next part, we have the part of the borrower / that will be the part of the requesting alone. Okay. Yeah, so you can come here below. So here is going to be, you can remove this. Borrower /request form, like that. Okay, and you can change this from users, so you can change this one to loan request. That's okay. So now this next one is going to contain the part of the profile, or the profile of the particular borrower. So let's change it to profile. And yeah, so changing the path here. So that will be borrower /profile. Okay. So the next one is the part of the notification. Like that. So okay, so change this to notifications. Yeah, so change this one to be notifications. Also, what you can do is, let's do this. Okay, this last one here, let's change it to be the part of the register, because let's say if maybe you are a guest user and you didn't register, or maybe if you want to register again, maybe as a, if you want to register again, like you can be able to still register like in the system. Okay, yeah, if you want to register again, maybe as a, okay, because remember, like you can be a borrower, okay, and also you still want to register yourself as a lender, so you can do that still the same in our application, like while you are still in the application. So here, let's copy this. I want us to paste it a couple of times. Yeah. So after having included that part of the register, now let's include the part of the repayments. Repayments, like that. Also, let's change the path. Okay, also this path was not supposed to be this. This one was not supposed to be like this, so it's supposed to be borrower/register. Borrower/register user. Yeah, like that. Okay, so after having done that, now in this part of the repayments, here we can change this to be borrower/repayment, borrower/repayments. Repayments. Now let's also remember, in another part you can add is the part of the user. Okay, that is the repayments. Another part that you can add is the part of the user management, because what I wanted us to include is the part of whereby the borrower can be able to see specific users. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, user management, like that. Okay, so the last one is going to, okay, so let's also change this. Borrower/user management. Okay, so the last part is the part of the loans. So I'm going to change it from this to, let's say, my loans. So here is going to be, also change the path to loan lists. So here in the part of the my loans, the borrower is supposed to say like all the loans here. Yeah, so after having done that, now let's move now to the part of the dashboard, to this dashboard. Okay, we can just write maybe here something, and we can type login and search visual dashboard, like that. Now let's now try to log in so as to be sure like everything works perfectly. Okay. Let's try to log in. Yeah, I see everything works okay. We have the text dashboard, but we need now to include now our sidebar here. Okay, we need to include now the particular sidebar. Now we're going now to be required to import it. Now, here in the dashboard, the borrower dashboard, let's not implement like a lot of things, but I want it to be a little bit beautiful. So let's move to the admin dashboard, and us to do like a little bit of changes. You can just copy the whole of it, and let's move to this borrower. Okay, I'm going to remove like almost everything. Okay, yeah, so from this point we are not trying to import the admin sidebar. What we're trying to import is the borrower sidebar. The borrower sidebar coming from that path. Also, in terms of navbar and in terms of Axios, like you won't need that. You can just remove it. Also, like I don't think we'll need this part here. We just remove it. We won't need it. Can just be left alone with part of the borrower sidebar. Yeah. Also, let me see. This part we won't need this. So instead of just using the function, you can just use const, but let's just leave it there for a while. Yeah. So from this point, let's see. Okay. I don't like this part, so let's remove this. Let's remove the all of that. Also, let's remove the all of this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so here okay, giving it a flex. Okay, let's not minimum height screen. Let's just say for it to be flex like that. Also, the user role here will be the borrower. And also in terms of passing here you're supposed to now pass the admin sidebar, not the the borrower sidebar. So you can just add here that is the borrower sidebar. Yeah, borrower sidebar like that. Also here below, okay, the this div is having these styles. Okay, so everything seems okay, but let's remove this part of the gray to be 100, and then instead of padding to be 4, can remove it and give it, you can set the padding to be 0. And also you can include here an navbar, but okay, let's import that admin navbar. You can just import it here. Yeah, design admin navbar. But I didn't want it, so let's just import it. Okay, yeah, okay, so like that. Yeah. So the admin navbar. Then below this navbar, can have now the particular. You can include here a particular h1. This h1 you can give it. Let's say maybe to be. Let's move this here. This icon you can give it this name. Let's say borrower dashboard. Yeah, borrower dashboard. Then this borrower dashboard is we're going to give it a class name. Okay, we're going to give it a class name. This is the class name that is going to contain, or is going to have. So it's going to have this class name, and this class name is going to be of text 3XL, and it's going to have so the font is going to be bold, then the MB is going to be 4, like that. Okay, so also you're still going to have this div here. So let's look. Okay, maximum width 7XL. No, I don't like it to be like, I don't want it to be like that. So what we can do is let's remove this style here. So this div, we're going to give it this particular style. We're going to first of all start with the background to be white, and then we're going to give it a padding of 6. Going to give it a padding of 6, and then after padding of 6, let's give it a shadow. So that will be shadow which is MD, and then rounded will be MD, like that. Yeah. Now okay, so here instead of using here H1, you can include here to be just H2. You can just give this to be just H2, and just leave it to be just H2, like that. And yeah, so the particular text that you can have inside is, let's just say, maybe an overview like that. And also you can just add here a random paragraph. Add here a random paragraph that can be displayed, and that can be displayed on our borrower dashboard. Okay, because like you don't want it to be so complicated. Okay, and just give it a, you can give it a Laura Ipsum text if you want, but as for me, I'm going to give it this text. So you can say here, welcome to the borrower dashboard. Welcome to the borrower dashboard. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so yeah, I can just give it a text like that. I think like that is okay. Yeah, so from this point, what you can do is let's now save and see how it is. It looks a little bit okay, but not that perfect. Yeah, but I think we can do better, so let's look at it. So that will be flex, and then sidebar, borrow, and then flex 1, padding. Okay, here padding, instead of putting 0, let's give it a padding of 6. That. Also here the text be XL white, and then font bold and B4, and then BG white, padding of 6. Here it's supposed to have a shadow to be MD, so that's a typo. So that would be shadow to be MD, and then a rounded MD, like that. This H2 is going to have text 3XL. Okay, so it's supposed to be text XL, like that, text XL, and then the font is supposed to be semi-bold, not bold, semi-bold. Supposed to be semi-bold, like that, and then MB is supposed to be 2. MB is supposed to be 2, like that. Yeah. So also what you can do is you can just copy this like this, and then control copy, remove this, and you can come to this P. So this P is a part of the paragraph, so you can give it a class name. So the particular class name is going to contain this style, so we just paste that style. It's supposed to be in there. That was text to be gray, but instead of 800, you can just give it a 700. And in terms of the MB6, you can just remove it like that. Just remove it like that. Yeah. And then let's try to save it and see how it looks. Okay. Yeah. Right now it looks a little bit okay. I can say like it's not perfect, but yeah, it looks a little bit okay. But also there's an issue because I can't see the like I can't see the names, then the names of the particular, the dashboard names that are here, the dashboard, yeah, like I can't see those. Okay, the sidebar content, yeah. The first one is this part of the profile. So let's now move to the profile codes. So what you can do is come to the part of the sign in, then copy that code that is in the sign in. Then after you've copied the codes in the sign in, I want you to come to this profile, to the borrower user profile. Here what you're going to do is this, you can paste this code here. Okay, let's clean it or fix it, that, and then copy that. Also here you can add this one, yeah, like that. Okay, obviously you're going to need a use state and obvious axios, okay, but this part of use navigate, you're not going to need this one, okay, because you're not navigating anywhere. Also you have the part of the axios, okay. Okay, also we're going to need now the sidebar. Okay, so this part of justify, like we won't need it, so let's import now the admin sidebar, or not the admin sidebar, the borrower sidebar. The borrower sidebar. Okay, let's see, because let's look at this sidebar so that you can see if everything, okay, everything looks okay. Borrower sidebar, I don't know why it was not okay. Yeah, so borrower sidebar from that one. Also after having imported the borrower sidebar like that, yeah, so what you can do is let's remove the whole of this content here. Let's remove the whole of that. So what you're going to do is you're going to first of all do here, I'm going to do now a const user, and then this const user you're going to do here a set user, and then you're going to put it like in terms of use state, yeah, in terms of the use state, like that. Then here we're going to pass the name, the particular name, and also we're going to pass the email. That means in our profile we're only just going to be showing, we're only going to show the name and the email, particular email, only those two, nothing else. Yeah, so after having done that, now we can come like here, still like in the same here, you can come here below. Now you're going to do now a const, I'm going to say here const loading, still the same, we're going to do almost the same thing. So we're going to do here set loading to use state, is it to true, yeah, like that. Like that, I think it's okay. Okay, so there's an issue, like where has this come from? This is not supposed to be here. Yeah, this one was not supposed to be there. So here also you're going to use a use effect. This use effect is going to help us in fetching now the particular information of the particular user. When the user tries to log in, when the user logs in successfully, then since our token contains the user's information, then you're going out to try to fetch it. Okay, so we're going to use here use effect. So we're going to say here use effect, and then this use effect going to is going to contain now our consts. It's going to contain our consts. Let's say fetch, maybe fetch user data, because it fetches user data. So fetch user, fetch user data, like that. And then it's going to be async. So it's going to be async, and what you're going to do is you're going out to use a try cache here below the use effect. Okay, we're going out to use the try cache. I think like throughout this tutorial, like I've been explaining to you guys like the importance of try cache. Okay, so like if I just move faster without explaining to you guys, I think you'll be able to know like what it does, or at least have a clue of what it does. Because also remember, like I've told you, I'm not going to be covering, like I'm not going to be showing you like how you are going to make all of these files, because like I've been showing you like how to navigate using React on most of these files. So yeah, you're going to be making like some of them. Okay, yeah, so even after you're through making it, like make sure you can tag me on my LinkedIn, or yeah, you can just tag me on my LinkedIn, or even you can come to the YouTube comment section, and then yeah, I'll be there to congratulate you for having been through with it, and also having deployed it successfully. Okay, so now let's move now to the part of the cache, which I usually like to use it most of the time. So now we're going to do here a console. I'm going to do now a console.error. Now this console.error is going to give out this error. We can say here maybe error fetching user data. Yeah, error fetching user data. And first, to be sure like what data it was trying to fetch, what we're going to do is we're going to try now to pass here the particular error, like that. Okay, so now here in the try, we're going now to try to pass now the particular token, so that it can be able to get, so that it can be able to, from the token, it can be able to fetch the particular file that you want. Okay, so we're going to do now say the same thing that we have been doing, but so as not to waste time, let's move to the admin support management. In the support management, I want us to copy this, so come here, and then let's copy the whole of this. I think up to here will be okay. Yeah, let's up to there will be okay, right? I think so. Let's copy up to there. Then let's return to the user profile. So what you're going to do is you can copy this here. Let's just paste it here like this. Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks okay. This one is for this, and then let's look at the support management. Also, yeah. Yeah, like that. So, so we're just doing the same thing. So the token is checking it from the local storage, So you're going also doing the part of the response axios.get. So here we're going to change it from part of support. So we're going now to just do this. We're going to use slash, that would be users slash profile. Yeah, like profile like that. So that is the particular path for getting the user's profile. Okay, so also what you can do is here you can add this, you can do this set user. You can do here, let's say set user, and then you pass in now the particular. Okay, this set user, this is the one that I want us to use. Control that. Can do it like that. So can do it like that, and then you're going to now pass now the particular response dot data. Okay, the response data, then the user like that. Response data user like that. Yeah, so from this point also you are trying, in case of any error, we're trying to cache, we're trying to console.error that one. And what you can do is you can do this, you can add here a finally. So this finally, what it's going to do is going to do a set loading. So this, in this set loading, you're going to set it to false, first of all to false. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so from that point, what you can do is after having done that, what you can do is you can come now below here just to now try to collect. So go now to do here fetch user data, then this fetch user data, trying to call it like that, and then yeah, I think like that's okay. Yeah, like that is like that will be okay. Also, what we're going to do here is now obviously now in terms of profile, because I don't know if you can remember, like while I was showing you the whole project like in the beginning in my part 1 video, you can check it on my YouTube. Like I told you guys, like also in that video I told you and I showed you that the user is able to change or modify their particular profile. Okay, so like obviously we're going now to create a function or a particular code that is going to be handling now that particular that is going to try to handle that particular issue. Okay, that particular issue. So yeah, so from that point, what you can do is can do this. You're now going to do a const handle change. So the function of this is going to be is going to try to handle the particular change. Const handle change. This const handle change, you're going to pass now a particular event like that. And what you're going to try to do is now going to do a const. Then you're going to try to pass here. We're not try to pass that will be name and value. Okay, so we'll pass first of all name, and we'll be passing name and value. This name and value, so we're going to say e.target, the event.target, and then here below what you're going to do, here set user. So I'm going to say here set user, and then now in this part of set user we're going to say the previous state. We now pass here the, let me show you. Yeah, we're going to now try to pass now the previous state. Okay, so here you have said like set user, then I'm going now to include now here the previous state. Going now to include here the previous state. Then this previous state Now here we are going out to use now that will be the spread operator. Then I include now the previous, include now the previous set. Include that previous set, and also cell. Now in this previous set, cell, obviously remember what you're going to be passing in there. The first one is first of all the name, so you're going to be passing, that will be the name, like that. And then in this name we're now going to set it to value like that. Yeah, value like that. Okay, also cell, so that is going now to help us in terms of handling any change. Okay, when you make any changes in the application, okay, in the part of the profile. Now also remember, when you this part of the user profile is kind of a form. Okay, like it's just kind of a form, and in every form what you'll need is you're going to need now a particular code that's going to handle your submit, all of your submits. Okay, so what you can do is you can just come here below, and what you can do is you can say here const handle submit. Just put here, let's say const handle submit, and then still the same, this submit is going to be an async function. Then now in this submit, now we're going to pass this event, and then it's going to contain, first of all, it's going to contain the event dot that will be the prevent default, the event dot prevent default, like that. Also going out to include here a try cache, like that. So in case of any error, what you want to be console.error is this. In case of any error, want this to be there. So we're going to do here console.error. Okay, so let's look here. Maybe there's a problem here. It looks okay. So that will be console.error. Then in this console.error, you can just add this particular error. Let's say maybe error maybe that, because that is for, that will be for maybe that will be handling part of the profile. Yeah, so we can put this, can say maybe error updating the profile, because remember, like you're in the user profile section. Okay, yeah, so obviously in terms of error, now we want it to give us the particular error so that you can know what to do with it. Also, what you're going to do is now we're going to add an alert. So we're going to add this alert, and this alert can have these text inside them. You can just say here maybe error updating profile. Okay, error updating profile, so that you can be able to tell the particular person who is filling the particular profile. Okay, now in our try, what you can do is this. We're now going to do a const, just going to be the same const token. So let's come here and then copy the whole of this one here. Let's copy the whole of this, then come to here below, paste it like that. So what we will do is we're going now to do just that is going to be a const token, then including that. Now, so the only thing you're going to be changing is this part of the let's look at it. Okay, so response. Okay, yeah, this part of the const response, we're just going to leave it to just have the part of await. So I'm going to remove this const response like that. So just be await access.get, then the path remains the same. Okay, the path remains the same, but also what you're going to do here, also you're now going to include also the particular user here, there, like that. Yeah, so from there, like everything remains the same, but obviously, like after, in case of successful updation of a particular profile, we want an alert that can tell someone, hey, like this the updating of your profile was successful. So you can add here an alert, and then in this alert we are going to now do this. We're going to do this. That will be, let's say, maybe profile updated. Profile updated successfully. You can just leave it like that. Yeah, so from there I don't think there's anything else that you can do. Yeah, from there everything looks okay. Also, what you want to do, or what we want to do, is now we're going to include here so we're going to say here, if let's say if it's loading, then what you want it to do is you want it to return this. So you're going to include here divs. Going to include here divs, and then in this divs what you're going to do is can just add this yeah, I think like that will be okay. So that means that in case if it's loading, then want it to give us that part, to give us that part like that. Also, what you can do is you can say, yeah, if maybe like there is no user, want it to behave in this manner, want it to return this, but first of all you're going to include here div, like that. Now inside this div you're going to do this, let's say user data not found. So that means if we don't find the data of the particular user, then I'm going to give out this. Okay, now I want us now to move to this part of the return inside here. Now inside here we're going to do this. So this div let's just leave it with only flex. Let's remove this H screen. Okay, like that. And so below this one we can add the part of the sidebar. So that will be the borrow sidebar. That will be the borrow sidebar, like that. And then here we're now going to include now a div. So let's remove this img. Then instead of putting this img, we're now going to include height2. So in this height2, what you can do is you can add, maybe let's say part of update profile. So it's going to contain this text of update profile, like that. Let's try to save and look how it, and see how it looks. Not going to be perfect, but let's see. Let's see how it looks. Basically, we are getting an error because I don't know if you can see here. We're just getting this part of loading, like that. So that is what we had typed here. Let me show you. That is what we had typed in here. This part of loading, the loading, like that. Okay. Because obviously we are going to be having a lot of error there. So here we update it to be update profile like that. Also we need to make these changes. So this class name is going to continue this. Also in this part of the sidebar, you can add this part of the, you can add here the user role to be borrower. You can add it there. Let me show you. You can add it there. The user role here, user role to be borrower, just the way we did in the admin. So here the class name will contain. Okay, so let's remove this. So here we're going to do a maximum. Maximum will be XL. So maximum width, medium devices. So we're going to do here max auto, and then we're going to do here a padding form, and we're going to give it a background color to be white, so that will be background to be white. And also we can give it now a shadow. So we're going to do here, our shadow is going to be MD, then we're going to give it rounded, and then this rounded is going to be RG, like that. Also in terms of this update profile name, in terms of this update profile name, so you can give it this. So the first thing that you're going to do, here, that will be text Excel, then you're going to do a font. So the font is going to be semi-bold, text is going to be semi-bold, and then MB is going to be 4, like that. Also remember, what we're going to do is, remember, like this is a form, but from this point we are not going to be needing this, so let's remove this part here. So that is 1 2, that is 1 2 2 divs. No, not div, it's supposed to be only one div, like that. Now let's remove now the down here. Okay. Now in this part of the on submit, you're going out to include now this part of handle submit on the form. Like that, handle submit. Yeah, so we're going now to put now that part like that, and yeah, also we can give it class name. What we can do is, let's say going to give it a class name. So the class name is going to be space y and then form. Yeah, like that, space y and then form. Like that, I think is okay. Yeah, okay. So this part of the div, you can just remove this because I don't see its importance here. Okay, so it's going to have this label. So this label, let's say, okay, so okay, now in this label you can add this, can add now the HTML4, then this HTML4 here, because this part is going to be containing the part of the name. Okay, it's going to contain the part of the name. So in terms of the styles, okay, block is okay, and then here text gray 700. Okay, text in small devices. Okay, font bold. Okay, so font you want it to be medium, we don't want it to be bold. Medium like that would be okay. Medium. Then after including the font to be a medium, now we're going to include the part of the text to be gray. I think we have added it, so yeah. So let's remove this. That. Then you're going to rename this from email to name. Like that. Also, this one is going to still remain text, but the value inside here, we're going to change it from that value here, it will just remain, it's going to change it to be name. Like that. So here in the part of the ID, we're going to include now also the name. Like that. Okay, so here, okay, let's do this. Here in the part of the value, let's remove it and then just put the name to be like that. Then here can add now the particular of the value. You can add this value. So in this value, I'm going to pass the user dot name, the user dot name, and in case if we don't find the user dot name or the particular name, so we're just going to leave it blank like that. Okay. Now in this part of the on change, now we're going out to just pass the part of the handle change. Let me show you. Just going to be passing. We're going to only pass this. This part of the on change. What you can do is let's remove this. You can remove the whole of this. Up to there, then paste it like that. Yeah, paste it like that. Also, let's remove also this placeholder because we are not filling anything. Yeah, so class name, okay, and just leave the class name as it is for now. There's no issue. In this second part, the first one contains the name, then the second one is going to contain now the email. Okay, so what we're going to do is just going to do the same thing as we did. So let me do this. Let's copy the whole of this div. Like that. So, but change this to email. Okay. Okay, so here I'm going to pass now from instead of the user dot name, just going to pass the user dot email. The user dot email like that. Yeah, I think everything now looks okay. Also, let's change the name of the button. Can change it from sign in, then we're going now to say maybe update profile. this part of update profile is going to be like this. So let me show you here. The first thing is going to contain a type. So remember, like, the type is submit, because like you're trying to submit something using this button. Okay, so you can give it a type. So in this type, we're going to add the email, and then the class name, you can just leave it the way it is. Now what you can do is also, let's remove this div here, because we won't need it. Okay, now let's try to save and see how it appears. It looks okay, but it seems like my styling is not that great. Okay, so let's do this. Let me try to arrange these styles. So in terms of the styles, let's start with this first one. Okay, so this first one, let's change it to, let's remove the whole of this style. And we're going now to start with empty, which is going to be 1. Then the P is going to be 2. The border, then giving it a border, and then we're going to say here border to be gray like that. Then the opacity will be 300. Then I'm going to say here going to be rounded MD, and then give it a shadow on small devices, and then width, it will be full, its width will be full like that. Okay, yeah, like that will be okay. So what you can do is, let's just copy the whole of this. Can just also just paste it on our class name here. Then for the email, okay, and then in terms of this button, in terms of the button, we're going now to include this. In terms of button, we're going to first of all start with okay, so here the type is supposed to be submit, not email. Submit like that. Now in this class name, so this class name is, it was supposed to have these particular styles. So what you're going to do is, first of all, you're going now to include an inline. So you're going to say here inline to be flex. Then we're going to say here, so the items can say for it to be center. Then the px is going to be 4. The py is going to be 2, and we're going to give it a background. We're going to give it a background color to be blue, or 500 like that. Also, another thing that we're going to add is we're going to add the text to be white, and also we can give it now a font. The font is going to be semi-bold. Then you can give it a rounded, so rounded MD, then shadow, small devices. Then I'm going now to give it a hovering effect. So can now add the part of the hover BG blue 600 like that. Also we are going now to add now here a focus. So this focus is going to be outline, is going to be none like that. Also here going now to add a focus. This focus is going to have the ring is going to be 2. Also here we're going to add now the focus, this part of the focus. So the ring is going to be also going to be a blue 400, blue 500 like that. Okay, so we can just save it and then let's try to see how it is. Let's look at it closely. So the first one was flex, and then okay, so this one's supposed to be, you can just add the user role. That's not a must. You can add it or not, so but it's not a must. So here the first part was supposed to have this. Okay, so like I've made some few changes, and yeah, everything now looks to be functioning okay. Yeah, everything looks okay. So what you can do is do this. So from this point I think we are through with the part of the profile. Let's now move to the next section. So we are through with the profile. Now the next part of these codes were the part of the loan management. Okay, so in this or let's say the request loan form. So in this request loan form, this is whereby the user is going to try to request a particular loan or amount that they want. Okay, so now we are through with the profile. Now let's move to the part of the loan requests. So in this loan request, now let's give it the necessary codes. So what we are going to do is let's in this user profile, let's copy all of these codes here. Let's copy all of this. And now let's move to the part of the loan requests. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, so you can just this. You can just paste it like that. And remove this. Also, let me show you here. So like that. Also, another thing that you're going to need is okay, so everything looks okay. Yeah, but let's do this. Let's make here some changes. So we're going to do this. So we're going to remove this, and we're going to add here the form data. Then this form data, we're going to do this. I'm going to say here set from data to be there, to be set to use set, like that. Then here in the from data, we're going to pass first of all this. So we're going to start first of all with amount. And then the term. Then next one is purpose. Then you have interest rate. Sorry. So after the interest rate, now we're going now to include that will be the repayment schedule. Yeah, the repayment schedule, like that. Yeah, I think like that will be okay. Also, okay, so after having done this, let's remove this part of the loading, because let me show you. This part is just unnecessary. And just remove it like that. And instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do this. So here we are using the use effect. Also, you are passing out the fetch user data. So from this point, what we can do is let me see. We can remove the whole of this. Let's remove the whole of this one. Yeah. Wait a minute. Up to there. So what's wrong? It's supposed to be up to there, like that. So from there, what you want to do is we are now going to do a const handle change. That means in case of any changes, then this is the part that is going to handle any changes that you're going to have. So yeah, it's going to be almost the same as this one, but instead of this, what you can do is let's do this. Instead of putting here another handle change, you can remove this and just let it to be like that. Also like that, so that will be handle change. So passing the event, then that will be const name value e.target. Okay, passing e.target set form. Okay, okay. So what this does is let me just put it here. It just handles the input changes. Just handle the input changes, so that in case if you make any changes, then it's going to handle that. So from this point, now we're passing that will be to event.target. Then here, what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to do this instead of setting user. We're going to say set the particular form data that you had included there above. So I remove this. So that will be set form data. Yeah. So okay, now here in the set form data, what we're going to do is let's remove this part of the set prev set. just going to do this. Let me show you. 1 minute for this to, my computer is hanging, so yeah, so let's wait here. Let's remove this. There's this one here. Yeah, like that. So here inside you're going to be spreading, that will be the form data that you had included there above. So that will be the form. Yeah, that will be that form data, and then still going to be passing there the name and then the value like that. Okay, so that one handles the changes. Also, in terms of handling a form submission, what you can do is come here below. In terms of handling a form submission, you can also just include here below. Let me show you here. So here we're going to do this. So here we're going to do now this. We're going to do here const handle submit, and then it's going to have an async. It's going to be async. As I say, the event. So from this point, okay. So what you can do is, because you already have another handle submit, what you can do is let's do this. Let's remove this, and then so that you can focus with the handle submit that you have. This part of handle submit that you have. Okay. So this handle submits. Okay, just working the same. Okay, event.prevent default. Okay. So what you want to do is, now in this try cache, let's change now this path from profile. I'm going to change it to API / that will be the borrow alone. That will be the borrower alone, like that. So let's remove this part of the user here. Also, what you can do is here, above, let me show you. Here, I want us to add now the to do a spread operator of the form data. So we're going to do the spread operator of the form data. Spread operator of the form data, like that. Like that's okay. Then I think this one can remain the same. That headers then passing the token like that. Okay, alert. So in case of submitting of the, instead of successful submission, so what you can do is you can change this. You can change here to be no requests. No request submitted successfully. No loan requests are submitted successfully. Like that. And then in terms of the cache, passing the error, so that will be console.error. So here you can say maybe error maybe submitting the loan request, like that. Okay, then in terms of alert, here you can say maybe failed maybe to submit the loan request, maybe error submitting loan request. Let's change it here. So that will be failed to submit the loan request. Okay, yeah, so from this point we won't need this, so you can just remove this. Yeah, okay, so our annual submit is okay. So everything looks okay. Also we can come here, so let's see, here you have the class name to be the class name flex Bora. Okay, yeah, I think this one's okay, so let's just change here to be maybe, let's say, request salon. I don't know if you're noticing, like most of these codes are just the same. That's why like I'm not going to be doing like all of them. Request alone like that. So here still you're passing the handle submit. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, like that. So the type here is going to change from, let's change it to amounts. So here is the amount. Let's remove this part of the ID. So it's going to remain with our type to be text. Okay. That. So type will remain as text. Okay. Oh, no, amount is number, so let's change the type is going to be a number. Yeah. Okay, because it's not a string. And also the name is going to be amount. So here in the part of the value, so you're going to change it here to be, that will be the form data. Yeah, so form data dot name, and just leave it like that. Class name, okay, let's just leave it like that. Now the next one is going to contain the part of the month, so what you can do is this, but let's do this. Let's remove this part of the HTML form. Okay, like that. So this second one is going to contain now the part of the term. Going to contain the part of the term. Then this term is going to be in months. So you can say here in months, like that. in months, like that. So here let's change because month is a number, so to still be number. Like that. Okay, so let's remove this ID because it has no use being here. Okay, the name we can change it to from email. Let's put it to term. Yeah, term, like that. Also here we can just do the part of the. Also here was supposed to be form.amount, not form.name, because we're dealing now with amount, not name. Amount. And here it's supposed to be this. That would be form data dot term. Yeah, form data dot term, like that. So yeah, but also what you can do is so as to make sure that no one skips these inputs, can add the required part. So this is going to ensure that no one will be able to skip, no one will ignore these inputs required, like that. Okay, so we've added now the part of the term and the part of the months. So another thing we're going to add now is the part of the purpose. So let's copy this. Then let's paste it. Let's paste it maybe one time. This one time this part is going to contain the part of the purpose. We're going to contain the part of the purpose. So this purpose, purpose is a string or a text. So here's going to be text. Then the name is going to be purpose. So the name is going to be purpose. So the value is going to be form data dot, that will be purpose. Yeah, purpose, like that. Also, yeah, also required is okay. Now from that point, what we're going to do is, let's look at this point here. So now we have added the part of the, we've added now the part of the purpose. So if you look in here, we're going to realize also we need now another part, the part of the interest rate. So let's just copy this and paste it again. Like that. So here we're going to change it to, from purpose we're going to change it to this. So it's going to be interest rate, like that. Then this interest rate is going to be in percentage. And just add it like that. Now here in the interest rate, this one is going to change from text, because like remember interest rate is just a number. Okay, So I'm going to change it from text, and it's going to be, it's going to contain, or it's going to be number. Okay, before that, let's also paste here another one, so that, like that. So here is going to be number for the interest rate, and then in terms of name, so let's change it to the part to the interest rate. Yeah, interest rate, like that. So that will be form.data, and then pass the interest rate here. Interest rates, okay, yeah, something like that's okay. So the next one is the part of the repayment schedule. The repayment schedule, like after how many months you intend to repay the particular loan. Repayment schedule. So it's going to be monthly. Like that. Also, repayment schedule, you can just leave it to be text, and then the part of the name will just be repayment schedule. So that will be form.data repayment schedule. Yeah, like that. From that point, everything looks okay. And the part of the, so here we'll change it to submit request. Submit request, like that. And here, instead of like having these a lot of styles, you can just remove a lot of these styles because they are unnecessary. Yeah. Let's just do this. So here in terms of the class name, so we're going to say here, I just remove all of this. So the part of text white can remain, and also items to be center, not really. So let's do this. Let's remove it from this point. No, let's remove it from this. Okay. Yeah, from this point it will be okay. So we're going to do here, we say the width is going to be full, then the background is going to be blue, like the way it's here, no problem. Then the text is going to be white, like it's here. Okay, yeah, so from there I think everything's okay, but we can add now a hovering effect here. This hovering effect, so we're going to say hover. This hover is going to have BG, is going to be blue. Then now passing the 500. So that is going to be the hover, and then the BG will be blue. Then let's say it's 600. Let's just give it a 600. Yeah. 600 like that. Okay. Yeah, so thing like that's okay. So let's just try to save it and see how it responds. Let's just wait some few seconds for it to load. Okay, it looks like it's taking a lot of time. So after you're through it, yeah, everything looks okay right now. Okay, so you can see here. Okay, I'm having issues. So it was supposed to be. Is it? Request loan, not request loan. So yeah, request loan like that, and then you can save it like that. So you can see here, you can be able to include now the particular amount that you want. Also the part of the term, purpose and everything like that. So I think that's what we did. But at the end, I don't know if you can remember, in the request loan that I gave you, that I showed you previously, it had the part of the it had a reCAPTCHA, a Google CAPTCHA, but I'm going to show you how you're going to integrate it, like maybe at the end of this video, how you can be able to integrate it into your application. Okay, so now the last file, or the last part that we're going to be looking at, is the part of the repayment management. Okay, just want to look at this part so that so what we're going to do here is this. Now in this part of the repayment management, it has mainly two things. Okay, so we're not going to be looking at all the codes here at the repayment management. We're just going to be looking at the part of the Paystack, how to be able to integrate Paystack into your application. Okay, and that is the other part you can be able to do it, because they are just the same thing. And this video is getting so long, and I didn't want it to be like that. Okay, now in this part, I want us to do this. We're going now to include now the particular. Let's move to payment management. Here it is. Here in the repayment management, what we're going to do is we're going first of all to add two buttons. Okay, we're going to add two buttons. So the first button is going to contain the part of submit repayment. Then the next one is going to contain the part of that is for another action. So in the part of another action, is going to direct you to the part where you're going to be able to pay with using Paystack. Okay, but as for here, I'm just going to only show you how you can be able to put that button, and then how you can be able to integrate that part of payment using Paystack, because I don't want to show you like all of these codes, because they're just the same. Like, I'm going to be wasting your time for nothing. Okay, so what you can do here, below this point, what you can do is we're going now to remember this part is going to contain a form. So this is supposed to be a form here. Okay, like this is supposed to be a form here inside. So here inside this part is a form, because like remember it has its own inputs, and there, like almost below the form, we have now those two buttons. Okay, so in this form you're going to fill those inputs. Okay, you can look at my codes that are on GitHub, but just pardon me, but I'm just going to only include the one button that I've told you, because I don't want to waste your time. Okay, so what you're going to do here is you're going to now include a link. This link is not going to be self-closing, so let's include the link. This link is going to have the text. It's going to have the text another action. Okay, now in this text another action is going to direct us to this page. Let's say maybe pay using Paystack. Paystack payment, and then this link, still this part of the link is going to have a class name, so we're going to give it this class name. It's going to contain our class name. So let me first fix this. Like that. Paystack payment. So this part of the, so it's going to contain these okay, let me show you here. It's going to contain this part of the class name. It's going to contain these styles. For the particular styles is, first of all, we're going to put here, so the ML is going to be 4, and then the BG is going to be green 500. The text will be white, the PX is going to be 4, and the PY is going to be 2. Then we're going now to add the part of rounded, to be LG, yeah, like that, yeah, like that. But remember, we're just going to put it like that. Okay, we just don't want to put it like in form of a button. Yeah, so we're going to just include it like that. But also remember, after having done that, like also there's something that we need to have imported. Like example, we need to have imported, that is the link which is coming from a link which comes from React Router DOM. Okay, so let me show you here. The first thing that we need to have imported is, first of all, this. So we can do here the import of link, and link is coming from, let it be React Router DOM. That also, another thing that we're going to need to have included is the sidebar. Just include the sidebar for the sake of it. So yeah, for navigation, so include the borrower sidebar, yeah, like that. So here what you can do is this. Since I've included now the sidebar, I want us to be able now to put now that sidebar inside these inside here. So here in this div, so this div we are going to give it a class name. This div is going to have a class name, and the particular class name of this div is going to be just flex, like that. Okay, then below here we are now going to have the borrower sidebar, the borrower sidebar, like that. Yeah, borrower sidebar like that. So also you can include here h2. This h2 is going to contain this text. Let's say maybe repayment let's say repayment management. Repayment management. Yeah, repayment management, like that. Now here in this form, here we can include first of all an on click if you want to be able to pay, if someone wants to pay using our inside our form, but we are not going to do that. Okay, yeah, we won't be doing that as for now. So from this point, let's look here. So I don't know, I'm still getting this error. Oh yeah, I've seen the problem. I forgot to put the equal sign. Yeah, that. So from that point, I think we are through that, but let's just save it and see how it looks. Yeah, so let's look how it looks. Yeah, doesn't look that bad. Press another action. I'm direct to the Paystack payment. That's okay. Now here in the part of the sidebar, also you can include it like this one is for the borrower. So whereby you can say here this, you can say here the user role to be borrower. Borrower, like that. Okay, and at the same time, let's pass now the user role as a perimeter side here. Compass it here. Compass the user role there. Yeah. So I've been able to do a couple of changes here. So example, I've been able to, so in this part of the borrower sidebar, I've just added this part here, like it had a capital B. So I've changed that. Also in this part of the form, I've included this style here, and where again? Yeah, I think only those two parts. And after saving it, this is what you are getting on the browser. So yeah, I think everything was okay, because if we had included now those other inputs, we'll like be able to see all those inputs here. Okay, now if you press this part of another action, you are being directed to this page of which has the Paystack payment. So in this part of the Paystack payment is where you're going to be filling your email and everything. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can be able to implement that, because remember, like I told you, we are only going to implement here the Paystack payment, and those other parts or the files we are going to do it alone. Okay, but if you get any error or any question, you can just ask me on the comments, or the best thing to do is to ask me in the Discord section. Now let's move to the payment page. So at this point, so here there's not supposed to be payment. It's supposed to be, let's say, you can just put it as a Paystack payment. Let's just not put it as payment. Let's rename it to Paystack payment. Okay, that will be Paystack payment. You can remove the word page, like page is not a must. Like that. Okay. Also this is a typo, not Paystack payment. So here's supposed to be paste. Yeah. Okay, so after doing that, what you're going to do is if you come here, okay, we'll need this use state also, but we are not going to need this part of user router, so let's just remove it. Access, you're going to need access in connecting the backend with the front end, so you can just remove this. Okay, also let's change the name. The name is supposed to be Paystack payments. Okay, so let's change it here. For those who don't know what we did, we went to the sign-in page, to the sign-in file, we copied it and then we pasted. Okay, so what we did is that we copied the codes in the sign-in and then we just pasted it in this part of Paystack payment. Okay, so now let's rename this to be Paystack payments. Yeah, Paystack payment, like that. So you can just come here above and try to change it. Like that. Now if you come here below, obviously you're going to need an email, because I don't know if you remember very well while I was showing you how the project is. When you are making payments, like, you are supposed to include the email, an email if you have an account with Paystack. Okay, the email that you registered with while you are signing in with Paystack, or while you are creating an account with Paystack. Okay, so this part of the email, this one part of the email in the usage will remain the same. Also going to need to include the part of amount, okay, because you need to set amount, so you can just do this. Let's change this to the amount. The amount, like that. Okay, so another thing is the part of the currency. Okay, so let's remove this use navigate here, because it's of no use. Then let's try to copy this. So let's include here the part of the currency. Currency, like that. Yeah, so but remember, in terms of currency, as I told you, like, the currency that is going to be by default, the currency that, okay, when you are registering with Paystack, there is a particular country that you're supposed to choose, like where you're from. Then after choosing a particular country, then it's going to be set to that particular country's currency by default. So that's how you get the part of the currency. But you can change it later. Yeah, but we're able to change it. Okay, so don't mind about that. Now we're going also to change this function, and it's going to be, we're going to change it to handle Paystack payments. This function over here with the sign in. So let's change it to handle, so as to handle the Paystack payments. So this one will be handle Paystack payment like that. Okay, so it's still an async, but you're not going to be passing here any event because it's not necessary there. Also, we're going to do this here below. We are going to set our payment handler. So here, what you're going to do, you're going to do this. You're going to do a const payment handler. Payment handler, and okay, payment handler, and this payment handler, what it's going to do is going to have a window dot paystack pop to appear on it. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. So it's going to be window dot paystack paystack pop dot setup that. And also this part is going to have a callback, so we're going to say here, so it's going to have a callback, and this callback is going to be passing a response. We're going to be passing a response like that. And in terms, so as to be able to know if our payment has been made successfully, you can just console log it. So you can do a console log, and then you can just include this text. Payment successful. Then after the payment is successful, you can just pass the response. You can pass the response like that. Okay. Now in terms of verifying payment, verifying a payment, verifying a payment, here we are going to pass now the particular reference. So we are going to do this. We're going to pass a response. I'm going to do a response dot reference. Yeah, that will be a response dot response dot reference. Okay. Reference like that. But remember, okay, I don't know if this response is okay. Yeah, response that like that. So also what we're going to do is after having verified the particular response or call back to verify a payment, because we need to verify payment. So also we are going to do this. You're going to add an on clause. So this on clause, we're going to add an on clause. So the function of this on clause is going to just console log if example payment is cancelled. Example, let's say if payment is cancelled, then it's going to console log that particular going to tell us if our payment is cancelled, so as we can know it in appropriate time. Okay, so just going to console.log it. Just going to do a console.log, and we're going to pass that will be the payment cancelled. Yeah, payment cancelled, like that. Yeah, payment cancelled, like that. Lastly, what you can do is this. Let me show you. You can do this. The last thing here is you can add a part of the payment handler with an open iframe. So let me show you. That will be a payment handler dot open iframe. Okay, so this part we are not going to need this. I don't think you're going to need this part here. You can just remove it, or else. Let's do this. Let's copy this try. Let's copy this try. We're copying it, and then let's remove these other ones here. Okay, not that. Okay. Really. Okay. Let's remove this. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so from that point, I think everything is okay. Also, we're going now to create another part for, let's say, verifying a particular payment that has been made. Okay, so what you're going to do is this. You can do a const, let's say, verify payment, and then this const verify payment is still going to be an async function. So it's going to include the async, and here in the async you're going to pass a reference as a parameter. So we're passing the reference. We're passing now the reference, and here we're now going to include now the particular try cache, so as to be able to verify payment successfully. So yeah, like this. So okay, so I've included this try, which means let's say const response to be await dot post, and then you have that part. So let's change this path from users and then login, and just add the part which is verify payment. If you want to know how we came with that part, you can check it out on our backend. Yeah, on our backend codes. So that will be verify payment. Verify payment. Yeah, verify payment, like that. Okay. Also here we're going to, okay, we won't need this part here. Let me see. Okay, passing the email and this one. Okay, so I don't think this part is useful, but instead of including, let's do this. Instead of removing the whole of it, you can just remove this part of the password, this part of the email. Here we can just include the part, you can just include a reference here, the reference that you are passing as a parameter. Include it there. And also, to make it much cleaner, let's remove this some of this let's arrange it. Okay, so like that. So reference is like that. Yeah, looks okay. Now here below we're going now to add a console, so we're going to do that will be console.log. Then in this console.log you're going to be logging the particular, if let's say payment is verified successfully, then we're going to say this a payment verification response, payment verification response, like that. And then what you can do here is this. We can now add the particular response data there, yeah, like that. Also what you can do is here, since you have just included only the try part, let's also include the part of the cache. So in this part of the cache, we'll be passing still error, so parameter there, passing still the error, so in case of any error. And here what you're going to do is this. We're going to now try to console the error. We're going to do the same thing that we've been doing, like we're going to console not console log it, but console error the particular error. Yeah, so that would be error verifying payment in case of any error. Okay, and also you need to now pass now the particular error so as to know like where the problem is. Right. So from that point I think we are through. We are through with that point. So this was verify payment, async reference, that. So try response. Okay. Also here okay, yeah, supposed to have that, yeah, like that. Okay, so from that point I think we are through with that part. Now let's now add the parts that are going to require in this part of the return. So the first thing that we're going to do is, now this div you're now going to change the class name. Going to, okay, you can leave it to be flex, but let's add some styles here. Flex column, flex column, and then we have the items center, then justify be center, then the minimum height you can put it to screen, like that. And then the background you can just add it, you can just give it a background, you can just give it a gray, and then 100 like that. Also this next div, okay, instead of doing anything with this div, let's just remove this one here. That's okay. Now this div here, what you can do is let's just remove the all of it. So let's remove the value of it, and then the things that you're going to do is you can add now background to be white, and then the shadow is going to be medium. Then you can add a rounded, so rounded will be LG, and then padding is going to be 8, like that, and then width is going to be full, and then the maximum width will be on medium devices, like that. Now this H2, you can just say maybe payment with Paystack. Okay, this one here was create an account, but let's remove it and change it to payment with the Paystack, or yeah, that would be pay with Paystack, like that. Pay with Paystack, and then since this is not a form, because like this is not a form, we're going to remove anything related to a form, and that includes like all the labels and all the forms. Okay, and all the labels and the form. So I can just remove this. Let's just be left by the input. Yeah, let's remove that. So this part here, this div, so let's remove this div. So lastly, let's remove this form here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think everything's okay. Now we have this input. The first input is the part of the email. So type is going to be email. Yeah. So it's going to be email, like that. So the value still will be email, and then unknown change will be that to be set email event.target.value, like that. Okay. So yeah, you can still remain the same. You can let the class name to remain the same. The placeholder, let's okay, the placeholder is still okay. Yeah. Or you can just add this. You can just add that, and then yeah, you can just leave it like that still, no problem. Then the next one is going to be the part of the number, so the amount that you want to include in there. So here I'm going to now include that number here. Number, like that. Now in terms of value, we're going to pass the amount. Okay, so and then the placeholder is going to be, let's say maybe enter amount. So remove this. Enter amount, like that. Okay. So yeah, so from that point I think it's okay. Now this part of the button, I'm going to change it to be, let's say maybe pay now. Pay now. Pay now. And then in terms of the styles, like you can leave it to have the same size, like there's no harm. but we're going to now add an on click onto it. Okay. Also, let's remove first of all this div here. This div is not supposed to be here. Now let's add here an on click. So that would be on click. This on click, you're going to pass the handle Paystack payment. Okay, so that would be handle the Paystack payment, like that. So from this point, like, let's save it and then see how it appears on our end. Okay, so let's look at the front end and see how it appears. Okay, so let's check. Let's try to inspect it. Yeah, obviously there's a errors. Yeah, so something like this, for example, this set password and everything, like, they have not been defined. So let's try to just fix the whole of it, and then I'm going to try to solve it so that you can be able to see like where the problem is. Because if I even look into it, like if I look on it, like I just see like some errors because there are some things that they have not been defined. Okay, so here is going to be set amount, like that. Just fix all of it. So set amount should be event.target.value. That's okay. The class name can still remain the same. I don't think there's anything like that can change. Okay, now there's another part that we need to include. Okay, even if you look here at the top, we have now included only the email and the amount. So we need also to include the part of the currency, because in terms of currency, you're supposed to be able to choose like your currency based on a particular country. Okay, yeah. So if you come here below, what you're going to do, you're going to now add another part here. So we're going to add here a select. Going to add here a select. I'm going to add this select like that. Now this select is going to have some particular properties, and the first thing is going to have a value. It's going to have a value, so its value is going to be currency, like that. Also, it's going to have an on change, so we're going to include now that particular on change. So it's going to have an on change. So that on change, we're going to have that on change. So that on change is going to, okay, or instead of just doing these things from scratch, you can just copy the whole of this one from this point to this part of on change. That. So this one is going to be like on change, and then passing event dot. So here will be set currency. So we're going to change that to be currency. Yeah, currency like that. Placeholder is going to be maybe, let's say, maybe enter currency but here, since it's not an input, we won't need any placeholder. Okay, so like it's not going to be useful in this situation, so you can just remove this placeholder. Now here below we're going to include the particular currency that maybe that our application really supports currently, but you can expand this later to include also what you want. Okay, so the first thing you're going to do is you're going to add now the part of the USD, that is US dollar, and then going to give it a value. So the particular value that you're going to give it, so the particular value that you're going to give it is going to have this, going to have the USD like that. Also you can copy it, and then paste it a couple of times. So from this point, also this one I can change it to maybe, let's say that can be NGR, that is for Nigeria. And then for Nigeria, I think the currency is I think it is usually like NGN. Please pardon me if it's not like that, please. Okay, so I think it's NGN. Pardon me if you're from Nigeria and then watching this video and then your currency is not like that, so pardon me, like it's not my mistake. Okay, yeah. So here, so that would be Nigeria, and then we're going now to include now here, that would be the Naira. And then this second one, now we're going to include the part of the Ghana CD. So in this part of Ghana CD, its value, we're going to change it to GHS. I think that just represents Ghana, maybe shillings, I don't know. So yeah, oh yeah, it just represents Ghana shillings, maybe like that, if I'm not wrong. So that would be GHS, like that. And then on the side you're going now to, that will be the CD, so that will be the Ghana CD, the CD. Yeah, the CD like that. And then now we're going to come to, in Kenya, usually the currency in Kenya is usually the Kenyan shillings, so it will be KES. Also you can just include it here in the part of the currency, which is just going to be KES. And then so it's going to have that will be shilling. That will just be shilling. Yeah, I think like that's okay. Shilling. Yeah, from that point I think it's okay. Also you have now another part of in terms of, I don't know if it's Zambia or Rand. Can someone tell me, like, is Rand from Zambia or is Rand from South Africa? Don't know. But the next one is the part of we're going to include the part, we're going to include Rand. Okay, yeah. So I don't know if Rand is from Zambia or if Rand is from that is South Africa. I don't know. But as for now, I'm just going to assume that it's from, is it Zambia? Yeah, the HR is Zambia, maybe. Pardon me if I'm not right, but yeah. But you can include your country here. So as per your wish, or as per how you feel like doing so. Okay. So this one we are going to include now the rand here. Also, if you're from India and then watching this, I don't know, like the Indian currency, I don't know like what it is, but if you're from India, then you can just include your currency in here. Yeah, you can include your currency in here, and then yeah. But remember, when the determinant is when you're logging in, when you're creating an account. When you're creating an account, is going to tell you the country that you can choose from. Okay, even if you're not from the African countries, or maybe from even let's say, for example, in worst case scenario, if Paystack is not in your country, you can choose like maybe a country that you're not from there. Okay, and then you can just maybe choose a random number. You can choose a random number in the place of adding country number. Then after having chosen a random number, or maybe you can get a virtual number from a particular country, or maybe choosing a random number. The most important thing is for you to get access to Paystack and then know how to be able to integrate Paystack into a particular application. Okay, yeah, just to know how to integrate Paystack into a particular application. In the next one, maybe I'll teach you how you can be able to integrate using Stripe or PayPal. But currently, like most people don't like PayPal. I don't know why. Like PayPal are just so strict with their rules. I know, like it's a fintech app, but they're just so strict, and it's just boring. Like it will take a lot of time. But yeah. So next one, I may teach you how to integrate Stripe into your payments. Okay. Yeah. So it seems like here, if you look at our inspect, we are getting an error because it says that no route is matching the location Paystack payments. Okay. So let's move to let me show you here. Let's come to the what is it? The App.jsx. Yeah, the App.jsx. Yeah. This App.jsx, I want us to import. That will be the payment, the Paystack payment. Is that yeah, Paystack payment, like that. So if you come to here, this Paystack payment is in the borrower. Let's just put it here. Okay, so what you're going to do, let's say import, that's going to be Paystack payments from that path, and then I'm going to include it here below. Yeah, so let's include it here. Like that. Okay, also you can copy this. Yeah, like that. So yeah, so that looks okay. Now let's move to the that will be the payment management. I think so. Payment management. I'll just copy a particular path. Yeah, this Paystack payment path here. Just copy it like that. Then let's return to App.jsx. So let's look at it. Yeah, can you see like right now everything looks okay. Okay, so you have this part of adding your email, and then you have the part of adding the amount that you want. Okay, so you have the part of choosing the currency. If you want the USD, if you want the Naira, if you want the CD, if you want the Kenyan shillings, if you want the rand, like you can be able to choose it from here. Then you can be able to pay using this part of pay now. But now if you check here in our console, you're getting an error because we have not been able to implement the backend of this Paystack payment. Okay, so now we're going to include now the backend of it. Okay, now let's now include the backend of our codes. Okay, now we're going now to move now to the backend, and we're going to include now only a controller and a router, only those two. We won't need the model because we just want the controller to be able to execute a particular operation, to do a specific task, and then the router to point to a specific the particular path. Okay, so here we're going now to add the part of the payment. Just add it here. the payment. Let me show. Can add here the payment controller. Yeah, payment controller dot, what is it, controller.js, like that. So in this payment controller.js, we're not going to be doing like a lot of things here, but let me show you what we'll be doing. The first thing we are going to be doing is very simple. We're going to first of all import Axios from Axios. Okay, Axios from Axios, like that. Also, still we're going to also, okay, remember, like in this part of payment controller, we're going to make sure that when every payment is made, we need to be able to record the transactions in our database. Okay, so before we move to this part, we're going to create a transaction. Okay, then there's an issue I've done. This payment controller is supposed to be in controller, not in here in the model. Let me just move it. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. It is, so it was not supposed to be here. It was supposed to be here in the controller. So like that, yeah. But also here in the model, there's something that we need to have included, which is the part of the transaction. Okay, so here we're going to include something known as transaction model. Okay, so I'm going to include it here. The aim or the importance of this transaction model is this transaction model is supposed to be here in the model. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Let me move it here. Like that. So yeah, transaction model is supposed to be here in the model. So the aim of this transaction model is going to help us to be able to record any changes that we make in our application. Okay, so in the meantime, what you can do is, let's first of all deal with this payment controller, then I'm going to deal with the part of transaction later. Okay, so in this part of payment controller, we're importing Axios from Axios. Also, another thing that you can do is you can try to import transaction. You can try to import, that is the transaction which is coming from /models/ transaction model.js, like that. But as for now, we don't have anything known as transaction, but we have this part here with the transaction model. Okay, so because we don't have that part, what can do is can just comment it out so as to prevent any errors from happening. Also, we're going to do an export. So we're going to do an export const, that will be verify payment. So export const verify payment, and still is going to be an async. Going to be an async function, and we're going to pass also still we're going to pass the, okay, instead of doing this like from like the way we've been doing it, let me just copy here some codes here so that you can just okay, let's copy this. You can just copy the whole of this, try cache. Okay, let's copy it to this point of async. Yeah, like that. Now let's move now to this payment controller. Then you can just paste it like that. Okay, so now let's make now the particular changes that we're going to need. So we're doing now a const verify payment, then you're passing now the request and then the response as parameters. And then now in the try, here we're going to now to try to verify the particular payment using Paystack. Okay, using the Paystack API. Okay, so what you're going to do is let me show you here. From for this point, we can just remove this code here. This let me see. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we'll need this code here. Let me just remove this one here. Yeah. Okay. Like that. Okay. For that. Let me just remove it like that. Like that. So now here in the try, we're going to add now a response, and then we're going now to add a particular get. Okay, like I know this is a little bit funny, but we're going to try now to add a particular get because we are going to try to use the Paystack API. So here, instead of like writing all the codes down, what you can do is let's come to one of the codes in the front end, and then I'm going to try to copy it from there. Let me show you here. Example, you can come to, let's say, maybe this part of can come here, and then we're going now to copy all of these codes here from this point. Yeah, and just copy the whole of it. Okay, and now let's return to our controller here. Here in the controller, you can paste it like that. Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to connect it using the Paystack API. So let's remove this part of the local storage, because this is a backend, and that part is not useful and we won't need it. So here we're trying just to verify payment using Paystack API. Okay, so we're doing a const response to be there. There is going to be await axios dot get http. Okay, this one is okay, because remember we're going to use here https because we are using the Paystack API. And then at this point, what you can do is we're going to change this from 500. We're going to put this. We're going to add this. That will be API dot payment dot co. API dot payment dot co. And then after having done that, what you're going to do is you're going to now add this part of transaction here. So we're going to add a transaction. Yeah, transaction like that. Then we're going to remove this support, and then we're going to change it to verify. So that is going to be verify. Okay, so we're trying to only verify payment. But remember, when you're trying to verify payment, like it's very useful for, or it's usually like common practice for you to include one thing, and that one thing you're going to try to include is a particular ID. So in this case, we're going out to include now the particular reference. Okay, the particular reference, that will be the reference. But this part is not going to work until, let's remove this code here, and we're going now to replace it with the backticks. okay, so that for it to be able to work as required. So let me show you what you're going to do. You can just copy the all of it, not copy, you can just select all of it and then press your backticks to include them like that. Yeah. Oh, there's an issue here. This isn't supposed to be here outside. Yeah, like that. So everything now looks pretty much okay. So so that one we're trying to pass now this now is the Paystack API that we're trying now to use to verify the particular transaction that we have carried out in our application. And yeah, so so in this address you are passing the authorization bearer. So now in this part of the bearer, we're not just going to pass the token, okay, because now this is not the front end. The thing that you're going to pass is you're going to pass the part of the Paystack secret key. Okay, so don't worry, like I'm going to show you how you're going to get the Paystack secret key and the Paystack public key. There are two keys that are very important when you're making your own application, so I'm going to show you how you're going to get them. That in the next part of this video. But as for now, let's be through this backend codes and then I'm going to show you later. So that would be process.env.paystack secret key. Yeah, Paystack secret key. But remember, like it's not good practice for you to come with a secret key and then just paste it here. Like, no, it's not good practice because it can be easily accessed, or it can be like it's being exposed very easily to hackers. And if hackers are able to get your API key, then your API secret key, then there are a lot of things that they can get from that API key. Okay, there are a lot of things they can get based from that API key. So API secret key. So you need to be really cautious in how you're putting your secret key. Okay, but in terms of the public key, then there's not much secrecy, or there is no much like it's not a bad thing for you to expose it outside. Okay, yeah, in terms of the public key. So that's why it's called public, but also that's why secret is called secret. Okay, yeah. So now here we're doing accounts, and we're going to be passing our status and data. This status and data, we're going to now include that it will be the response.data, like that. Also here we're going to do an if. So this if statement is going to try to, okay, let me show you here first. Okay, so here below we're going now to try to add an if. This if statement, this if we're going to do this. So in this if you're going to pass now we're going to say here if status and then that would be data dot status, then including the double equal sign. That is a very strict sign. Is equals to success. If status and data dot status is equals to success. So what you're going to do is we're going now to try to save that particular transaction on the database. Okay, so you're just trying here, you can just you're trying to save the transaction on DB. Yeah, just try to save the transaction on the DB. That's what you're trying to do here. Okay, here below. So let me show you what you're going to do. So you're going to do an await. In this await, let's assume that this transaction model already exists, but you have not made it. You're going to make it later. Let's assume it exists and we are importing this transaction. So So we're going to do here an await, and you're going to pass the transaction. So that will be you're going to pass now that transaction, and that transaction that you're going to pass, so that will be dot create, and going to pass the first thing you're going to be passing is the reference. Going to pass the reference, and this reference is to be set to that to be data dot reference. Yeah, that will be the data dot reference. Also, another thing that you're going to be including, that will be the email, and then this email will be set to that will be data dot customer dot email. That also change the part of the amount, so that will be the data dot amount. Okay, and in terms of the status, going to go here, that will be the data dot status. Dot status, like that. Okay, so also after having done that, we're going to try to now add a part of return. Let's say we're going to add now a return. So we're going to do this. So we're going to do a return, which is going to be a response dot status. Then we're going now to pass here the code 200.json. This code 200.json is going to have, so it's going to have so the status will be success. So the status is going to be success. The status is going to be success, and the message that you can put there, you can say maybe, let's say maybe a payment was verified successfully. Yeah, so if everything goes well, then to give out the message payment was verified and saved successfully, like that. Also, in terms of the data, just include here the data, like that. Okay, now here below we're now going to also include else. Going to include an else. So in this else you're going to do a return. Going to do a return, and this return will be passing the response dot status of 400. That means if in case it doesn't succeed, status 400.json. So the particular status is going to be this. So the particular status is going to be failure, and the message that is going to be there is going to be this. Payment verification failed. Yeah, like that. Then in terms of the data, you can just include there the data, like that. Okay, yeah, so that is in terms of the return. Okay, yeah, let's see. Okay, 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 But since if it's example, if it fails, I don't think we are going to need first of all the particular data, so we can just remove it. Like I personally don't think we're going to need this data. We can just remove it like that. Also, you can come now to the part of the cache. So that means in case everything also fails, what you're going to do is the first thing is you can just remove the whole of this. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to, in this case, we're going to first to include now a return. But instead of doing that, let's just copy all of these codes here. Just save on time. Okay, so that will be a return response.status. So the status is going to be 500. Okay, the JSON. So the status is going to be error. Status 500, which is going to be error. Okay, so and the message is going to be, let's say, because it's an error, it can be maybe a server failure. Okay, it can be maybe a server failure, who knows. Okay, so what you can do is you can just remove this text here inside. You can say maybe server failure, or let's say server failure or server error. Just say server failure or error, but as for me, I think error is okay. Server error during payment verification. Yeah, during payment verification. And also still you're going out, that is in terms of the particular message. Okay, also in terms of here, you can now include the particular error. It can be the error.message. Like that. Okay, error.message like that. Yeah. So from that point, I think we are through with our controller. Now let's now move to the particular payment router. Let's now include the payment router. Okay. In this payment router, what we're going to do is the first thing that you're going to do is okay. So let me change it. Not routes. Okay, you can include it as routes, but I prefer router. Yeah. So routes, I think, is when there are many, something like that. Okay. So let's do this. Let's come to the loan. Then copy everything. Move to the payment router. Paste it. Okay. The first thing that we are not going to need, or the things we are not going to need, are first of all this auth middleware, because this part that you are dealing with right now is just payment. Okay, so this part are not needed, or they are not useful. So you can remove these two. Like that. So let's remove these. I can just remove the whole of it. Like that. Also, from this point, you're going out to just add the part of the verified payment. that will be verify payment. Yeah, that will be verify payment, and the verified payment is coming. Let me show you the path. Verified payment is coming from, that will be, see the controllers, but I can just remove this one here. That will be the payment controller.js, like that. So you are passing the router, that will be express.router. Okay, so since this part is the part of the verified payment, we are not going to be posting to a particular database, okay. So okay, but this part, like, is not very important for the part of the Paystack to work. Okay, if you want the part of the Paystack to work, you just only need to have the particular secret and the public key, and to include it in your application and to work. But first, we want to be able to record now the transaction. Okay, so we're going to do here a post, so that will be a router, and then we're going now to include that post there. So at this point, we're now going to do a verified payment. So that will be verified payment, and then we're going to pass here the part of the verified payment. Verified payment, like that. Okay. So I think from that point, yeah, I think from that point it's okay. Now let's move to the index.js. We're now going to try to import the payment router. If we move to this index.js, so let's do the import the payment router, which is coming from ./routers / payment router.js, like that. Okay. Yep. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so from this point, let's now include now the particular path for the payment router. You can come here below. You can just copy all of this. And I'm gonna just include only the part of the API. Let's remove this part here. Only API. And then at this point, we're going to, let me copy this. Yeah, like that. So I think from that point, it's okay. Yeah. But there's another thing. If you come to my, let me show you. I don't know if I'm logged in using this. Okay. Let me do this. Let me show you something. I don't know if I'll be able to access it. I want to show you my codes, my transaction code, so that you can be able to generate your particular table from there. Okay. So let me show you here. One second. Okay, as it's running, what you can do is as it's running, let's do this. Okay, so we can just do this. We can be able to, let's just save it, and yeah, but the issue is we now don't have the part of the, we don't have now the secret key and the public key. So I'm going to show you where we can get both of them, and also I'm going to show you the particular transaction database that you can be able to make, and also we're going to now create also the transaction model, okay, for recording of our transactions. Okay, so let's start by integrating Paystack. So what you're going to do is you're going to come to this paystack.com. When you come to paystack.com, so if you have an account, you can log in, but if you don't have, you can create one. So let me show you. Example, when you want to create one, if you come here, okay, as you can see, like I already have an account. So from this point, you can be able to select your country. So example, if maybe you are from the country that they are offering, maybe they are, you can see we have Ghana, we have Kenya, we have Nigeria, and then South Africa. Yeah, so like also, yeah, from this point I think, yeah, Rand is for South Africa. Yeah, based on that, based on the previous code that I did. Yeah, I think Rand is from South Africa. So have this part of the other countries. So if you press these other countries, let's see what will happen. Okay, since so it seems like Paystack has not launched in some other countries, maybe because of licenses issue. They have not gotten the license, maybe, I don't know. But I think they are going to, by in the next maybe some 5 years, maybe they will be everywhere, maybe, and I'm not sure, but maybe. So from this point, what you can do, if you're not from this country, what you can do is you can select maybe a particular country. Let me say maybe from, okay, maybe from Kenya. Then you can select your particular business name. You can just select anything. You can put anything that you want there, anything. Then your first name, also your second name, because remember, like, you're just going to be testing this in test mode. Also the part of the email, and then in terms of the number, you can look maybe for a random phone number, on the, you can look for a random phone number on the internet and then try to use it here, because I don't think they will try to send to you. I don't think they will try to send to you any code. I don't know. Maybe they will. I don't know. But yeah. So from this point, you can just try with that, or maybe if they, I don't know if they are going to try to send a particular code. Okay, let me do this. I'm not going to try to sign in again, but because I already have an account. But also you can try to get maybe a virtual number. Yeah, virtual number. There's so many, but yeah. So from that point, I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, you just put the password, then you choose the startup business, the registered business. Also, yeah, if you're a developer or not. So from this point, you're going to choose first of all this startup, then this part of the registered business. Okay, let's see. I'm testing my gears with the design customer pairing with my bits. Okay, if your business has not been approved, or if it has been approved, you are going to select this part of registered business, and if it has not, you're going to select that part of startup business. Okay, startup business. So also, if you're a developer, like I assume you're looking at this video, so you're a developer or you're just a tech enthusiast. Okay, so you select yes, I'm a developer, but if you're not, you select no, I'm not a developer. So if you select you are a developer, I think they're going to give you the particular secret, and yeah. Also, you are going to come to part of the create my account, and they will show you, they're going to direct you to the part of the dashboard. Okay, now since I already have an account, I'm going to sign in. So I was supposed to integrate this application with Stripe, but the problem is Stripe actually is not in my country. I was so heartbroken, you know. Stripe is not in my country, so like, yeah, so it wasn't like, I didn't feel very nice. Okay, yeah, but what will happen is I was able just to integrate it with this Paystack, but I didn't want to integrate it using PayPal, because PayPal, like, most people don't like PayPal right now, because PayPal, like, most of their services are not that great, yeah, and they like to hold customers' money. Like, they have a very bad user experience. So yeah. So let me try to log in. One second. Let's wait. Let's wait. Okay, so we are told to enter our email. Let me just enter it here, but I'm going to cover it later. Yeah, so I think we're in. Okay. So what's gonna happen is also okay, I don't want to do this. I wanted to show you something. After you've registered successfully, then you're going to be required to sign in, and after signing in, you're going to be taken to this. You can come to this point. You can come to, let me show you this. You can come to the settings. Is it really settings? Yeah, you can come to the settings and then the API keys and webhooks. Yeah. Yeah. You can see, like, so at this part of the API keys and webhooks here, we're now going to copy this particular test secret key. Okay, yeah, you can just you can come here and then you can just copy them, and then you're going to come to your, let me show you, you can come to your code here. So you can come to the .env file, and now we are going to include now that particular secret here. Okay, so that is the secret, and then you can come to, that was the, I can't remember the name. This is the not payment, yeah, payment controller. This payment controller, let me show you. Yeah, you can come here and then copy this name here, which is Paystack secret key. Then come to our .env. You can just paste it like that. Yeah, so that is now we have included now the Paystack secret key like that in our .env file. Yeah, so from that point, let's try to do this. But now there's an issue here. Let's do this because we don't have this part of transaction. let me show you something. I want us to do this. You can comment this and comment anything dealing with this transaction. Also, let's comment with this. Let's comment the whole of this part and receive from from this point. From this point up to up to there, because I think these are the one that is just the try cache. So let's try to save the codes and see how it runs. Okay, so as it is running, what you can do is you can come to, let me show you. If you come to the URL, to the GitHub URL that I had included in my video, I want to show you something here. One second for it to be responsive. I want to show you something here in the description, but it seems it's taking its time, so let's just wait. Also, let's just wait also, as also this backend is running. Yeah, so it seems okay. Now, from this point, I wanted to show you something. Here. So you can come to, let me show you, to this GitHub codes that are included here. Then what you can do is you can just navigate to it. I want to show you the particular transaction PostgreSQL that you're going to require. Okay, so from this point you can come to that. Is it the front end or the back end? Yeah, it's the backend, obvious. The backend, because they are part of the transaction. So after in this one, you can come now to the model. Now, where is that transaction? Yeah, here it is, transaction model. So this is the model that you're going to make, but I'm going to show you how you're going to make it. But if you want to, okay, this part of the model is going to contain this part of the transaction. It's going to contain, like, this part is going to contain a database known as transaction. Okay, database table known as transaction. Then we're going to have a reference there, a reference column, then the email column, the amount column, the status, and the part of the part of created at or updated at. Okay, so but if you want to know, like, the particular table, you can just come and then copy this model. Then you can come to, that will be ChatGPT, because right now, like, we are developers, like, we are trying to make our work easier. Okay, yeah, it will be ChatGPT. Come to it. So from this ChatGPT, what you can do is we can ask it to generate for us Postgres. So we can say maybe generate PostgreSQL table for this code. Then it's going to give you now the table, the particular table that you're going to include now in our Postgres that is in the nyan. So here is the table. So you can see first of all you have the part of the ID, which usually auto increments itself. You have the reference. This reference is a unique transaction. Okay, usually a unique transaction reference. We have the part of the email, the amount, so the email is the part of the email whereby the sender's email, the amount, and then the status of the transaction. Okay, and then the created at and the updated at. So we can just copy this, and then in our neon you're going to paste it. Okay, you can, and then in our neon you're going to paste it. Okay, now from that point what you're going to do is this. Yeah, so from that point I think we are through with that part. Yeah, so yeah, let's look at our backend and see if it runs okay. Now let's try to see if everything now works perfectly. So okay, so we have this part of the payments. Come get another action. So let's maybe say 200, or let's say 900. Then there. Okay, so this was. Oh, this is part of email. Sorry. So let me just put my email. Since I'm going to use Kenyan shillings, and then I'm going to say pay the amount. Let's look at it. Okay. Getting here a sign in failed. Okay, let's try this. Let's try to use this part. Yeah, also I forgot to tell you, we have also this part of the public key. Okay, we have this part of the public key, very important. You can just copy it. I'm going to use it later. That is the part of the public key. You can just copy it and then you're going to use it later. You can just include it into this .env for the sake of it. So obviously we're going to realize that we didn't include the part of the public key, so we're going to include it here. So let's do this. Let's copy this public key. Like, it's not a must for it to be at the .env file because it's supposed to be public, so we can copy it. Then let's come to the in the borrower, and then in the Paystack payment. There's somewhere that you need to include that public key there. 1 minute. So where is it? Okay. Like, we are going to need to include this public key somewhere here. Let me show you. I'm going to include our public key in this section, which I've added here, which is const public key. Then I'm going to include here the particular public key. So you can come to the .env file and copy now this key again. Okay. Okay, so after having copied it, so let me show you. Now let's go to the Paystack payment. I want us to replace it with this. Yeah, like that. So from this point you can try to save it and see how application behaves. Okay, yeah, you can see everything now looks okay. So from this point, let's just try to refresh it, just to remove any error that may have been there. So like that. Now let's include now a particular amount. Let's say maybe 300. Okay, sorry. These are I'm supposed to include here my email. Okay. Okay. Also, you can just include here maybe 300. Then okay, you can just use here. Then pay now. Okay, setup. Pay setup. Okay. See where the problem is. Okay. Okay, let's do this. If we look at our previous, let's move to GitHub. I want us to do this one thing. If you move to, let me show you. Let's move to the backend. Okay, let's move first of all to the backend package.json. Okay, so I want to show you the changes that I've been able to make. So I've made a couple of changes. If you come example into our transaction model, previously like I didn't like there was nothing in there. I don't know if you can see it. So this is how our model is. Okay, like it's very simple. Like if you've been following this video from since we started like let's say in making the database in making the backend, I think you like this is very simple in making this model. Okay. So yeah, we have the part of the times. We have the timestamp of the status, the amount, email, the preference. Okay, and this we have created a table. We have created like a database table known as transaction. Okay, yeah. So a database table known as transaction like that. Yeah. So from this point, I don't think. Yeah. So this is the transaction. This added these codes here. Yeah, I just want to tell you that. And also in terms of the payment controller, now in terms of the, let me show you here. In terms of the payment Paystack payment, yeah, So in terms of the Paystack payment, like I've added this public key. Okay, so I think you saw how I told you how you can get the particular public key. I think I showed you how you can get it. So come here, still in the API keys and webhooks. So you have this part of the secret, and then you have this public key. Okay, the public key you can just be able to paste it directly, like there's no harm. That's why it is public. Yeah, like that. And then I've been able to add this. Let me show you. Yeah, I've been able to add that. And then in the part of the request, where is it? Yeah, this part of loan request form. This part, like as you can remember, like we had Google reCAPTCHA. Okay, so I was able also to add a Google reCAPTCHA. Yeah, so that I've imported it, Google reCAPTCHA, from Google reCAPTCHA. And yeah, so from that point also here we've just set like const reCAPTCHA, then set reCAPTCHA use state, like that. Also from this point, let's say if someone wants to send the form, that is the loan request form, without having pressed the reCAPTCHA, then to give this error, it will be like an alert to just pop up and then alert them, hey, please complete the reCAPTCHA, like that. So it's very simple, like it checks if someone has completed the reCAPTCHA or not. Okay, yeah, so that's just basically what it does. And then the reCAPTCHA, we have added it here. Yeah, so we've added it here, so that is before. Okay, after this, the repayment schedule, you've just added it here. This Google reCAPTCHA. This is the Google reCAPTCHA that we've added here. Then this part of the site key, I'm going to show you how I've been able to get it. So yeah, you can just look at it how I've done it, and if it's going to be very difficult, like you can check my codes on GitHub. The reason why like I didn't want to code with you this part is because it will take some time, and this tutorial like is so long. Like when I was making it, like I didn't want it to be like more than 10 hours. Like I wanted it to be like maximum 10 hours, but it's getting too long. Okay, so from this one, let me show you how you can get this site key. But first of all, we are going to come to our front end here. I'm going to come to our front end, so you can do cd front end, and we're going to do npm install. Want to install this Google reCAPTCHA. Okay. Yeah, want to install it, because if you realize, you're going to find like we don't have it here in the front end. If you come to the package.json, going to realize that we don't have the Google reCAPTCHA here, so like we need to have it here. Okay, so yeah, that's how it is. So yeah, so let's just wait for it to do its thing. In the meanwhile, let me show you how you can be able to get where is it? Let me show you how you can be able to get this. Or is it not this point? Yeah. Let me show you how you can be able to get the site key for this site key. Let me show you. Let me show you how you can be able to get this specific site key. Yeah. Okay. So this is what you're going to do is you can come to. But also we are getting this error because we have not installed Google reCAPTCHA. So that's what we are doing currently. So let's wait to be installed. So also what you can do is you can come here. Okay. Let's just wait this. So yeah, so Google reCAPTCHA has been installed successfully. So if you just write Google reCAPTCHA, then if you come to this reCAPTCHA, or let me move to this reCAPTCHA, Google for developers. Okay, so from this point, if you want to get started, what you can do is come here, then press this part of getting started. And you can read the documentation, still the same as for the Paystack. Okay, so if you move to the Paystack, you're going to realize that in the Paystack you have the part of reading part of the docs, so you can just read the documentation if you want to. Okay, so yeah, you can come and then read the documentation if you want it here. So as first, you're going to be using the reCAPTCHA v2, yeah, not v3. So let me show you something here. Even if let's just go through this documentation a little bit. Even if you go through this documentation, you're going to realize that the most important thing that we need will be this part of site key. That is the most important thing you're going to require or need. Okay, so I think from there we are okay. From there we're okay. Okay, so if you come to this part of the introduction and then come to the part of the get started, then you come to this point. So at this point you can include an example of a label. For this, let's say you can just include maybe banking, include anything that you want, and then we're not going to go with v2. We're going to go with v2, not v3, sorry. Yeah, and this v2 you're going only to go with the part of check I'm not a robot. Okay, yeah, so like that. This part of adding a domain, you're just going to do a localhost, yeah, thing like that is okay. So here you're getting two codes. Okay, so this first one is for the front end, then this second one is for the back end. So this for the backend is the secret key. You're going to be able to validate the users. You're going to be able to validate the users' responses. While for the secret, okay, sorry, for the secret is the one for validating the user responses, but for the front end is just for going and seeing like how it reacts or how it interacts with the users. So you can just copy that what you can do is you can come to your site key here. You can be able to paste it there. Right. So after having done that, let's try to see how it works. But remember to save like all of them somewhere so that you can be able to access them. Let's just wait a little bit. You can see like now we have the Google, we have now the CAPTCHA, so you can be able to, let me show you. You can be able to, but this one is for the front end. So in terms of the back end, so I'm not going to do that, but I think this one is enough for the front end. But if you want to know like what the user is doing at the back end, you can, if you want me to revisit it maybe later, you can be able to do another video or another tutorial with this Google reCAPTCHA and including all of them. But if you're going to have any other question, then you can please ask me. So but as from now, I think you're through with this part of the request alone. Yeah, so I think we're through with this part. So what you can do is, let's now also make sure that this part of the payment management also is functioning okay, because it seems like we're getting some few issues. Okay, so the error that we're getting is you cannot read properties of undefined reading setup. Okay, so let's see how we can solve that. Also, let's come to the, in terms of payment with the Paystack. If you come to the index.js, index.html, sorry, that index.html, I want us to add this code. Let's wait a little bit. One second. It's taking a lot of time. Okay, so I want us to come here, I think here above, and then you're going to try to paste, you can paste that. Let's paste that into that header like that. I think it's in the header. Then you can try to save it. Okay, so let's see. You can try to save it and see how it is. Yeah. After having added that path in that part of the code in the index.html, you can come and then include the email that you registered Paystack with, then include any amount, then include the particular currency that based on the country that you chose from while registering in Paystack. Okay, yeah, and as I told you, like, it's not a must for you to be in those countries. You can get a virtual line, or maybe you can just include a very random You can include maybe, I don't know if they will send you I can't remember if they send a verification code, but you can try to also include maybe some fake number, and yeah, or maybe some number that doesn't exist, then so that you can be able to see if you can be able to access Paystack. Okay, so after added this, so let's try to pay. Let's wait a second. Yeah, this is what you're getting. So from this point also you can see like this is not my number, this is a test number, and here you're supposed to press this part of pay this amount. Also you can see like if you want, you can come here at the part of the card. If you want to implement this further, you can also make sure that this part of the card works correctly or works perfectly. Yeah, can also be ensured this part works okay. But as per this tutorial, we're only going to be focusing on the part of payment using a mobile phone. Okay, yeah. So you can just press this part of pay that amount, but also remember all of these are tests. Okay, yeah, they're just test codes. Now let's try to look at our email, so see if they have sent that specific message regarding the particular payment that you have done of 370. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. You can see it here. So you have this part of the receipt from Zawadi. Okay, because while I was registering, I just added the part of the company as Zawadi, but part of the company can just add anything. Okay, so I just added it as Zawadi. You can see like that is 370. Yeah. So also you have the part of the date, then this part of the number. Okay, also if you come to this part of Paystack receipt, that is the part of the Paystack receipt. So we have this part of the Paystack also receipt, this part of the Paystack receipt also. Yeah, still the same thing. Okay, yeah. So that's how it is. So yeah, I think we've been able to implement that part. So I think from here we are through with our application, because I don't want this application to be too long. Okay, like my aim for this application was not to make it too long, just wanted to make it very simple. So the other parts that you're going to build, first of all, like this part of repayment management, it was not like this. Like there are also some inputs which are facilitated in, which help in someone to be able to pay also while you're still in the application. Okay, so but I've only implemented this part of Paystack. Also we are going to implement, you will implement this part of the profile. Oh no, I've implemented, yeah, I think I've implemented this part of the profile. Yeah, so let me try to, I think I've implemented this part. Let's try to log in again. So you can include here the email. come to the okay. Now try to see if it functions a little bit. Okay, so let's include that will be james@james.com. the password will be this 120. Yep, well, this one is for the lender. Okay, let's go to james@1james.com. Yeah, it looks okay. If you look at the profile is what tells everything. Yeah, so the profile looks okay. You can see it there, but can we edit it? So let's say Brian. Brian, then update it. Profile updated successfully. Yeah, it looks like it's functioning okay. So that's it with that part. And then if we look at let's not try to look at the part of the admin. Let's now look at the part of the admin. So that would be deco@gmail.com. Yep. So okay, so we are in the admin. Yeah, it looks okay. Let's see. In terms of submitting notifications, notification was sent successfully. Okay, so I seem like since this notification works and also that part of the borrower works, then it seems like also like this part of the whole of this admin works, and also the part of the borrower, which has the profile, the dashboard, and the repayment part using Paystack, like they are working. So that's it. So those are the parts that you have not implemented. Please just go and implement them. And yeah, so because I don't want this video to be too long, like it's going to be extra boring, because it's going to be extra too long. Like if it becomes too long, then you're not going to finish it. Okay, so yeah, so that's how it is. So in the next part, I'm going to show you how I'm going to deploy it, and how I'm going to deploy the whole application after I've made a few changes, but how I'm going to deploy it. And we're going to use Vercel in deploying it, and our backend are going to deploy it on Render. Yeah, so I'm going to show you how you can be able to deploy it in our next part. Okay.
2,000 years later.